I want to start off talking about something that we're all familiar with, and that is how email works. And this is the traditional style of email that we're all used to using on a daily basis. And we'll start off with, let's say you get a new job at some company and you get your badge the first day, you get your credentials, and usually the very first thing that you get is your email address. And your email address is usually in the format of your name, whoever you are, at your company's email server, whatever that happens to be. I'm going to use an example here called planetyondo.com, but it's really any email service that you've ever used, Gmail or Hotmail or whatever's out there. Okay, so you've got your email credentials now. The next thing that you get started with is your email program. And your email program can be any number of things. It might be your Gmail program that you're logging in through the web. It might be Mail or Outlook or whatever it happens to be. And they all work pretty similar. So we're just going to walk through the just the common components that we have here. The first is you have a little send and receive email button. You usually click that when you first sign on, and it just goes up and it checks your mail from the server. It brings it back down for you, and it loads it into a place like your inbox where all of your messages are located. You'll oftentimes have a lot of other mailboxes there. You'll have an outbox, a sent mail items, and so forth. You may have some additional folders that you've created. When you go to create a new email, you usually click on that compose email button. It's usually somewhere up in the toolbar. It might be a name, might be an icon, something like that. And there is going to be a to field, a from, and a subject field that's in there for you to be able to see. I see some people are posting in the chat that they'd like me to share the screen. If you can make sure that if you go up to the top right where it says view and make sure you're in the speaker view, that way you can see my screen full screen so that we're able to do everything that we need to. Okay, so you're going to click that share email button or the create email button, and then you're going to fill out the information that's here. And when you do, the first thing that you'll notice is in the from field, that's your actual email address that you would get. So it's going to come from you at your email server. You would then oops, somehow I've jumped backwards in the slides. There we go. Magically will come forward. There we go. Now we've typed in the to field. This is the who you're going to send the message to. The person at whatever location. And I know this is really small. It's sarah@stateu.org. Who it is, it's not really important. You're sending an email to some particular person. You would then give it a subject. In this case, maybe sales report. And then you would give it a message. Sales are up 15%. Yay, that's amazing. Okay, great. So you send the message by clicking the send button, and it goes over to your outbox. And this is where your email program just kind of like takes off on its own. It will then automatically take that message and it's going to send it over via the internet to your company's email server. In this case, it's looking for @planetyondo.com, which is the mail server. It's going to take that mail server is then going to route the traffic up onto the internet. It's going to route that email automatically up, and it's going to look for that remote server, that @stateu.org, or whoever it is that you're trying to send that message to. Once the message arrives inside of that remote email server, it's going to then deliver it to the user, in this case, sarah@stateu.org. Once her machine gets that email, a little tiny message is going to be sent all the way back through the chain to let you know that the message was received. And this is the general path that we all send email through every single day with every message that you send. So how does, oops, and now we got to watch that little animation. I got to remember to click the right button. It always helps when you click the correct button on your keyboard to keep advancing the slides.
It's good though.
It's good. It's good. There we go. There we go. We just a quick little review of the email. Okay, so how does WinLink work? That's what we're all here to talk about. And what the heck is WinLink? Well, WinLink is basically, in a nutshell, it's email, but for your amateur radio account. So in this case, Your credentials are not your company's credentials. Your credentials actually come directly from your FCC ham radio license. So in my case, my call sign is W6AH. So that's my credentials that I have. And that is how the WinLink system knows me and all of the mail that's going in and out of my account. Now, if you went on to wavetalkers.com and you went to the WinLink page and you followed the instructions, you should have been able to get your WinLink account, get the WinLink application downloaded, installed, and then get your account created. And when you did that, you had to enter in your call sign as your credentials, and that's all set up. You also, at the same time, you had to enter in a real world email address. In this case, let's say I'm chris@planetyondo.com. It's not a real email address, but let's say it is. But that would be your actual email address that if there's any communication that needs to happen between the WinLink service and you, like say you lose your password and you got to reset it, they're going to send it back to this address that you've set up. But all of your mail is going to come through your amateur radio call sign address. So we got our credentials set up now. The next thing is you need your application in order to send and receive all of these messages. And in the world of WinLink, the application's name is something called RMS Express, or Radio Message Service Express. And I know this is very confusing because we keep talking about getting your WinLink email account and you're using WinLink, but the name of the application is actually called RMS Express. So when you go to winlink.org and you go to the download link, you're downloading the RMS Express application. You're then going to install that. You get it installed just like you would any other application. And it's a good idea to just go ahead and create a dedicated folder for that. We have that in the instructions. You install the application inside of there. Now, there's a couple of things inside of RMS Express that should be pretty familiar to you already. There's a compose button. We're going to come back to the compose button in just a minute. But there's also things that you're familiar with, like an inbox, an outbox, the sent mail messages. All of that works pretty similar to what you've already experienced in your regular email. But there are a couple of other features, one of which is something called Forms. And Forms is incredibly helpful, especially for emergency communicators that are partnered with shared agencies, because WinLink has embedded inside of it a ton of different forms that are ready to go that your shared agency would be expecting to be able to fill out, or common traffic that you may need to send. We're going to come back to forms in just a little while. In fact, Dave W0DHG is going to do a little demonstration of forms here in just a little while. So let's look at the next thing that's a little different. The next one is post to outbox. Now, in your regular email program, you would compose that email and you hit the send button and it sends your message over to your outbox. Well, inside of WinLink, what you do is you click this button that says post to outbox, and then it physically moves the mail message that you just wrote. It puts it in your outbox and it just waits. It just parks it there. It doesn't go anywhere quite yet. It waits for the next action from you. And that next action is to use this open session button. Now, this inside of WinLink, the open session button does a whole bunch of different things. First of all, it's how you choose to both transmit and receive your mail through the WinLink application. You can use both internet service or you can use RF or radio in order to send that message. And every single message has that ability. Now, the brilliant thing about this is if you have access to the internet, great, use the internet, send the messages fast. If you are without access to the internet, you can use RF. And that's where a lot of the magic, most of the time that we're going to spend in the rest of this class is going to be focused on. But today we'll look a lot more at the internet. There's also multiple protocols, and we're going to look at that in just a second without getting too much into some of the gobbledygook inside of there. So we've got that open session button. So let's compose a message. You do that by simply clicking the compose message button. And obviously this is a simplified graphical look at this. So we'll step through the real application in just a minute. So you compose a message, And right away, you notice something pretty interesting. The from field is no longer your real world email address. The from field actually says your amateur radio call sign. In my case, it's W6AH that is automatically entered into the from field for you. Next is the to field. And the to field is another place where the world of WinLink and the world of normal email diverge. You can, of course, enter in a regular real world email address, and you can send that email to any real world email account. You can also enter in simply a call sign. Now, why is this such a powerful thing? Well, let's say you get, there's an emergency in your area, communications are all down, you deploy out to a local shelter, and you have a bunch of people at the shelter, and you need to be able to send wellness messages that say, hey, so-and-so is here at the shelter, and they're trying to communicate with their friends and family out of the disaster area to let them know that they're okay. You can send emails through WinLink to a real world email address. So that is a huge thing that you're able to do. You also do not need to know somebody's actual email address if they're an amateur radio operator using WinLink. So for instance, you can use a call sign. So if I wanted to send a message to David, I could simply type in his call sign, KK6DA, hit send, boom, the message goes directly to him. The subject and the message section, these work pretty much exactly the way that a regular email would work. You just enter in a subject, whatever it happens to be, you put in a message, and now, once again, we diverge. So instead of clicking the send button that you have in your regular email, what you're gonna do is you're gonna click post to outbox. And when you do that, it's going to take that message. Once again, it's going to move it into the outbox, and it's just going to park that message there. It's going to wait for you to have some more interactions. Then you need to click the open session button. So you can start to see WinLink email is much more of a manual process because it gives you lots of points along the way of sending this message to decide what is the best way for your particular circumstance right now to send this message. So when you click open session, what happens is a little pop-up menu appears, and there's a lot of choices in here, and this can be very confusing. When the first time I looked at this, I was like, what do I select? How do I understand what this whole menu thing here is? Well, it's actually pretty straightforward. See, all of the areas here are all grouped together into 4 major areas. The top section are all of your RMS gateways. Remember, these are your radio message service gateways. This is essentially the core of what WinLink is. And we're gonna walk through an example of how this works in just a minute. There's different protocols that are listed in there. I've got 2 of them listed. There's a lot more. I've got Telnet WinLink and Packet WinLink, but there's a bunch more that are in there. The whole bottom section, there's 3 more tiers here. Those are other ways that you can use WinLink to send your messages. It may be peer-to-peer, where you're just taking 2 WinLink stations and you're connecting to each other directly. And that can be done either via the internet or via RF. There's radio only, where it's just going back and forth. And there's also a Telnet post office. For right now, we're just going to group all of that stuff into the other category, and we'll set it aside until later in the course. But this is still pretty confusing. How do we figure out which thing to select? Well, if you look in the list of all of the things that show up here, and it says Telnet, if there's a listing that says Telnet, that means it's using the internet. If you have an option that does not say Telnet, then it's using the radio or it's using RF. And so you just get to choose which way you want to send your message out. So that's what happens there. We're going to keep things simple today. We're going to use Telnet. And you may wonder, like, hey, this is all about radio, amateur radio, and we really want to use RF. Well, if you have access to the internet is much faster to send that message. So use the internet, use whatever means of communication that you have at your disposal, and have the flexibility to adapt as need be. So we're going to choose Telnet WinLink as our session type that we're going to choose here. And then we go ahead and it's going to close that pop-up, and it's going to open a whole other window. And this window is going to be called the session window. And every single type of session, all of those different protocols, they will open different windows depending on which one that you've chosen. But they all basically have a couple of components here. And the one that you mostly need to pay attention to is the settings. Now, if you're using any of the telnet options, there's nothing to do inside of settings because it's all kind of pre-configured. It pretty much works. It sends the message via your computer's already established internet connection. However, if you're using RF, that's where a lot of the hangups can be, where you have to configure how you want WinLink to talk to your particular radio. And we're going to cover that throughout the rest of this course. We're going to spend a lot of time doing that portion and make sure everybody's able to do that. Next is the start button. And this is basically the go button. It's like, okay, this is finally my send and receive button. I can send this message out to somebody. So you click the start button and what happens? Well, this is where things get really interesting. When you click start inside of your session window, if you're using one of the internet or one of the telnet protocols, then WinLink or RMS Express, the application you're using, is going to use your computer's internet connection. It's going to connect to the internet, and it's going to send out those messages that you've created, all that traffic, and it's going to send it to some RMS gateway that is also connected on the internet. Now, remember, the RMS gateway, these are essentially email servers, but within the WinLink world, if you will. And many of them are connected physically to the internet so that traffic can be easily sent through them. Notice that all of the arrows I've got drawn here are bidirectional, because when you click start, not only does all of your messages get sent out of your WinLink account and get sent out to whoever you're trying to address them to, but it will also then receive messages at the same time. So it's this immediate back and forth exchange that takes place. So that gets your email off to one of the RMS gateways, but how does it know how to get to the place where you're trying to go? Well, other users may be connected to other RMS gateways that are established around the world, and they can all just talk through the internet. It's a bidirectional communication. If the internet is available, they will happily use that pathway to send their messages back and forth. However, there are times when there is no access to the internet, in which case RF comes into play, and RMS gateways can connect to each other directly via RF. Now, this may be through VHF, UHF, HF. It could be a variety of different protocols. It may be VAR or VAR-FM or VAR-HF. There's a bunch of them out there that could be used, but they can send messages to each other and pass that traffic even if there is no connection to the internet. And eventually it will find some message, some gateway that is either connected to the internet and upload its messages through the gateway or through the internet, or it'll just continue using RF as it needs to. So that's one way that you're able to send your messages. It may be that just that last mile is hopping via RF, but it may be a lot of it is traversing via the internet. So what's the other way to send messages? Well, the other way is via RF directly from your computer using your own radio. Now you're going to connect to your radio via some kind of cable. Usually it's going to be USB, it could be a serial connection cable, it could be a variety of different things. You might use a TNC such as or you might use a tool such as the name went right out of my head.
Signal link.
Thank you, a signal link. See, this is how we aim at this. It may be that you've got a signal link connecting between your radio and your computer. And so that all the message goes there, and then your radio sends via RF out to one of the RMS gateways. And then that just connects into the overall network. This allows for an incredible amount of redundancy and allows you to get your message to where it needs to go via essentially any means that you need. So this is the basic setup of what we're going to be doing. And what I would like to do now is I would like to give you a little demo of how this works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to my PC here. Let me change mice here on the desktop. And this is what, oops, let me change it so I can actually see my computer over here. This is what WinLink Express or RMS Express. So if you look on the start menu, you can see RMS Express. It's got this purple and gray checkerboard icon that gets installed. And so the application is actually called RMS Express. However, once you launch the application, it calls it WinLink Express up here in the upper left corner. Now, is that confusing? Yep. Did we write it? Nope. The folks who wrote it, those guys are amazing, and they do some absolutely incredible work. So we've got our WinLink Express application. Let's take a little tour of a couple of things you see here. First of all, you'll notice I've got my call sign up here in the upper left-hand corner. There's a bunch of different options here along the top. Over here on the left-hand side, there's a little new message button. This is that compose a message button. So I'll go ahead and click on that. And it opens up what is pretty familiar to us. It looks like an email message. I mean, there's nothing really fancy here. I mentioned earlier that here in the to field, you can either put a real world email address, and it is a good idea to send yourself a email through WinLink the first time that you sign on to here. That way, your commercial email account gets highlighted so that it'll allow traffic to pass directly in, because WinLink will tend to reject messages from the outside if you haven't communicated with them. So it's a good idea to go ahead and send a message to yourself, to your real world email address. But you can also send one to somebody's call sign. So in this case, I'm going to send one to my colleagues here. I'm going to send it to switch back over to the right keyboard here, W0DHG. I'm just going to type in his address. I'm going to hit the tab key, and look at that. It auto capitalizes that email address and puts the semicolon in there. Now, if I want to add a couple of other folks on here, I'll also send it to NR6V. That would be Dan. And I will also send it to David, KK6DA. And there we go. So we can use the to field, the CC field, just like you're used to. I'm going to say hello world as my first message, and I'm going to say hello from the class, and I'm going to sign it with my call sign W6AH. You can put anything that you need to in the message. We would suggest not sending attachments, although you can send attachments, but remember, a lot of this is going to go via RF. And so bandwidth is really limited. WinLink kind of came about a lot for those of us who do offshore passages on boats. And it was a way to send communications while you're at sea. And those communications were really allowing for very nice separation. Questions coming into the chat is what is the separation between the addresses? You can use commas and just do comma separated, comma space, and that will allow you to have multiple addresses. It actually inserts a semicolon in there is what it's really inserting. Okay,
so Chris, if I have a 4 megabyte picture I want to send, can I do that this way?
You can do it this way, but it's not suggested. It is totally not suggested, because what's going to happen is when that large attachment file is being pulled down from the remote side, that file is going to have to come over via RF for the most part. I mean, yeah, there are times when the internet is going to be there, but you don't want to plan on that. So having large files is just not a good idea. For instance, we did a recent exercise, and I was using Vara HF, which is a pretty fast protocol. We'll talk about it later in the class. And I was getting a whopping 1.5 kilobits per second. That was a really fast connection. So scale back the expectations. This is not the current email system that you're used to. Remember, we're sending just what is necessary in our communication. So if I have a 20 kilobyte Excel sheet, just a 20 kilobyte, would that be acceptable?
Yeah, so the RF limit is 120K when you're sending RF that they'll block you from. So ideally you want to set it under that. And we'll get into some of the later classes on how to resize images and other files to make them the most efficient.
Excellent. So let's see. Now I've got my message. It's all composed. It's ready to go. So what are we going to do next? Next, we're going to come up here and we're going to, instead of sending the message, there's a lot of tools up there that's available to you, but instead of sending the message, we're going to post it to the outbox. And there's a link right here at the top that says post to outbox. And I go ahead and do that. And nothing happened. But something did happen over here in the left-hand side. In my system folders, you can see there's my outbox and it now has a 1 next to it. If I click on it, there is that message that's about to be sent out, but it hasn't gone anywhere yet. It's still queued up in my outbox. In a little while, we're going to do a demonstration that'll show you why this is a really good idea if you're using WinLink as part of an emergency communications net. So you can pass traffic in order. All right, so I've got it in my outbox. Next, I'm going to come up here and find that open session button. Here's the little drop down next to it. And notice there are all of these different options. Telnet WinLink, Packet WinLink, Pactor, Vara HF, Vara FM, Iridium Go. Yeah, you can even send WinLink messages via satellite phones using the Iridium network. How cool is that? The next section under there is peer-to-peer options. There's a bunch of different, a lot of these are repeated, but in the peer-to-peer section, here's our RF only, our radio only, and then our Telnet post office. But we're going to come all the way back up here to the top, and we're going to select Telnet WinLink right there at the top. I'll go ahead and select that, and then I will click that open session button. It's right here. I click open session, and there's that special little window that comes up. Remember, there's the settings button. If we had any settings to set, there's nothing to set. When you do Telnet, it's ready to go out of the box. It's all ready. And then the start. So I'm going to click the start button here in 3, 2, 1, click. And if the demo gods are with me, we see the handshake that's actually happening. That message just disappeared out of my outbox and the message went out. You'll notice if you look at the text that's in here, you'll notice, I mean, there's lots of text and stuff that's all in there, but one of the things that's kind of interesting is right here. Notice you can see WL2K, that's the gateway that I happen to be connecting to. DE, remember, just like regular, like in CW or other different formats, DE from W6AH, and then it's got my grid square, and that you entered in your grid square during your setup. The rest of this is all the handshake that's going on. So yes, in fact, at the end of your transmission, you do hand off your amateur radio call sign, so you are in compliance with the FCC rules. All right, so I got my message, and hopefully by this point, my esteemed colleagues have responded with some kind of hello at this point. And I'm going to go ahead and just click start again. And this is the same as like saying send and receive. And if the demo gods are with me, when it comes back in, I'm going to click back over into my inbox. Hopefully. Oops, it looks like I do not have any messages yet. Maybe my esteemed colleagues will respond. I'll click start again. This is going to go.
We're just slow.
We're slow. Come on, guys. We're live on the internet. We're doing these demo things. Hey, Dave, did you get the email? Did it come into your message?
Yeah, I did, but I'm not sending because I have some demos to go out when I do my demonstration.
Okay.
So I was hoping that Dan or David would
okay.
Send them out.
You send it? Okay, let me do one more time.
Another thing to point out on the screen there, as you see, there's a message ID at the top of the message that Chris is showing in his inbox. Each message that goes out will be identified with a specific message identifier, and allows you to track it. Look, there's some messages coming.
There we go.
I'll throw them back to Chris there. But there's a message, there's a tracking for each individual email. And we'll show you a little later on how you can actually go to the WinLink website and track those messages and see who they came from, where they went to, and so on and so forth.
And Chris, you've got one from me now.
Oh, very nice. Look, I just got the one in from Dan. I will hit start again, and that should bring in the other message. There we go, from KK6DA. So Dan sent me the message back right here, and let's just have a look at it. It's got the message ID right here at the top, the date. It's coming in from NR6V to W6AH. The source is NR6V. Download from, and he just wrote in received. Notice the contents, the traffic that we're passing back and forth, very minimal, very small to be able to do that. So that is the kind of nuts and bolts of just sending and receiving an email. And again, in this case, we just used Telnet because it was an easy way to kind of get up and started. We're going to do some more with RF as the class progresses. But at this point, what I would like to do is transmogrify myself back up. I'll switch back over into my booth, and I would like to bring my esteemed colleague, Dave, W0DHG, to stage and have him talk a little bit about, what are you going to talk about? You're going to talk about templates, I believe, right? You're on mute still. There you go.
I'm gonna talk about some of the templates and forms that are there for your use. And there's been some good questions in the chat, and I was just answering one of the questions there. We'll show you how to change grid squares and a whole bunch of other things. But for now, let's jump into my Windows machine here. And I'll share my screen. Let me know if you can see me okay.
Yes.
All right, great. So we've kind of gone over the interface, and we'll go into a little bit more of that as we go forward. One of the benefits, one of the powers, one of the things that we're hoping that you'll all see as we go forward with the class is that there are a number of, and we're getting close to 100 or over 100 different standardized forms that are available to you as an emergency communications operator built into the WinLink system. And if the form that you need isn't there, there's the ability for you to create your own form, or if it's useful enough, to create it and submit it and have it come along with the package so that they're available to you. And in the same manner as Chris just showed you, if I want to send a new message, I'm going to select message, logged into and a new message, or you can click the new message button. And I could just start my email from here. I've got an important message to get through. The EOC manager wants to get a message to a location and they want to send some information. That's great. I could just type it in here. But on the other hand, I could look at different templates. There are a number of templates that are built in and standardized. As you can see here, there are American Red Cross forms available. There are, state of California, Canadian, FEMA forms. There are a bunch of general forms that we're going to look at in a minute. There are the standard HICS if you're working with hospitals, or ICS forms that are available, and they're all in here. They're ready to go. They're very full-functioned forms that will allow you to quickly fill out something and generate on the other side where you send your message to a very professional looking complete form that you can hand to someone who's not a ham that's expecting information to go from one place to the other, such that they can respond. You can bring it back to your station and then send it back so that people understand. So what I'm going to start with is just showing you a general form, a general WinLink check-in form. And again, I'm going to back out of here and show you that we'd go, hey, I'm going to send a new message. I'm at a location, I want to check in. I'm going to go to my standard templates, and under the general forms, I'm going to select a WinLink check-in. You double click on that and it will load up this form. And as you can see, there's a lot of information here. There's a lot of detail here. Date and time, I click into the field and it'll automatically grab my system time. So I don't need to look at my watch or know anything other than my PC's up to date. So I'll fill that in. We're going to call today an exercise. We can tell whoever's receiving this how we're sending it, which systems that are available. For today, I'm going to send this Telnet. So I'm going to select Telnet, but there are a bunch of other options here. I'm going to send this to my tactical call right now, and we'll actually talk about that. Actually, I'm going to change this. We're going to send this to KK6DA because he's running net control right now, and I'm locally out in the field at a location. We can check in with initial call signs of the operators at site. And as we mentioned earlier, I live in a house with 6 other hams, so I'm going to check all of us in at one time. And I'm the sender, my call sign here. Location. So I can mark a location here. I'm in Woodland Hills, California. And the system has the ability to grab a GPS coordinate or an MGRS coordinate or a grid ground. I can type those in automatically. I have them entered in my system. In fact, I have a GPS dongle that automatically populates these numbers. And again, we'll talk about how to do that in a later session. But just know there's a lot of information. There's a lot of detail here. I could say Woodland Hills, California, which is a big location, or I can give you down to my decimal GPS coordinates, which literally will show you in the corner of my house where I'm sitting in my shack right now, sending you the information. And I could type a basic message here like, we're hungry.
Send pizza.
Please, please send pizza. Okay. You can send a lot of information here. Can somebody let the waiting room folks in here? I'll admit them. You can send a lot of information here. For this basic check-in form, I could send a maximum of 250 characters. So a little bit more than an original Twitter feed. I can send information about a neighborhood safe, or we have multiple fires, or we need medical aid, or any number of different information, different messages that we could send, canned or otherwise. When I'm done filling out, again, this very basic quick check-in form, I'll select submit. WinLink's going to let me know, hey, you're ready to do this. If you're really ready, say okay. And it's going to post you out to a local host. You close the browser window because you filled this all out in a web browser. And here's my message that I started a minute ago. It automatically populated KK60A. I'm going to add W6AH to this. And I'm also going to add this to NR6V, my other awesome instructor. It's got the basic information, the subject. There's this XML viewer that shows the form that we're going to send this in. And the details of what's in my message. When I'm good to go and I'm ready to go, again, as Chris showed you, we're going to post this to our outbox. And as you'll see, now I don't have only one message in my outbox, but I have 2. They're ready to go. I did my express check-in, and if I were ready to send this, I'd go ahead and open my telnet session and send and receive the message. But before we do that, I want to show you one more form. And again, there are any number of forms in the system. We have a bunch of custom forms in Los Angeles and all across the nation. But what we're trying to do is show you the value, the why you might want to do this. I'm going to open up another new message. And remember, as I've pointed out here, I have 2 messages waiting in my outbox, right? I have 2 messages that are ready to go and send. If I were sending this via telnet, they'd go pretty quickly, again, because I'm connected to the internet. But if I was sending this over RF, it would take a little bit longer because we're only going to send a certain number of kilobits per second. But I can stage a whole bunch of messages and send them in one transaction. I send the message to a gateway. The gateway sends me an acknowledgement, and we go back and forth. And again, we'll talk about this in a future meeting in a little bit more detail and show you how to do this. In fact, we're even going to help you get set up and connected. For this one, I'm going to go into a slightly different form. I'm going to go into the general forms. Wait, no, remind me where the sitreps are. Sitreps are in the
shares.
Right, the shares. So I'm going to look at the shares form, and there's a spot rep form. Spot reps are a very useful form. I'm going to select this spot reps form, and again, opens my browser and gives me a little bit more of a targeted, detailed information. There's a precedence here. What's the level of precedence? It's a flash, immediate, priority, or routine. If you're used to working with shares, you'll understand what those levels, those priorities are, but I'm going to call this routine. It's automatically populated the date and the time for me. A task number is whatever I want it to be, right? Depending on what your task is, where you are, you might decide, hey, I'm at a location. We're going to call it this location in number 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. It's automatically knowing that I'm logged in, so it's going to send it to me. Again, I'm going to send this to one of my partners in crime, KK60A. The info here is All is well, still hungry. Where is the pizza? Okay. And obviously we could have more serious messages here, but for demonstration purposes today, that's what I'm interested in. They want to know the state and location I'm in. It automatically populates Los Angeles County. Now I have a GPS device in here, so it automatically figures out where I am. And for the spot report, especially in a disaster, a hurricane, an earthquake, a flood, a tsunami, or whatever, here's information about where I am on the ground right now so that I can send a message to my EOC. Landlines are functioning. Cell phones are functioning. AM/FM broadcast station, I don't know because I'm not listening to the radio right now. I didn't turn the TV on, so I'm going to say unknown. The water's working. Yeah, I heard the toilet flush down the hall a little bit while ago. The power's still on. Yes. The internet seems to be working. And again, any other info I can add here. Who's the point of contact? Well, I am. I sent this message. And
Dave.
I can put in my information here, including, hey, if everything's working, I'll send you my cell phone number. I'm not shy about that. It's on the internet anyways. When I'm done with this, again, I'll say I'm going to submit my form. It reminds me, hey, if I'm ready to do this, I'm going to do this. And now I have my fully functioned, I'm not sure where that came from, my fully functioned note here, ready to go. All of the lines of data only. It's not sending the entire form. It's just sending the metadata. And I will post this to my outbox as well. Well, now I have 3 messages in my outbox. Now, if I decide at this point, hey, I'm ready to go. Hey, the internet's up, or hey, I've got an open window on the RF. There's nobody sending packet or VAR or other traffic over the internet. I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, I want to send this. I want to get this out as soon as possible because, hey, I want my pizza. Okay. So I would go here and for now, we're going to show you Telnet WinLink. I'm going to open my session. I get a pop-up window. And again, there are some basic settings for Telnet, but don't worry about that. It's all fine. I'm going to say, hey, start my session. And what you'll see run through here is I sent 1 message. I sent 2 messages. I sent 3 messages. And I got a message received. And I disconnected. And once it's done disconnecting, that basically means I got my messages out. If you look at my outbox, it's empty. If you look at my inbox, I got some messages in. This was from earlier today, a different test. And I got the W6AH message from previous. That's all there really is to sending and receiving the messages. Again, a lot of the power of what WinLink is, and I saw some messages earlier on in the chat where, this is just email and what's the benefit, and if it's just Telnet, you're on the internet. Right now, we're just talking about Telnet and internet because the next level of complexity after you get set up and you get signed up and you can send messages is getting connected RF, whether it's a UHF, VHF, or an HF connection, and that will require an interface, a radio, an antenna, and we'll talk about that in future sessions, and we'll actually help you decide which parts and pieces and whatever and how to get them connected and walk through the process. So again, this is like crawl, walk, run. We're still crawling here. We're using the internet to send these messages because that's what we can do in this particular format.
David, we've gotten a couple of questions that have come in through the chat at this point. One of them, Mike KK6OKU, is asking, are forms available offline? And are they small enough to be able to send via RF?
Yeah, so the forms are available offline. In fact, you can do an update of the form package via RF, again, given you have a good enough connection. Not only that, you can actually take, let's see, I'm sharing my screen, but you can actually take a lot of these forms and put them on a flash drive. They're HTML forms. Anybody can fill them out on any computer anywhere. And you can actually give one of these forms to one of your served agencies, one of the people who's not a ham at your location, and say, hey, when you want to update this information and send it to somebody, take this form, fill it out on the flash drive, save it, give it to me, and I'll put it out over the air. They're very small forms. They're very compact. And again, you're not actually sending the entire form, and even the forms aren't very big. You're just sending the metadata with some technical details that tie it back to a specific form. So it says, hey, I'm sending this. It's a spot rep. All you need to do is look in your spot rep catalog, fill in the blanks, and then you get the form. And I think the benefit of this is it's fast, it's quick, there's a lot of detail, and you can provide really specific information. I'll show you a really quick form here before we get into the next part to help kind of illustrate one of the things that this really made it clear to me. And in Los Angeles, again, we support hospitals. And in a hospital, the hospital request, we have what's called a hospital resource request. And if one of our hospitals, if there's an earthquake here in Los Angeles and one of the hospitals needs medication, equipment, personnel, or any of these things, they can give me a spreadsheet and I can type in any number of requested items. And, you know, they give me a spreadsheet of 20 different medications. The difference between dicloxacillin and doxycycline is a couple of letters in the spelling, but in terms of the therapeutical treatment is huge. And if we get it wrong when we're calling out over the air, it could be critical to a patient, in addition to the fact that spelling out a medication that's 12 or 13 letters long, I spelled dicloxacillin, Delta, India, Lima, Oscar. I can type this in here and send an entire message in seconds as opposed to having to read it out over the air. And that's a lot of the benefit of utilizing some of these forms and the capability of what's in WinLink.
Somebody had a question in here. Do I need to buy a signal link? I have a handheld only, no other antenna except for the one that came with it. That's a good question about. We're gonna dive into the how you connect your radio specifically in later sessions. In general, though, you generally do need some kind of interface for every radio. Some radios do have things like Bluetooth and they can do it wirelessly, but for the most part, you are going to need some kind of device that goes in between in order to make that connection.
Right. And if you think you're always going to be at a location that's always going to have some kind of internet connectivity and you know, keep your fingers crossed that would be the case, sure, you might be able to do this without, but the reality is we're planning for that, you know, gray sky day where the internet's down and the power may be out and there's limited connections to things. So we want to be able to, you know, hit a gateway. For my location, I can get into a gateway in Simi Valley or even Tijuana through a couple of hops. If the internet and the power and all those other things are down in the general Los Angeles area, I can hit gateways that are up to 200 miles away and get it out on the internet and get it to the outside area such that someone can get my message and know, hey, we need support and we need this specific support or these specific items.
So, Dave, if we have no internet to get a message across town, we could send it 200 miles away, and in theory, it would make its way on the internet back to a location nearby.
Yeah, the idea is, and the nice thing about the network of the RMS, the radio message server gateways, is they're all across the country, all across the world, in fact. And if my local area is out, I just need to be able to either hop out of using other gateways in my area that may not have internet up, but have the ability to talk to other gateways, or to allow me to bounce through other gateways, or I go outside of my area using HF. In recent shakeout drill, Chris, W6AH, and I both connected from Los Angeles to Texas directly, point to point, sent information without any other connection other than the RF frequency on HF. And we're able to get those stations to send that message out via the internet from where they are, assuming that, you know, our area is out of internet connection, but theirs still has it, and then can route that to someone that can get us help or support.
Cool.
Anything else, or should we move on to the little net control demo?
Happy to go forward.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
So
mhm.
I was going to bring David, KK60A, who's going to be playing the role of our net control operator. I'm going to spotlight each of us back up on screen so that we can do a little live demonstration here for you.
So, Chris, are we doing a faux RF net, or are we doing just a WinLink net?
I think we're just going to do a WinLink check-in. Just go ahead and do a regular check-in here. We'll start with as if we're playing radio here,
right?
And we'll do our check-ins, and then we'll pass our digital traffic.
So this is the way we would use a combined voice and digital network. Net control actually becomes the traffic cop. So we're going to call our net. This is KK6DA opening our net this afternoon. We're looking for voice check-ins first. We'll make a list and then we'll do digital check-ins. Who would like to check in first?
Whiskey 0 Delta Hotel Golf.
W0 DHG. Next station.
November Romeo 6 Victor.
Dan, good afternoon. NR6V. Next station.
Whiskey 6 Alpha Hotel.
Okay, net control acknowledges W0 DHG, NR6V, and W6AH. Gentlemen, prepare your traffic and we'll call you one by one to send your digital traffic. Let's go in order. W0 DHG, feel free to send your traffic.
All right, ready to send traffic. Traffic's being sent.
And we acknowledge receipt of one message. Thank you, W0DHG. Let's go to the next station. Dan, NR6V. Please send your digital traffic.
NR6V, stand by. Go to the next operator. I'm not ready.
Very good. Let's go to W6AH. Chris, if you're ready, please feel free to send your digital traffic.
Thank you. W6AH standing by to posting to Outbox and sending my digital traffic. This digital traffic is going to be coming via Telnet. Traffic sent.
Thank you. We'll check receive in just a moment. Thank you, W6AH. And back to NR6V if you're ready, Dan.
NR6V, I am still not ready. One of the nice things about forms is that if you don't fill them out correctly, it will tell you.
It nags you.
It nags you, and I'm having a problem doing what it wants me to do.
Okay, take your time.
Net control, I am ready to send my traffic.
NR6V, feel free with your digital traffic.
NR6V, one message sent.
Excellent, thank you. Chris, at this point, shall we go to my WinLink and see how it's received?
Yes, please.
Okay.
WAH.
Let's do that. Stand by with me just a moment. Okay, can you see my WinLink?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. Let's open a session. Here, by the way, are David's two messages earlier. Please send pizza. There's a WinLink session. Start. 3 messages. 3 messages received, and we're disconnected. By the way, each message, you should know, has an individual name. This is the name of number 1, number 2, number 3, if you need to refer to that ever. So here are the messages. These are WinLink Express check-ins. This is what it looks like on my end. Now, once again, just to underscore, this is the information that was sent. It's basically text. It's metadata. We're not sending the HTML form, but it reconstitutes itself. Well, as the form. So it plugs all of that metadata into these fields, and we all know it's a WinLink Express check-in.
And the beauty of that is that your served agency is going to get that data in a form that's very similar to what they work with every day. So in the stress of a disaster, they're not trying to figure out what the heck is this you handed me. It's what they know. And that's very, very valuable in a disaster.
Right. That resource request form that I demonstrated a couple of minutes ago that I showed you for the LA County where they need medication, personnel, or equipment is exactly a copy of the form, the paper form that they would fill out and put on a fax machine if they had phone communications. And again, we're like the 4th level or 5th level of disaster communications, but we send that same message when you print it out on a printer or show them on a screen. It's exactly what they're used to seeing. And it's easy to recreate those forms based on that if you have some basic HTML skills.
And I am sending 3 ACKs, 3 acknowledgments back to these 3 stations. Now, in an RF net, it would sound and operate much differently, but we would take it in order as we just demonstrated. And that's the way we run digital networks, a combination of voice and data at the same time on the same frequency. And it works out very well.
Yeah, and if you're in an area with just a few operators, you may be able to just have the individual discipline of listening for a clear frequency and sending traffic without coordination. But in Los Angeles, as mentioned earlier, we have 70 plus hospitals that we're dealing with. And for everybody to try to send their traffic without some kind of a coordination would be another disaster.
Today, what we are going to attempt to focus on is one single question, and that is it plugged in? Last week, when we got started with all of this, we saw this graphic, and we were talking about the WinLink application, which is actually called RMS Express still when you go ahead and install it. And last week we showed you that telnet or the internet path if you have access to the internet, and how your messages can go through an RMS gateway, how there's RF paths and so forth. But what we're going to focus on today is just this one single link, and it's the link between your radio, your computer, and the WinLink or RMS Express application. And with that, we're going to be looking at both the physical and the virtual interfaces between your radio all the way back through the signal chain back to the RMS Express application and vice versa. So with that, let's talk about the link itself between your computer and your radio. Now, really what we're talking about are 2 separate pathways here, the receive pathway and the transmit pathway. Now, on the receive pathway side, what we're doing is we're connecting essentially your radio's speaker to your computer's microphone so that your computer can hear the signals that are coming in through your radio. On the transmit side, we're essentially connecting your computer speaker to the radio's microphone port. So data that's coming out of WinLink goes all the way out to your radio and then is sent out over the air. When your radio is connected to your computer in this way, you're essentially connecting to your computer's sound card. Now, if you use the built-in sound card in your computer, then your radio is attached to both the input and the output of the audio for your computer, which means you can't use those for other things at that point. So it's a good idea to look at some other pathways rather than just trying to use the built-in sound card. And there's also optimization issues that you have if you're just using the built-in sound card. So we're going to look at some of these other ways of doing that. One of the things that you do miss if you're just using that sound card is a control channel. a way to be able to control things like the push to talk inside of your radio so that your radio knows when to transmit. Now, if you, one option for you is, of course, to turn on the Vox function, or the voice operated function inside. Did my audio just drop off, or are you still hearing me?
You're still good.
Oh, I'm still good. Okay. I just heard the audio change inside my headset there. The Vox function inside of your radio. So anytime your computer says, okay, here's some data, your radio will hear that data coming down the transmit line. It'll open up its transmitter and it'll go ahead and send that out. That's certainly one way to do that. And it's the way a lot of different radios work still. Some more modern radios, the latest ones that are coming out, actually have USB connections right on the radio itself. Now, if your radio has a USB connection, you may be able to simply connect a USB cable between your computer and your radio, and you get your transmit, your receive, and you get the control functionality. However, you saw our little demo that we did last week where we ran a mock net, where we had net control calling for traffic, and then sending their digital traffic out. Now, some radios that have USB ports on them, you have to change some other settings inside of the radio. And so it ends up not being an optimal way to be able to operate all the time. But again, this varies from radio to radio. Now, not all radios these days have a USB port on the radio that can be used in this way. A lot of radios have some kind of a data port. Now, this is usually some kind of a serial connection that combines multiple of these ports all together into one jack on the back of your radio. And thus you need some kind of an interface that's sitting in between that digital, or that data port, and the USB port on your computer. And one way to handle this is with an external USB sound card. And that's one of the ways that we're going to look at today. That's the primary way that we've found operates the most effective with an MCOM situation. So let's take a little bit of a closer look at the external USB sound card. And the one that we tend to use the most here is the Signal Link, and this is by Tigertronics. And the Signal Link, there's several others that are out there, but we found the Signal Link to be the most reliable for the type of emergency communications work that we do in both Los Angeles and in Ventura counties with a wide range of radios. So what's different about having this external Signal Link? Well, first of all, there are some dials that are out on the front. Now, these are a lot easier to be able to get to and set. These would be your transmit volume, your receive volume, and a delay. They're actual dials that are right on the front of the unit that you're able to see and access without having to go into another set of software, find some slider and drag the slider around to get it set. It's much easier on the fly to be able to make a couple of changes as you need. If you take the unit and you flip it around to the back, there are a variety of ports on the back of a Signal Link, but the one that's there's only two that are really of most interest to us right now. And the first is this radio port. Now, on the back side of the Signal Link, this looks like your standard Ethernet jack that you would use for a network connection. However, what you connect to that jack is not an Ethernet cable, but it's a custom cable that you either purchase or you build yourself that'll connect from a Signal Link to your specific radio, whatever that data port happens to be on the back of your radio, or whatever types of connections that you need to make to your specific radio. You need one of those specific cables. That allows the hardware of the Signal Link to be independent of the radio that you're going to use it for. The other port that's of interest on the back is the standard USB port. And this is a standard USB type A port. It's not a super high speed one, so you don't have to worry about, do I have USB-C or USB 3 or whichever different standard. It's one of the older standards that supports the speed of the data transmission just fine. And it carries all your transmit data, all your receive data, as well as some communications data, because the Signal Link is able to key up your radio when data is coming down. And that is a really big deal. It makes the entire process of sending and receiving WinLink email a whole lot more efficient. In a few minutes, Dave, W0DHG, is going to give you a sneak peek inside of a signal link. He's going to open it up, show you what the inside looks like, and you'll find inside there is a special chip that's set up for jumpers in there. And what you do is you set these jumpers for your specific radio. That way, one piece of hardware will work on any other set of data. If you've gone on to the WaveTalkers site, we just uploaded a new video created by KK60A that also walks through this. But you're going to get a live demo of how to set up these jumpers and what they look like in just a few minutes. Okay, so that's the external hardwired connections. You go from your radio through some type of USB sound card device. We're focusing in on the Signal Link. There are others out there, but that's the one we're going to focus on. Now let's talk about what happens with that signal once it gets inside of your computer. And the first thing is it's connected to your USB port. So that comes with some really interesting properties. First of all, the USB port, the Signal Link device is automatically recognized by your Windows computer, and it automatically grabs the drivers for that Signal Link device. So you don't have to do any special driver install or anything like that. It just sees it, it recognizes it, and it shows up inside of your sound control panel as a USB audio codec. I'll show you in a little while how you can change the name of that USB audio codec to make it a little easier to identify. But we'll talk about that later on. The next connection inside of your PC is going to be from your virtual TNC or terminal node controller, and we like the one by UZ7HO. It's called Sound Modem. We're going to do a demo of that in just a little while, and Dan NR6V is going to talk to you in just a few minutes about what a TNC actually is. But your virtual TNC is going to talk to your Windows sound control panel. It's going to talk to that USB audio codec and out the signal chain out. So that leaves the final link, of course, which would be WinLink. So you'll need to configure WinLink so that WinLink is talking to your virtual TNC sound modem, which then connects through your sound control panel all the way down to your Signal Link and your physical connections out to your radio. And that's how the full signal path is getting from WinLink all the way out over the air. And so the first question that every tech support person ever asks is it plugged in? Now you know all of the points along the signal path that you may need to check and see if a connection is plugged in. And we're going to look at how to identify some of those as we go along. With that, what I'd like to do next is I'd like to turn this over to Dan, NR6V. I'm going to bring him up to stage if he could join me up here. There he is. And Dan, can you talk to us a little bit about what a TNC is?
I sure can. Let me get my slides up here. Okay. I thought I had this all ready to go and be nice and slick, but no. Okay. I assume you can't see my screen.
Yeah, we can see it, Dan. You're all set.
You can see the interface?
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. Okay. So as Chris said, you've got your computer and you've got your radio, but you've got to have a way of connecting the two. And the old way, which still works, is called a device called a terminal node controller. It's a piece of hardware that serves basically three functions. First of all, it's got to convert your data to binary, zeros and ones, and package them into little packets that are sent over the air. It adds control data to those to the data that you have that tells what the beginning and end of each packet is. And then it adds what's called a checksum, which allows the receiving radio to confirm that it received the data properly. And if it didn't, it asks for a resend of that data. Of course, the process is reversed on the receive side of the radio. It unconverts everything and puts it into a form that WinLink can understand. This is second function is that it converts those packets that we've created into a series of high and low tones. Very simple. If the tones change, that becomes one character. If the two tones are the same, it becomes a different character. Very simple. And then also the terminal node controller has a chipset that carries the AX25 rules. And those are the rules that determine how data is processed. And it may also have extra features like email servers and things like that that don't really apply to us. But that makes terminal node controllers fairly expensive. The most recent versions use what's called the KISS protocol. Yes, keep it simple, stupid. And that has led to some less expensive TNCs that work just fine for WinLink, but there still are a lot of limitations. It just really made it less expensive. The AX25 protocol is somewhat limiting. It was last updated in 1998. And because of that, it has not taken advantage of a lot of technology that's happened in the interim. Mostly, it's relatively slow. TNCs can be very expensive, although, like I say, some of the KISS protocol ones now are $150 or less. The alternative, and this became possible as we got computers that were faster and faster, the alternative is to let the computer do most of the heavy lifting. There are various software programs out there. We talked about Sound Modem for Packet, and then we'll talk later on about VARA for FM and HF, which is one of those newer technologies that a TNC can't handle. That are VARA FM, for example, is 10 times faster than regular packet. So the software handles most of that heavy lifting. It converts the data to binary digits. It creates the packets with the starting and end point and the data, and it handles all the protocol rules. So all that's left after the software does its job is to create the tones, and that's where the sound card comes into play. It does that very well, and we use an external sound card so not to overload the internal sound card in your computer, and also to give us more control over how it works. So the sound card converts those packets to the sounds, again, different tones. In the case of packet, high and low tones. In the case of VARA, much more complex series of tones. And it provides the interface between the computer and the radio. The big advantage of doing this with software is that it's not limited by the AX25 protocol anymore. So faster formats like VARA can be used. The other big advantage is it's much less expensive. As a matter of fact, most of this software is either free or very low cost, much less expensive than a TNC, with a lot of advantages. So what we recommend, as Chris said, is the Signal Link USB. There are a few reasons why we do that. First of all, it supports virtually every radio out there. It's basically plug and play. There are 16 custom cables available, including one with only one end on it, and it allows you to create a custom cable if you have an unusual radio that they don't support. But they support the vast majority of the popular radios out there.
Also, they have 19 jumper modules available. These are those jumpers that Chris talked about and Dave will demonstrate that customize the signal link for your radio and cable. And they've taken some of the legwork out of it by creating a custom module that just plugs in. Now, we generally don't recommend these modules for a few reasons, and I think David will tell you about that, but they are available for those that might be afraid of doing jumper wires manually. And then lastly, the reason we like the Signal Link is because it has front panel level adjustments. As Chris said, you can go into your computer and adjust your sound levels, which is not hard to do, but it does require several steps to get there. These are right there on the front panel, so you can adjust them on the fly should you find that your signal to noise ratio, for example, is poor. So Signal Link USB, there are some other options out there, which we may talk about as we go, but for flexibility, we really like the Signal Link. And that's what I have. Let's see, back to David A, I guess. Or are we going to go right to Dave?
I think we're going to go right to Dave, if that's okay, to W0DHG.
All right. Well, then I will take it on. And Chris, if you could spotlight my desk. We're going to get right into the Signal Link, where we'll talk a little bit about the hardware, what you need to do, and then we'll talk about what we're going to do a little later on to help you figure out what that is specifically. Let me see if I can pin this or spotlight it for everyone.
You should be spotlit for everyone already.
Okay, super. So Signal Link, USB, see two different models here. And the reason I'm showing you two of them is because, well, partly they multiply like rabbits. I have 5 or 6 or 7 of them at the house here. There are two different types that you can get if you've had this for a while. One of them, the older one, has these red transformers, and they still work, but they'll only do 1200 for the most part, not 9600. I also want to show you here the jumper block, and we talked about this. You have two options for wiring these units up. One of the options is you can just get the Signal Link itself and go ahead and put the wires in. You'll get a handy dandy instruction sheet if you buy the proper kit for your specific radio, and it'll show you exactly where to wire those jumpers. And as you can see on this one, I've done that this way. Now, if you're not feeling so handy and those are a little small and the wires are going to worry you, you can add to your purchase for about $9 one of these little jumper blocks. And it's basically all pre-wired out with pins, and you just take it and insert it into your Signal Link to make those connections. Now, as Chris talked about before, you've got the front panel, and the back panel. And USB, obviously, this is going to go to your computer. They actually include in the box a USB cable and the radio cable. And again, will help you figure out which custom or which specific cable that you need to do purchase for your, hold on a second, see if I can get it to focus. You can purchase for your specific radio, or you can make up your own. I've made up several of my own. There's a couple of other plugs here. These are 1/8 inch phono. They're all mono, and you can add a speaker, an auxiliary, or a monitor. Now, for most of the radios out there that have a data port on the back, you don't need any of these 3/8 inch phono jacks. But for some of the radios, you can see in the background here, if I tilt up a little bit, I've got 2 of the radios that I use with my Signal Links. This is a FT100D. This has got the data port in the back. All I need is the one cable that I purchased. It has a PS2 type connector on it, mini DIN, 6 pins. Many radios out there that have the data port, the Yaesus, the Kenwoods, a couple of the ICOMs, will all use the same configuration. The cable's the same. If you buy the jumper's the same. If you wire it manually, the wiring's the same. The other end of this cable is your venerable RJ45 connection, and that would plug into the back. And again, they include the USB cable. That's all I need for this specific radio. Now, for this other radio that you can see here, this is an older, it's a Yaesu FT90. I have this in this little portable kit. I can carry this anywhere and plug it in 12 volts and WinLink FM to a local gateway. This is a little bit different. This one you plug in through the microphone jack. Because you plug it in through the microphone jack, you also have to connect the speaker wire to the back of your radio out of the speaker port, because the microphone on this specific radio doesn't have a speaker in it. So you're not able to talk both ways. As Chris talked about earlier in the presentation, you're basically plugging into both the microphone and the speaker of the radio itself. So they take care of that by providing you with an 1/8" phono cable, and every signal link you buy will include that specific cable. So you don't need to go out and buy anything additional. This is basically all you need, and this is really what we recommend and support for a first-time WinLink user that wants to get connected for RF. It is kind of the easiest, simple way to do it. I know there are 5 or 6 other audio interfaces that you could use. Rig Blaster makes one. I've purchased this recently, this DigiRig, and I'm playing around with it. And there are a number of other connections you can do, as well as some radios that have built-in TNCs, some of the Kenwoods, some of the ICOMs that you don't even need an interface. But what we'll tell you is those radios, it's difficult. You need to make a bunch of menu changes and selections. And when you do that for some of these, you lose the ability to go ahead and grab your microphone and push to talk and talk at the same time without going into some of the menu interface items and make changes. So if you connect it this way and you're going through your data port in the back, you don't need to make any changes. You can talk, and then you can transmit through the signal link, and then you can talk without doing anything. Radios that have this microphone jack selection, obviously you'd have to pull out your microphone, plug it in, and then talk, and then change it over. This radio that I have that has just the microphone connection, it's entirely dedicated to WinLink. My gateway is set up the same way. I'm using an FT 2900. It plugs in through the microphone port, and I don't ever plan to or ever use that radio for anything other than supporting the WinLink traffic. We're going to help you by sending out with this week's wrap-up information later today or maybe tomorrow, a survey form that you can tell us what kind of radio that you might have that you want to connect. And we're going to help by pointing you to information about which specific signal link SKU part number that you need to get, because they do offer a bunch of different part numbers, and it's all based on the specific cable that it's going to go in the box. If you order what they call the kit, it's going to come with the signal link. It's going to come with this little teeny bag of jumpers that you can put in on your own. It's going to come with the diagram for your specific radio, and it's going to come with the set of wires or the set of cables that you need, USB, the data cable, and if you need the 1/8" phono, that will go into the back of your radio and connect to the signal link itself. So you're up and running and ready to go. And I think with that, I'm supposed to hand it over to
Dave, we have a question in the chat that's come in. Kilo Juliet 7 Papa X-ray Milt in Idaho has asked, were I to buy a used signal link, how would I distinguish between the older 1200 baud and the newer 9600 baud?
That's a really great question. And as you're walking through the next Hamfest, you get to go in person and you see a signal link sitting on the counter there. It's really difficult to be able to tell when it's all boxed up and closed. Which one it is. The only way that you can tell is to open it up. And if you open it up and you see it has these red transformers on it. This is the older model. It's I think it's been 4 years since they discontinued these, and longer. Now, again, there is nothing wrong with this signal link at all. This works great for 1200 packet or VARA FM, not a problem at all. It'll totally work. The newer ones, when you open them up and look at those transformers in that same spot, they've got these two little black transformers. So again, I'll hold them up side by side and you can see the red old ones that you're used to seeing, the wound ones, versus the those black units. Now, again, either will work for 1200. I've seen some information out there where you can actually get these to work on 9600. I'll just tell you honestly, some of the work that we've been doing, and we've been working on WinLink for kind of all of COVID and going back a little bit more. The Aries group in the northwest here of LA County, they're really the pioneers on it, and I'm lucky to be able to work with them on a regular basis. They've done a lot of testing, and a lot of the testing that they've done shows that yes, 9600 is a little bit faster, but on the other hand, 1200 baud, you get a larger footprint, you get more distance, and you get a much more reliable connection every time. So we'd mostly tell you get any signal link you can, and just plan to, for now, start off with 1200. 1200 baud is perfectly fine for the stuff that, as we talked about last week, you're only sending small text-based or very small decreased size pictures. You don't need a lot of data for this, and so either one would work for you and be sufficient. I hope that helps.
He says, thank you. That does help. I had a couple of other questions. Just looking at your signal links there, I noted you just talked about those red transformers that are there. Is that why you colored the word USB in red on the front of your signal link?
Yeah, so at my house, again, as I said, I have a lot of signal links. The ones that are red, I do color them just so I know. Some of the black ones, this is actually kind of a new one that I got, and I haven't done this one yet. Usually the black ones, I color the black ones black, so I know which one is which. I'm kind of a Yaesu guy, so all of mine are set up for the Yaesu jumpers, so I can pretty much plug anyone in. Again, I've got this FT 100D. Any of the Yaesu mobile radios that have the data port in the back, they'll use the exact same cable, exact same jumper, exact same configuration. In fact, if you have a Kenwood that has a data port in the back, exact same cable, exact same jumpers. I just label them that way so I know I can expect it's going to be set up for this, or it's going to be set up for that. In addition to that, a lot of times I'm also going to go in there and put some information on a little label here so that I know this one is, it's my call sign. I know this one's set up to go RJ12 through the microphone jack. It's got the red transformers. I'm only going to be able to do 1200 baud. Now, the reality is this radio, the FT90, it'll support 9600. But I know, again, reliably, I'm just going to roll it back to 1200. I don't even set the radio for 9600. Some of the newer Yaesu radios that I have black transformer dedicated signal links set up for, I do set the radios for 9600. And there are a couple of the gateways in my area that are set up for that, and I can successfully connect. I don't see a huge improvement in the speed of the data transferred, but depending on where I am, I might have to try more than once, and sometimes I'll just roll back to 1200 because if I have a message and needs to get through, I want to get it through quickly and efficiently.
Thanks. I noticed that you've got yours taken apart, and with the signal link, you get one of the Allen key wrenches with that, correct?
Yes, you do. You get a handy dandy Allen wrench, and usually what I do, I have a little bag. It comes with the set, and I keep the Allen wrench. I keep extra jumpers. I keep the jumper configuration page, and I have a couple of these little boxes that come with the pre-made jumpers. I keep those all with the radio as I travel around. So just in case something happens to my radio, but we need to get a WinLink message through and I have access to somebody else's radio, I could pull it apart. I could re-jumper it in the field, connect it back up, and be up and running.
I saw a post online somewhere. I don't recall who did it, but I've made the mod to mine. I take the Allen key and I tape it to the bottom of the box, to the bottom of the signal link itself, so you can access it from the outside. And then made a little pouch out of tape on the inside top of the box to be able to slide the paper and the extra jumpers inside of the box. So everything is all self-contained with the signal link itself. So as Dave just mentioned, if we do need to go and make a change in the field, we could do so. Thank you.
Hey, Chris, is everything going to be archived on wavetalkers.com?
Everything is archived on wavetalkers.com. This is live, both being presented live on WaveTalkers, as well as the recordings are available there. If you go to the resources page on WaveTalkers, there's a digital section and there's a page for WinLink specifically. And that's where all of these are located. Actually, let me go ahead and I'll just go ahead and go to that page real quick. Let me do that. Just let's see. Do I have the right keyboard selected? I do. We'll go to wavetalkers.com. So if I scroll down, we'll see that we are live streaming. It's me in the background just a little bit. But right up here at the top, if you go to resources, and on the resources page, we're still building these out, but here's the WinLink page. And there's class 1. We'll be adding class 2 directly to here afterwards. And for those of you who haven't found it, if you wanted to come in and say you wanted to learn about the signal link that we just showed you, you can click on here and it'll bring up some shorter videos that have been recorded by David KK60A. And each of these, you just click it and it just toggles that link right there and it brings it up. And that brings us actually to sound modem. So let me go back over to here. Thank you, Dave. One of the things that Dan, NR6V, was talking about was terminal node controllers. I'll move myself down here out of the way. And the terminal node controller that we've adopted with using WinLink and the signal link specifically, but this works with a lot of them, is a virtual TNC called Sound Modem, and it's built by a ham UZ7HO. And so if you go to the website, it's uz7.ho.ua, and then there's a link for packet radio right in this menu bar, and it'll take you right over to here. This is where you can get a copy of your you know what, let me make sure I'm pinned to the screen so that I can just make sure that everybody is seeing me. Spotlight for everybody. Yes, and we will.
Yeah, you're spotlighted.
There you go. Okay, good, thanks. So here's UZ7HO's page for Sound Modem. And if you scroll down in the page, you'll see there's a whole bunch of links down here. And the one that you're looking for is Sound Modem. The current version is 113.zip. Just go ahead and download that zip file. It'll initially go into your downloads folder, then go into your C drive, make a new folder right at the root of your C drive, copy that zip file in and expand it out, and that will basically do the installation for you. I've got a link here on my desktop for Sound Modem, and I'll go ahead and open that up so you can see what it looks like. And right now, I have my radio off. I've got a Kenwood D710G. I'm going to turn that on in just a second. But I wanted to step through what some of the settings are here inside of Sound Modem so that you can see what they look like. So up here at the top, you can see it's using the AFSK AX.25, which is the default. You don't need to change anything for that to be set up. If you're familiar with the old modem transfer formats, that was X.25, and the A in the front is just for amateur. And so this is what's changing the data that's coming from WinLink or from other applications, and it's converting it into sound that can be transmitted over the air, and then vice versa on the way back in. And you'll see it transcoding some of that data here in just a second. So what you'll want to do after you get sound modem installed is you'll want to come up here to the settings, and you're going to want to come down to devices. And inside of devices, this is where your device settings are. And mine's all set up. So if you want to screenshot this or go in and copy these down, you'll want to make sure that you set your output device and your input device. This is after you've already taken your signal link and you've plugged it in via USB, you've powered it on. Windows should automatically see the device, it should register it and do its driver install thing, and it'll show up and it'll call itself USB audio codec. That's what it shows up by default. Now, personally, I don't like that because I have several devices that are called USB audio codec, and I get confused sometimes. So I'm going to show you in a few minutes how to change that name so that it cleans things up just a little bit.
Hey Chris,
Yeah.
Can we pause for a second?
Absolutely.
There were two things. One is, don't worry about getting a screenshot of this because we're going to send you a PDF that has all the settings. But KJ7PPX asked a question about, well, sound modem, is this going to be used in place of the TNC or the signal link? And so maybe take a moment and stop and talk about the sound modem being the USB, the interface, the audio interface between the PC and the radio, whereas the software is really truly the TNC.
Yeah, exactly. So let me see if I can get back to my diagram that I had up just a few minutes ago, because that may.
Then the answer is you really kind of need both, and there's some other options besides this sound modem software that we're going to talk about a little bit later on, but this one's free. It works really well, and it's a great diagnostic tool.
So when I was talking a little while ago, when I had this diagram up, some radios, I have a Kenwood D710G, and that has a built-in TNC in it. And so I used to have just a regular, just a custom cable from that. It went from the Kenwood straight to the computer. It connected via USB, and I would configure WinLink to talk directly to the radio. I just used the built-in TNC inside of the radio. That worked for me for 2, maybe 3 years just fine. The radio would handle all of the traffic without issue. Where I finally changed over and went to the signal link was when I started using VARA, which we're going to introduce in an upcoming class. And I found out that I needed to have that sound modem to do, I needed to have a sound card to do the translation for VARA specifically. So if you do have a radio that has a built-in TNC, yes, you can get that connection and go straight from the radio straight into the straight from the computer into the TNC. However, what sound modem is playing the role of here is it's playing the role of the TNC, and it's a virtual TNC. It's running a software inside of the computer. You don't have to have a separate hardware box. Dan was talking about some of the older hardware boxes that you used to have that would be an actual TNC. So sound modem is acting as your terminal node controller. The signal link is just acting as a USB sound card. That's all it's acting as, but it's been optimized for amateur radio. So that gets us a couple of things. First of all, as Dave W0DHG was saying, he's got several radios, all of which have signal links attached to them. So he can technically connect multiple of the signal links into one computer, have them all identified within software, and send different types of traffic to different types of radio, each going through their own signal link as it's going out. So that's where that role is. The signal link is the sound card sound modem is your virtual TNC. And we're using this virtual TNC because it's acting as like a universal translator for us. So we can talk to different amounts of software inside. And I'm going to show you that in just a second. So I hope that that helps clear things up there for you. Let me jump back over to the PC here and grab the right mouse. So you've got your output and your input device. This is going from your virtual TNC and it's talking to your signal link. And again, your signal link initially shows up and it calls itself USB audio codec. There are all of these settings. As Dave mentioned, we are going to send out a PDF. We'll post it up on WaveTalkers so that you've got access to it. One thing to note down here are the ports that you've got, the server ports that are here. The AGWPE server port is 8000 and the KISS server port is 8100. And you want to make sure that you enable that 8100 port because you'll need to make sure that that's the right port inside of WinLink. So WinLink, you're basically using internal networking to route your traffic around inside that whole is it connected thing. So we're going to look at that in just a second. So there's your settings there. I'm going to hit OK. The other page of settings, if we come back up here to settings in sound modem, is to go down to the modems setting. And inside of the modem settings, the only one that you're really concerned with is this left-hand side. And again, we'll have a detailed PDF that walks through what all of these settings are. But if you're itching to get started with that, you can go ahead and screenshot this and just replicate these settings. And that would get you up and running with a signal link straight out. So I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And you don't see anything happening right now. But what I'm going to do, one of the things that we wanted to make sure we talked about today is how do you know that something is connected? And a great way to do that is to plug your radio in, turn your radio on, and then tune your radio. Oops, come on, radio. There we go. Beep, beep. Perfect. Tune your radio to the national APRS frequency of 144.390. If somebody could put a note in the chat for that, 144.390. And all I did was turn my radio on. The signal link is actually set up. Sound modem is set up. And you can see already up here at the top, no hands, this is data that's being picked up as APRS data. So I can see that data. It's coming in. It's flowing directly into my sound modem. Now, how is this helpful? How is this, first of all, now we can see, hey, we've got our signal path going. We've got our data coming in through here. A great way to be able to kind of visualize what does this APRS data look like. I'll take a little tiny sidebar. We're going to put a video up on WaveTalkers that talks about how to set this up. But here's Pinpoint APRS. This is an APRS mapping application, and yay, congratulations, my version of Pinpoint is current. This is where I'm located in Southern California, and if I come up here to the tools and I say connect my TNC, Pinpoint is talking to sound modem as my TNC. So I'll go ahead and plug that pin in. And we can still see sound modem is receiving data. Hopefully it'll just continue to receive data. I'll leave this set up here for just a minute. And if the demo gods are with me, we should start seeing some APRS pins that should start showing up here. There's one right here, out here in Bakersfield. And notice they just live map that data automatically inside of here. So that's a great way to know that your TNC is set up and it is working because you can just see that data already coming in here on that. Now, that is, I'll go ahead and leave this running for a while so we can see some other data that's starting to come in. There's somebody else coming in here that's N6DGM. And you can even, with this tool, it's really nice because you can go ahead and map your position and you can check to see that you're actually able to transmit out as well. But this is a class not about APRS. This is a class about WinLink. And so with that, I would like to turn this over to David, KK60A, to do a little demo of actually transmitting with WinLink using radio and sound modem and this entire workflow. So let me bring David up here to stage. Let me add him to the spotlight.
Hey, while you're doing that, Chris, let me just point out that the important part about doing this on the APRS frequency and showing your sound modem is knowing that the TNC is properly listening to and interpreting those packets, because you wouldn't see those packets show up if it didn't properly listen. Over to you, David.
Chris, thank you. David, thank you. So you're seeing my screen now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, very good. Well, we left you off with this screen and WinLink Express last week using Telnet. So now we want to demonstrate what it looks like over the air. Let me move everybody over there. And so instead of, I've got to bring up sound modem also. There's sound modem. I'm just going to minimize it. I know it's there. But instead of Telnet WinLink, we're going to direct it to Packet WinLink. I'm going to be using an FT991A. It is at 50 watts, but I really only need 5 to hit the gateway 6 miles away that I'm going to hit. W0DHG NR6V W6AH. Please send pizza now. Getting hungry at this QTH. Okay, enough frivolity. So to my right, I have a signal link that's hooked up to this computer. I'm going to post this to the outbox. We have a little monitoring radio nearby. So let's open a session. It tells me everything is talking to each other. This is the name of the gateway I'm going to hit. Let's see if it works. And my call for pizza has been delivered. You saw the little green line that went from left to right. That's the message actually passing. If I were receiving a message via RF, it moves.
And I have your message.
I have it here as well.
And you want to send me a quick reply and I'll show how the reply looks?
Yeah,
Remember,
hold one.
Okay. Remember also that every message is given a unique identifier. My pizza message is this 9YX designation. It gives us some other information about speed and time, but that's a basic packet transmission right there. Let's see if there's a reply.
Can you bring up your sound modem so we can see that coming in also?
Where is it? So you can see the information actually being transmitted as packet information. Did it complete there, or there we go? There we go.
You might resync one more time.
Yeah.
And let's see what we've got. Yeah, I think we'll do it again.
Questions coming in the chat. Judy is asking, why did you use Packet WinLink out of that whole list of all of those different options?
Because we're demonstrating Packet today. In another, a little more advanced session, we'll show you VARA. but this is WinLink Packet, which is a basic form of communication. Here we go. Send pizza now.
She's also asking, how did you get the blue and yellow monitor? I think that's the color checkbox inside of your sound modem settings.
Yeah, you can make it go black and white. I just like the color. Sometimes black and white is a little faster.
It's a little less memory intensive on some older computers. So Judy asked in the chat, is Telnet the same? So Telnet does the same action, but it does it over the internet. And part of the reason why we're doing the packet WinLink is we're showing you an RF way to do it. If David was at home and he had no internet at all, and the internet was down, but he could reach another gateway that had internet, he'd send it over RF to get his message out. You know, when they say when all else fails, amateur radio.
And I did my reply via mesh network, which is still another way to do it.
I'm going to stop this simply because this must be somebody else's message, which is considerably longer, and I don't want to take up class time. So let me see if I can stop it. I can't. So we're just going to let it grind away. And Chris, I'm going to send it back to you.
Right. Sounds good. Let me pin myself back up here, and I will add the spotlight. Let's unpin David. Remove spotlight from you, and you stop sharing your screen. Okay, so inside, I've got my screen back up here. Inside of your sound modem, to show exactly where that color setting is, you go into settings and you bring up the which one is this? This is the go into settings. You bring up the devices setting. There's a checkbox right here for color waterfall. And that is by checking that, that's where the colors were coming from down here in the bottom. Okay, so one of the things that I did mention earlier was this whole sound card output device, input device. It's called USB codec. So let me show you how to change that around a little bit to make it a little more friendly on your own system. So no, this is a customization that you can do on your own computer. So the way you do it is you come down here to your Windows menu and you want to go to your settings. And then let's go here to sound control panel. We'll go to the sound settings. So we'll show you the kind of the easy way, one way to get into here. Go to sound, scroll down. If you've got your screen wider, it may show up over on the right-hand side. What you're looking for is the link to your sound control panel. You go into there. And here in your sound control panel, there's a list of all the different sound devices that you have on your system. And if I scroll down here towards the bottom, here you'll find one that's called, and this is in the playback tab, USB audio codec. This is the my signal link. And if I go over here to recording, I have my microphone ports. And if I look down at the very bottom of that one, you'll also see USB audio codec. That is my signaling. So let's start on the playback side. I'll go ahead and click on one time to select it, that USB audio codec. This is in the sound control panel playback tab. And if I click on properties, it brings up the properties. And right here at the top, it has the name of what that device is. Now, Windows will allow you to change that. So what I like to do is I change mine to say SignaLink. That way it's a lot easier to identify.
And you change the icon too, because it's going to show up as a different icon out of default.
The default icon, I forget which one it was originally.
It's either a speaker or a microphone, depending on whether you're listening to looking at the input or the output.
Yeah, so and then I went in here and I changed the icon. I made it this little box because the SignaLink is kind of a little box. So I kind of used that. So say okay, and then hit apply. And that's going to be my output. I'll hit okay. Closes that window. Now I'm going to go over here to the recording tab. I'll come down to the bottom where my USB audio codec is, select it, go into properties. And once again, I'm going to rename that as SignaLink. And I would change the icon. You can click on that and change it over to the default one, from the default one to there. I'll click apply and okay. And and hit OK again inside of here. Close all of these wonderful, helpful windows. Now I'm going to come down and I'll go back into my sound modem. And if the demo gods are with me, now when I go up to settings and I go to devices, magically my output and my input device are automatically renamed to be signaling. Now this really helps as you start setting up other tools, and you'll see that later on when we go into using Vara, because it will be very easy for you to identify which one your signal link is. So take note that you've made this change if you make it. Otherwise, know that you're looking for something called USB audio codec. Now, I did mention that KISS server port of 8100. Let me show you where that comes into play here. I'm going to hit cancel, and I've got my sound modem running already. I've got my WinLink running. I'm just going to minimize sound modem out of the way. I'm going to come back over here to WinLink. I'm going to close my telnet, and I'm going to hit the drop down here for open session, and I'm going to go over to Packet WinLink. And then I'm going to open that session. Inside of your Packet WinLink sessions, you're going to come up here to the settings option. You're going to click on settings, and this is where you need to make sure that you have everything set up for your particular radio. And one of the things, because you're using this Packet sound modem, you're actually using, you're going to browse and you're going to find the sound modem application on your computer. You want to make sure your TCP port is set to 127.0.0.1. That means my own local computer. That means home. That's your home address. It doesn't necessarily mean the IP address of your computer. That's how computer networks can refer to themselves, the local computer. But you want to make sure that the TCP port is set to 8100, because that is what sound modem is listening for. I think on WinLink this might come up by default if I remember correctly, but I know on Vara it changes, the default port is slightly different, and so it's just something to go here and check. I've got mine set up for 1200 baud right now. Everything looks good otherwise. Again, we'll have a PDF file that'll be posted up on WaveTalkers that you can go in and click all the buttons to make sure everything is set correctly. There we are. If you do come in here and you go to use your Packet WinLink, one of the things that you want to do is you want to select your channel that you're going to be transmitting on. And you do that by going up here to channel selection and click this. You may not see anything initially on here. And at the top, there's two options here. There's one to update table via internet. And I strongly suggest that you do that update via internet because otherwise you would need to know of a station to do it via radio, but it is possible. But you want to click the update via internet button. And what this is going to do is it's going to look at what you set as your local grid square inside of WinLink. And it's going to poll all of the WinLink servers, and it's going to figure out who are the likely connections that you have near you in order to make a connection. And it lists out what the call sign is, what frequency you need to set your radio to, and you need to do this manually. So this would be on the 220 band. Let's see, maybe I would want to try and connect to W60EU-10. So I would set my radio to 145.050. This is saying the baud rate, the grid square that they're located in, what the group is. If you remember back last week, when you were initially setting up, David suggested that you fill in two fields into the group, one of which is public in all caps and the other which is MCOM. And what that does is it polls and it finds servers that are talking for those groups. So this is a public one. I can see the distance is roughly about 12 miles from me, a bearing. So if I was using a Yagi or something, a directional antenna, I'd be able to point that over to them. Now, let's say I wanted to use this one here. All you got to do is double click it and it loads all of that data into here for you. When you first start using WinLink, you will probably find that the first one that you try to connect to may or may not work. So what you want to do is go through, set it up, click the start button and try and make a connection. It might work. If it works, great. What you probably want to do then is to tag this as a favorite. I am not seeing the favorite option in here though. where is the direct connection? That's going to direct connect over to it. You want to make a list of those servers that you can connect to, so that when you go back to do this at a later time, if the internet's not available, you know who you're able to get to, who you need to set that to. But there you go. That is kind of a quick run through is how to get all of that stuff, all of that up and running. Next up, I believe we were going to have Dan and our 6V. I think we were going to have you go through setting a couple of forums, or Dave, did we have something else? Oh my God, what's going on, Dave?
Oh, earthquake! Oh no, earthquake!
Oh, wow. So
That was scary.
that was scary. You okay?
Yeah, I think we're okay.
That was a simulated earthquake, right?
Yeah, so simulation, all simulated.
All
A little
simulated.
aftershock.
Got it.
Okay, I think we're fine.
Okay. I'm back online. There we go. Everything's back. So since we had a simulated earthquake, now would be a great time to send in a "Did you feel it?" report to the U.S. Geological Survey. And Dan is going to actually walk us through how to do that. So let me pin Dan up to screen. I will spotlight for everybody. There you go.
Are you seeing my WinLink screen?
We are
Yep.
your win.
You look good.
Outstanding. Okay. Now I'm doing this by a remote server, so it may be a little slow, but okay, to create any kind of a new message, you go to Message, New Message, and then if you're going to use a form, you click Select Template. Most of the forms, the standard forms, are in the standard forms folder. I can expand that. The "Did you feel it?" report is in USGS, and it's called dyfi.txt. Okay, and that opens up in a viewer so that you can fill this form in. Now, let me give you a little bit of history on this. USGS has been working with Aries Northeast on this project for quite a while. And many of us were beta testers on it. And the reality is it worked so well that it went live much earlier than expected. The reason behind this is kind of interesting. We all are familiar with earthquakes and the Richter scale. The Richter scale only tells the energy that was released by the quake. It does not tell what the damage is, and the damage is going to vary depending on distance and the makeup of the earth, types of buildings, and all of that. So the USGS is very interested in field reports of what people experienced, particularly in an area they call a donut hole. And that's a ring around the epicenter of the quake where they typically don't get reports from because people are either limited in their ability to communicate or they're so busy with the quake that they can't do the report. So they're very interested in that data, and lack of feeling it is as important as feeling it because they want to know exactly how it was experienced in lots of different areas. They do this because they distribute that information to people like the State Highways Department, who would need to know, where do we start checking overpasses for damage? Medical needs to know where we need to staff up our medical facilities. So that's the history behind this report. It's been online for years, but now because we're doing it by amateur radio, a couple of things have changed. First of all, they're able to get it in a wider range of conditions because it's not dependent on the internet. The other thing is they trust amateur radio operators to give them good reports. And because of that, these reports that are done through the "Did you feel it?" WinLink form automatically go into the database where the others are vetted first. So it's important that you are accurate with this. But it's even more important that you do a report. So if you look at this form, you'll see that it defaults to exercise, but you can click on it and say real event. You have an optional exercise ID here. This would be either for your exercise information, or if it's a real quake, there is a incident number that the USGS submits, and you can put that in there. Next, you put in, did you feel it? You have to do that. That's a required field. Date and time. You click on the date, you'll notice it comes up and defaults to today's date. You can change that if you like. Time, same thing. You can change it. Most likely the current time isn't going to be the time of the quake. So you're going to want to change that to the time that the quake actually occurred, as close as you can. Street address, you can, in my case, it's already there because I filled in several of these. Your latitude and longitude, again, mine are there from prior incidents. If you have a GPS dongle, about a $15 item connected to your computer, that will automatically fill in the GPS location for you. The rest of the form is just questions that are designed to try to suss out how the earthquake affected you. And, you know, where were you? I was inside a building. Were you asleep? No. Did others nearby feel it? You may not know, although if it's really strong, you're going to assume they did. So let's say most felt it. How would you describe the shaking? Mild. How did you react? Very little reaction. Knew David was faking it. How did you respond? I took no action, but you could do all kinds of things. There's even another field to put in. I got on the radio and sent my DYFI report. Was it difficult to stand or walk? No, we could walk okay. Swinging doors or free objects. Yes, some of them swayed slightly. Creaking noises. Yes, there were slight noises. Did objects fall off the shelf? No, nothing fell off the shelf. Do pictures on the walls knock or get askewed? Yes, some, but they didn't fall off. Did furniture, appliances slide, topple, or become displaced? No. Those of us that were around for the Northridge quake, that did. I saw one picture where the microwave oven went totally across the kitchen and made a dent in the wall. And what was scariest is it was almost at the same height that the countertop it was sitting on was on. Talk about acceleration. Here's the heavy appliance like a refrigerator. No, that wasn't moved. Let's just go through here and fill these in real quick. Any damage to the building, hairline cracks in the walls. Now, your additional comments, we ask when you do that you note that it was done by amateur radio. So completed via amateur radio, operator NR6V, and I usually put in how I did it, var FM. Okay, now I'm going to go up here and purposely uncheck a required field. Let's see here. Did you feel it? Let's see, what can I take out? Let's take out the time. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Okay, so invalid time, it tells you that there, but if we go down, okay. If we go down and try to submit this form, it's gonna, well, it actually took it. I guess that isn't a required field. But if you don't fill in a required field, it will tell you that that's a required field and take you right back to it. This screen here is just an informational screen as to how they would classify it based on your information. You click continue. And now if we go back to my WinLink message screen, let's see here. You'll notice that all my data that it takes to complete that form is here in text form. Because again, remember when you do forms, you don't send the form exists on all the WinLink computers. So all you're doing is sending the data to complete the form. So once you're done that, you notice it automatically enters the DYFI sender information. You just post it to the outbox, and once you go in and send your messages, it will take care of it, and that will send your input into the DYFI, and that's the DYFI form. Let's see, who do I go back to? Chris?
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, you got it.
Thank you. Let me add a spotlight. We'll pull Dan off of the spotlight. There we are. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and go back over to my PC here and jump down to the corner. We did get a question in. Judy asked if we could walk through how you get to the forms again. So getting to the forms is pretty straightforward. What you're going to do is just create a new message. You can use the new message button right here in the upper left. Just go ahead and click on that. It opens up a brand new message window. And then up here at the top, right along the top row, it says select template. Go ahead and click select template, and it opens up the template manager. All of these are going to be here inside of that standard template. Just go ahead and click that guy right there, and all of the submenus open up. The Did You Feel It is this USGS one right here. You go ahead and open that up, and there it is. That's the USGS Did You Feel It. It says .txt. But if you recall, when you open up any of these forms, what it does is it opens that local form, that file that's locally on your computer. It got installed as part of the WinLink install. It opens that form up in your web browser with a standard web form. So for an MCOM use, this is really good because you could open up a form, turn your laptop around, have one of the people that you're supporting to be able to fill in what the message is that they need to do. It's a standard HTML form. Then when they're finished filling it in, just turn the laptop back around. You can hit submit, and it puts that data then in the WinLink message, and you can go ahead and send it on their behalf. So you can do that. This is where all of those forms are. So for this week's homework, what we would like everyone to do is to fill out a Did You Feel It report. You just go into here, make sure when you fill it out, you do fill it out as an exercise. For an optional exercise ID, go ahead and put in WaveTalkers. It's all one word. Fill that in. And then when you go to submit your form, make sure you CC in the CC field all four of us, KK6DA, W0DHG, NR6V, and myself, W6AH. And let us know if you're sending this via RF or if you're still using Telnet. It's okay to still use Telnet if that's how you're able to send it. Ideally, we would like everybody to be able to try and get your radio connected. We know that you may need to be able to get a signal link and have it in there. We are going to discuss HF. So far, we're kind of building ourselves up a little bit. Somebody's asking in here that the closest station to them is 131 miles. So yeah, so when you go through HF, the setup is actually almost identical. If I come over here, instead of, let me close my new message here. We're going to go up here to open session. I'll click the drop down menu for that. I tend to use VARA HF for mine as opposed to packet WinLink. I'll go ahead and just give you a little preview as to what that looks like on HF. If you open up your session for that, when you go to the unable to talk to COM3, that's fine. When you go into here and you select your channel selection, this is very similar to what we just looked at in the VHF one. Channel selection. Yeah.
Your radio is not on connected.
My radio is not on connect, so it's gonna be griping at me because I don't have that radio plugged in. What you want to do is you want to go ahead and update via internet, and what it's doing right now, you'll notice that this looks quite a bit different. There's some other data in here, and what this is doing is it's calculating the path the path reliability estimate and the path quality. Those two pieces that are in there, it'll also tell you the frequency. So this is your band. So here's an 80 meter band, here's a 40 meter band connection, here's a 20 meter band connection, and it lists all of these out. So if you are doing HF, that is a place to be able to go into. Again, we're going to talk a lot more about HF in upcoming episodes, but that is just a quick preview as to what that's going to be. What other questions?
So there was a question. I'll jump in a little bit here. There was a question about when you looked at the waterfall in the sound modem, and again, we're going to do crawl, walk, run. We're going to start with the sound modem stuff. If you're not seeing traffic in that waterfall that Chris is showing you there, there are a number of different places where the volume of your Windows PC, your radio, the squelch on your radio, some of the configurations in the sound modem itself might not allow you to see anything in that waterfall or allow you to see traffic in the waterfall. And part of the reason why we use the APRS frequency to troubleshoot this is to allow you to see if there's traffic or not in that waterfall. If there's no traffic at all, it's completely black. And looking at Chris's screen, actually share back to your screen. Nobody needs to see my face. If you go back and look at Chris's waterfall, you'll see there's a little blue. Actually, I can share mine. Let me share mine real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and share yours as well.
Okay. So
I'd have to talk in order to get mine to show up.
Yeah, no worries. So you can see my screen here. You guys see it?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a second. Let me open up my sound modem. And resize this a little bit. As you can see in the waterfall, there's a number of different things that I can do to control it. If I, for instance, turn off my signal link or mute the sound, you see it kind of drops off there. There's nothing there. It's because the radio is not talking to the signal link and it's not talking to the PC. But if I turn it back on, oh, there's a little traffic there. If I turn some of the transmit stuff up, and let me actually flip on the colors real quick. And I don't really do that on this PC because it's not quite the fastest PC. You can see that you might have a lot of traffic. That's that really dark green. But as I kind of roll the transmission down, oh, now it's a little lighter and a little lighter. And we're using this mostly as a diagnostic tool to see how does the signal come through, what does it look like. And again, there's a number of places where you might need to go to adjust things. If you right click on the sound stuff here, as Chris showed you, and look at the sounds, there's a playback and recording. In each one of these signal link devices, you can go in there and set those levels accordingly. And if you don't see anything, you may need to turn this up. One of the things that I want to touch on here, you can see there's a number of sound devices in my PC. We didn't talk about this, but by default, you'll probably see the more than one default device. You don't want your signal link either in playback or recording to show up as a defaulted device, because that way any of the sounds that are playing on your PC will go out through your signal link. And the way to fix that is go in here and figure out really what is your default device. You want to listen to your speakers for the playback and select that default device button. It'll turn off the default device from your signal link, both in the playback and recording. There's going to be a document posted with the email that goes out by Oliver K6OLI, and he goes through great detail on all of the different items that you're going to want to step through to make sure that the sounds on your system are set up properly so that that you can see the levels in that waterfall at appropriate.
Today we're talking about sending email via RF. Now, this is the diagram we've all seen a couple of times. And in the first session, we talked about the overall flow of the signal path. We talked about sending WinLink emails via Telnet using the internet. And just a reminder that if you have access to the internet, always use that Telnet option so you don't clog up the airways. It's definitely a really good way to start off with all of your communications. And then as your needs and situation changes, adapt to those needs. Last week, we talked about the link between WinLink, your computer, and your radio. It's that little blurb that's in the blue. And this week, what we're going to be talking about is extending that link down to sending your email to an RMS gateway. This is essentially like the email server that you would be sending your email through. So this is the area that we're going to focus on today with today's session. And in order to do that, we actually have to back up one step. And that one step is before you open up your session window, you need to make sure that there's that button that says open session, and you have to select what type of connection you're going to be using. And that pull down menu looks something like this. And these are the things that we're going to be talking about. You remember at the top, there's that Telnet link. That's the one we've been using. The one that we're going to focus on first today is sending your messages via VHF and UHF via those bands. And this is available to anyone with a technician license or above. So it ends up being the primary form of communication that a lot of WinLink in EmComm is using. The first of those is packet WinLink. Now, this a lot of radios have a built-in TNC. You can use WinLink oftentimes just directly with your radio, using that built-in TNC to send packet messages. However, packet is a very slow protocol to be able to send your messages over. So we're going to also today talk about VARA FM via WinLink. Now, both VARA and Packet are entirely free to use. However, if you want to use the higher speed version of VARA FM, you will need to get a license. More on that later, but these are the two modes for VHF UHF communication that you're primarily going to be using to send your email. Now, these are both very helpful for sending local communications. Now, what do I mean by local? Generally, we're talking less than about 80 miles. It's pretty much where you're able to communicate via simplex with your radio. So if you're using an HT, that distance may be a little bit shorter. If you're using a mobile radio with a little more power, your distance may be a little bit longer. And it also is very dependent on the terrain and the region that you're in. So for most of us, VHF UHF is going to be the communication mode that we're going to use within our city, within our town, within perhaps our county that we're in. Perhaps you're in an area where you've got a couple of counties around you. You may be using VHF UHF communications for sending your WinLink emails between there. Now, which bands are these mostly going to be on? They're primary, most of the gateways, and you're going to be sending your emails through a gateway, are going to be on the 2 meter band. That's the 144 megahertz band. You'll also find probably the next most of these on the 70 centimeter band. This would be the 440 band. And you may find in your area, you may find some 1.25 meter or the 220 band. You may find some gateways in your area that use that band. And this would be both for Packet and for VARA. And you'll see as we start looking at these that the gateways may be different. So one gateway that may be in range for you for Packet may not be in range may not have a VARA station on it. For me in particular, I have a VARA station that I can reach from my home QTH, but I currently do not have any Packet stations that I can reach at this time if I'm using VHF UHF. So then that takes us to the other type of communication, which is going to be HF or high frequency. Now, this is for your more of your out of area communications. And we're primarily going to look today at VARA HF for WinLink. And VARA HF is very similar to the VARA FM, but it does so on the HF bands, and you'll see some demos of that. Now, you may be wondering, hey, what happened to WinMore? Like, if you've been around the world of WinLink email for a while, you may recall that many of us used to send our emails for HF through this protocol called WinMore. Well, WinMore has been deprecated at this point, and it's been replaced by other technologies such as Robust Packet WinLink and RDOP WinLink. However, both of these are significantly slower than VARA HF, and so we've in the Southern California, in the Los Angeles and the Ventura area, we for the most part have moved all of our communications over to VARA. So that's the one that we're going to focus on today for that. So let's look at a couple of other things about this. Where are you going to find these VARA HF WinLink gateways? They're going to be across the entire HF band. So literally from 6 meters to 120 to 180 meters, you can find VARA stations that you can connect to, VARA gateways. The bulk of these are going to be in the 20 meter to 80 meter band range. And we'll show you how to find these. We'll show you how to find what frequency they're on and how to find the bearing that you need to set your antenna to. And there's basically two types of communication when we're talking about HF. There's NVIS and Skywave. And I don't want to get into the weeds a whole lot about what these two things are, but just as a quick reminder for those who may not be as aware of this. So you're here on planet Earth. You have the ionosphere up above you. Yes, there are lots of layers. It changes throughout the day and night as to which one you're going to use. But let's say you want to communicate, you need to send an email to somebody who is regionally located within, say, 300 to about 500 miles. In order to send that message, let's say you're in a disaster zone and everywhere, if we're here in Los Angeles, the big earthquake hits and all of our local communications are completely out. We need to communicate up with other areas within the state to be able to communicate there. We're going to use something called NVIS, where we send our signal from our antenna. We're going to direct the energy nearly vertical, nearly straight up. It'll go up, it'll hit the ionosphere, it'll refract off and bend mostly back down in a radius of about 300 to 500 miles. Now, this is something called NVIS. Now, depending on when you first heard this term, you may call this NVIS, you might call this NIVIS, you might just call it NVIS or near vertical incident skywave. All are acceptable. We all know what you're talking about when we mention NVIS at that point. So if you need to communicate with another station who is, say, a little bit further out, then what you want to do is you want to change the angle at which your antenna is sending its signal via HF, and you want to have a lower takeoff angle. This is called skywave propagation. You're typically finding this type of propagation anywhere from 800, 1,000 or more miles out all the way to globally. Now, why would you want to choose one of these types of communication? Maybe you're at a location, maybe you're at a location where you need to get messages, wellness messages from people who have shown up there out to their family who is outside of the disaster zone, and you need to get that message out of the area. You can use skywave propagation to be able to do that, to connect to a further away gateway. So that's kind of the overall context of what we're talking about here. We're going to look at these three modes. We're going to look at packet WinLink and VARA FM, both of which are on the VHF UHF side of the house. And then we are also going to look at VARA HF.
You can see here my Windows PC running Windows 10. I've got WinLink Express open on the latest version. I have selected WinLink Packet from the list of many different options. And I'm going to select Open a Session. And when I do that, because the way I have my configuration set up, it will open the sound modem software and the session control software as well. And while I'm selected to NR6V, the first time you connect or on a regular basis, you'll want to go and look at the channel selection and do an update via internet to see if there are any new stations in your area. I'm going to select Dan's Gateway NR6V. That's there. And when I'm ready to go and my radio's on, and it'll remind me what frequency I need to be set to, and my radio is set to 145.03. I'll go up here and I will select start. And you'll see in both windows the attempted magic. Or not. So I'm going to pick a different gateway because I couldn't get to Dan's right now for whatever reason. I'll pick my local one and we'll say start. And yeah, this is a successful connection. You'll see it start. You'll see the welcome message from the gateway. And you'll see some traffic coming through here, as well as the packets and what's going on through the sound modem. And I'm sending 2 messages out. I have none to receive. And at the end, you'll see this message that indicates there's a disconnect. And I didn't get anything incoming. I did have some things in my outbox, and those 2 messages were sent. And you can see that here in the packet WinLink selection.
David, what does all that gobbledygook mean?
Well, there's in each gateway you can put a welcome message, and that's my simple welcome message. And there are a number of lines here. We'll tell you that the CMS is talking to me, my call sign. You'll see here that I have a tactical call sign up for LAX Northwest. I'm involved with Aries here. It will show you that the gateway I'm connecting to, that's my gateway, W0DHD-10 via my client station here at my grid square DM04QD. And then these 2 lines actually indicate messages going out. Each individual WinLink message, as we stated before, has its own unique identifier. And you'll see that here for this first message, and you'll see that here for the second message. They're validating those messages and how large they are, and then they send them out. And then they get validation that the message was completely sent, and an indication. It'll show you how many bytes went out, how long it took, and the approximate speed. And then it'll tell you that the message session was ended, 2 messages out, how large they were, how long it took, how many bytes per minute, how many messages in, which were 0. If there were messages to come in, it would tell you that. And then it will tell you that it disconnected.
Dave, a question came in the chat. Dan KJ7VDB asked, am I correct that seeing the waterfall full of noise, this means his squelch is fully open, and is that typical?
Yes, absolutely. For my radio, because I have the radio set up through the data port, squelch doesn't actually control the connection for the signal link. The signal link is in control, and I can dial my signal link back if I needed to. And what you're going to see here in a second, as I dial my signal link back, I could cut all of the noise out, or I could turn it back on, as you see going on right now. Now, I will tell you, I live in a little teeny canyon, and I don't really have good RF out of the area that I am in, except for a little bit to the north and the west, and there aren't a lot of gateways out there. So I do send my traffic out a little hot, as we might call it, in order to get my radio to tune properly and communicate with some of those gateways. This is kind of where my radio sits.
Thank you. Can you walk us through the process of how you select a channel in Packet?
Absolutely. So I'm going to exit out and then I'll start Packet up again. There are some configuration settings that you would do ahead of time, but again, we've included a PDF of all the settings that you would need to set in your radio ahead of time. There are some videos on the WaveTalker site that will kind of walk you through step by step on what you need to do. But when you're ready to make your communication, again, you're going to select the mode that you want to select. Most of us have been doing Telnet. As new members, today we're going to select Packet WinLink. We're going to ask to open session. And again, the way my PC is configured, it will automatically open sound modem. When I want to connect to a gateway, I either type it in here or I'll go to the channel selection option. And in the channel selection option, having downloaded from the internet a table, it will tell me what the nearest gateways are to me. And in fact, it's found gateways within 185 miles of my location. This is the list of all of the gateways that are in that area. Mostly I work from NR6V, N6CF, or W6BI. I'll select Orbs Gateway today. That's in Simi Valley. It's about 9 miles from here, kind of over a hill, but I have a good bearing towards it. I would select that by double clicking. And what will happen in the Packet software selection, it'll automatically populate his call and his gateway information. And it will remind me I need to set my radio to 145.050. And I will do that. I changed my radio over. Obviously, you can't see it on the screen here. And I'll see that my radio is still talking to my signal link. If I were to turn my signal link off, you'd see, obviously not a whole lot of traffic coming through there. I'll turn it back on. It's ready to go. And I will ask the radio to start the communication. And when I do that, you're going to see both in the Packet WinLink session window and as well in the sound modem session, the communications that are going back and forth. So I'm going to start it. And Orbs isn't always guaranteed to be up, so it might be a short demo.
He was up. I just aborted because I was on a session with him.
Got it. Was he up for Vara or for Packet?
Oh, that was a Vara session.
Okay. So sometimes
I should be back up.
Sometimes you're up. Okay. So Orbs didn't connect, but I'm going to go in and connect to Dan's NR6V on his Packet frequency. And again, you see the radio frequency has changed there. So I changed my radio over to 145.03, and I'm going to start a session indicating we're starting to Dan's. So Dan's welcomes me, and this is a message that you would program here into your gateway software. And you see both the status here from the Packet WinLink session as well as the report that Sound Modem's showing you of all of the packets and the information back and forth, the exchanges. And Packet does tend to be a little slower than some of the Vara stuff, so there's some patience to be had here. Back and forth, back and forth. I see there's two messages here. I'm going to accept all of these and select them to download. And they're going to start downloading.
Is that a setting somewhere that you have to set so that you can choose which messages to download or not?
Yeah, in the setup, I'll show you in a minute. Once the session's done, you can allow WinLink to tell you what's waiting for you in the post office and you can decide whether you want to receive them or not. And this is actually an important thing to consider. If you've been idle for a while and you're going to download messages, you might want to log in and see what's there. And if there are 10, 20, 30 messages out there, you might not want to do those over RF. If you have an internet connection, you might want to pull those down via telnet, such that you don't tie up, again, the RF, whether it's an FM or an HF gateway.
David, is that green bar important?
Yeah, so you'll see a green bar here going from right to left. That shows that right now I'm receiving a message, and you can see that in the bottom of the packet WinLink session. And it shows you the progress of that package that's coming through that specific message. And it seems to be a big one because it's taken a little while. And again, on the right, you see all of the data coming through as it's downloading.
David, I've got a question that has come in from N6ALR. And they asked, they would love to hear about how digital message traffic is managed or not outside of a controlled net like we did during session 1's demo. And how are pileups avoided? What protocols, if any, should we be following?
So in general, when I power up my radio and I want to send a message, or I want to check in to see if there's messages for me, and I'm going to do it over RF, I'm going to get my radio on, and I'm going to see if there's the radio's receiving data, right? So yes, it's going to get data all the time. You're going to hear, you can see traffic in the waterfall, but the radio will show you whether or not there's data coming back and forth. And if you start up Packet, or if you start up VARA, you'll see transmissions going on. And obviously, if somebody's talking or transmitting data back and forth, I'm going to wait until the frequency appears to be clear. If you look at what you'll see now in the sound modem, you can see there's data going back and forth, and apparently quite a bit of data here.
You had a service message that, who knows what that was.
Yeah, well, yeah. I downloaded the latest table of gateways.
Oh,
so you'll see data in the waterfall if you're doing Packet. In VARA, you'll actually see the VARA packets going back and forth, and you'll see information about what station is talking to what station. And when you see that going on as you start a session up, you'll want to wait until you'll see the session die down.
One of the advantages of sound modem is that it will show you any traffic on that frequency. So even though it's not intended for you, you can see the traffic going back and forth, which not only tells you the frequency is busy, but it also gives you a clue as to other stations that you might be able to connect to at a later time.
And while Packet is slower, the other advantage of Packet is if there is a message transiting at this time and it's critical that I get my message out, I can still send it, and the Packet process will allow multiple messages to get through at the same time, and it will negotiate the traffic. VAR doesn't do that. VAR is a lot faster, but it doesn't have that negotiation option. So you'll
Dave,
see.
Am I right? You can actually have, is it 6 transmissions at the same time? And Packet will work that out?
Packet will, I know more than 3, but I don't exactly know the number.
Yeah.
But it will negotiate multiple communication paths. So you can see here at this point, the disconnect was reported. So I'll exit out of the Packet session. And if we look in my inbox, I have a test message from Dan, and it also downloaded an updated list of gateways. So if I were to go in here and look at the channel selector, this is the latest and greatest version of the gateways that are available to me at this time.
And it knows your location based on your grid square that you entered?
Yeah. So there were two questions you asked, and I'll address those. So one was about holding messages, or at least getting a notification if you go to settings and WinLink Express setup. There's a button here or a checkbox here to say display list of pending incoming messages. That was that message that you saw early on that showed, hey, I have 2 messages incoming. If I uncheck that, they would just automatically download. And then as far as finding out what the closest gateways are to you, you'll put in your grid square information when you first sign up. Now, it's important to know that this is here because say we have an event or a disaster and we're working in the field somewhere else, and I want to connect to a WinLink gateway. If I know the grid square of the location that I'm deployed to, I would go in here and update this at that time to say, hey, I'm not in DM04QD. I may be in DM04CM, one of the other areas that's a little bit more to the east of me, and I would have access to other gateways based on this information. That's what it uses to tell you where it is or where you are as far as downloading the gateway information.
And we should say that the option display list of pending incoming messages is an excellent tool in the MCOM world, because if you have 100 messages coming in 10 minutes, and half of them are what people want for lunch, but the rest of them are priority messages, well, this is a way for you to keep them at bay and sort them as they come in. It's a good tool to have.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll allow you to select those priority messages as they arrive.
Another question came in. This is from Judy. She's asking, when she opens up her packet WinLink session and she clicks on the settings, she's getting peer-to-peer setup page information. What is that? And can you show us what that looks like?
All right, I'm going to go back in there now. You can see my screen. So there are the peer-to-peer options, but you can actually get that from the packet WinLink option. And if you open the session, it'll give you the option to switch to peer-to-peer session. Now, a peer-to-peer session would be a point-to-point. So if I was going to communicate directly with Dan and Dan's client, I could select peer-to-peer, and it's going to restart the sound modem connection. And I would go ahead and put in, instead of his gateway, his client station. And then I could connect point to point and send a message just to Dan point to point. Now, you need to remember that if you're sending a peer-to-peer message, when you're actually addressing the specific message and you do a new message, you don't send it as a WinLink message. You need to go in here and select it as a peer-to-peer message, so it knows to transmit that message when that peer-to-peer connection is made.
And so we were going to cover peer-to-peer messaging and digipeating. We'll cover that in the next class session. If somebody's seeing those settings, how do they make sure they're in the right set of settings for?
There's a couple ways to do it. If your session's already open, in any of the peer-to-peer options for each one of the different, whether it's Packet or Vara or any of the other ones, you always have the ability here to switch to the WinLink session. And again, depending on what your goal is, if you just want to send a message, select that WinLink session, or you can select the peer-to-peer. And I'll show you if we were doing Vara as an example. If I was doing a Vara FM session and I'd open my session, you'll see the same option here, switch to peer-to-peer. And if I were to switch to peer-to-peer, then this would be set up for a Vara peer-to-peer session. And again, if I was going to do peer-to-peer, that's fine. But if I wanted to send a regular message, I'd need to go in here and select again that switch to the WinLink session.
Thank you. I see another question that's come in. This one is from Milt, and he's asking, what is the relationship of the frequency my radio is dialed to and the waterfall?
The waterfall shows you what your radio hears, and the relationship would be your radio tuned to a specific frequency and what the radio can hear at that frequency. It will change based on how you tune your radio, but it's not specifically, there isn't any actual relation. So if I was on 145.03 versus being on 145.05 or 7 or 9, it's really just about what the radio hears specifically.
All right. Let's
You want to
go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, let's take the opportunity now and start talking a little bit about VARA FM, which is the other form of sending messages via WinLink and on the VHF, UHF frequency bands. And for that, I think, David, KK6DA, you have a demo ready to go for that?
Absolutely. To understand VARA FM, here it is on my desktop, you sort of have to understand where we've come from sound modem. Sound modem is FSK programming, frequency shift programming. And if you think you haven't heard that, you most certainly have. Anyone old enough to remember this sound? Okay, that's frequency shift key. It is an older technology. It works very well. It's obviously delivered You've Got Mail for centuries. And that's the technology that sound modem uses. Now, let's introduce VARA FM, which is a much more modern program. And it uses, instead of frequency shift keying, something I'm only going to mention once, and I'm probably going to mispronounce it. Orthogonal. No, help me. Orthogonal frequency division multiplexing.
Perfect.
Yes, there will not be a test on this, but you can read about that on Wikipedia if you want. It's an entirely different technology. I liken it to a game of billiards. This is not precise. Where packet is sending one ball at a time, you're sending the entire rack at the same time with VARA FM. So this is VARA FM. This is the front view of it. Here are settings. It's very streamlined. These are all the settings you need for it. There are some nifty things you can do with it also. You can do an auto tune. You can do a ping. We'll show that to you in just a moment. But those are methods to connect to a gateway, to fine tune your signal to the gateway to get the best signal. You can do some other things. We don't need to get into push to talk, but this is basically the unit. So let's bring up WinLink and we'll give you a test transmission. I'm on Telnet WinLink. And now I'm going to choose not packet, but VARA FM WinLink. We're going to open a session. And just like with packet, you have a channel selection mode, which is really a great device. How do you know what gateways are around me? Well, we do this enough that we sort of know. But if you don't know, this is a great way to do it. I'm going to update the table via internet. It hasn't changed much at all. This is the closest gateway to me in my Los Angeles area, K6YZF11, my friend Robert's gateway. And let's see if we can hit him. K6YZF-11. Just ignore the rest of this. I need to be on a certain frequency, checking my radio. Frequency is 145.030. We call that in Los Angeles County the Audubon, and it's an agreed upon frequency that certain stations are going to be on.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
I have a question. If I didn't know that was there, how would I find a VARA gateway?
There you go. This is showing just VARA gateways. Am I right? These are VARA since we're in VARA.
Yep.
These would not be packet gateways, although we know, since we know these people, most of these also carry the capability of doing packet as well as VAR.
And if you were to double click on K6YZF, would it auto-populate all of that?
Yeah, since it's already there, let me pick AJ7C-10, and voila, there we go.
Now, will that automatically tune your radio, or do you have to manually set your radio to that frequency?
In my case, I have to manually set the radio because I don't have CAT communications from the computer to the radio. If I did, in some configurations, yes, it would change the frequency.
I see there's a question coming in. If you can go back to that channel select, Tanya, K Oscar 4 Papa is asking about, can you explain the group column in that table? What does that mean?
These are designations of the status of the gateway. And let me show you where this is actually kept and how that's defined. And maybe you've already done this in your settings. You know, my key is open on this, so I better not go further than that because I would give away my key. But in WinLink Express setup, you will see a place where you can designate the type of gateway or the type of station you have. And we suggest in LA County that you set it up as both public and MCOM. So we have public MCOM or just MCOM, but we do both. So this is the type of gateway that it is. That's a bad explanation. Somebody want to explain that better?
It's a select.
Yeah, I can do it. Let me share my screen for a second, because anybody who wanted to copy my key already did it, so I don't really care so much. So if you can see my if you can see the WinLink Express, so if I go into my WinLink and I select settings, you have an option here for service codes, and there are two service codes, and there actually is a little bit of an explanation here. The public service codes are for pretty much any gateway that's set up that is there to serve the public. They're open, they're advertised, and they're advertised as such as being open in public. The MCOM signifier indicates that the gateway is either dedicated to or will support MCOM practices as well. Our best practices in the Los Angeles area is for the gateways that we want to be open, we put both. And in our clients, we put both so that I will list when I go looking for a gateway in my channel selector, I would see both. If I didn't list both, I would only see the public or only the MCOM options available. But because I have both populated, I see both sets of groups available to me. And that's a quick explanation. I'll turn it back over to you, KK6DA.
Okay, very good. Chris, that's my finger hitting my computer.
Oh.
And since the microphone is that close, not kicking my desk. Okay, we're gonna check in with K6YZF11. Let's see if we can hit it.
We are seeing a slide.
We're seeing your PD. Yeah.
Orthogonally spaced overlapping subcarriers.
That's
I'm sorry, what are you seeing?
We're seeing a slide that says orthogonally spaced overlapping subcarriers.
Yes, I wasn't going to talk about that anymore, Chris. Here, this is the one I want. Sorry. Now what are you seeing?
Now we are seeing your WinLink session.
Okay, let's see if we can hit YZF. Uh-oh. Okay, we'll download those.
So while it's downloading those, there was a question in the chat that Tony asked again. Would you use MCOM gateways only during emergencies, drills, or exercises? And my personal answer would be I would still probably populate both, as it gives you more options. And what the reality is it's to the gateway owner. As a gateway owner, I have both populated in my gateway, so it advertises as both. If I were to set up a gateway that was only for emergency or MCOM use, then I would only put MCOM on there, and then it would only connect or only be listed for folks that list themselves or put into their settings MCOM, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Okay, let's go back to showing some of the bells and whistles of VARA FM. All right, so here's just the program without WinLink. Now, if I was uncertain about my connection to K6 YZF-11, there are two things I can do. Let's try the ping. All right, ping is just a quick ping of that repeater, but the gateway reports back what it hears. Here's a ping. Ah, gentlemen, is that a good signal or a bad signal?
Very good.
That's pretty good. Let's try it again.
So what numbers are you looking at there, Dan, to make that determination? How would somebody determine whether or not that's a good signal or a bad signal?
Primarily the signal to noise ratio. Anything over 19 is considered to be a really good solid connection.
And it's strong, 23 dB. That's really good. He's 6 miles away. All right, now let's go ahead.
No, go ahead and pick a weaker station so you can see that those green bars highlighted might be yellow and might even be red.
Yeah, okay. Here is an auto tune, same type of calculation, but it does some other bells and whistles here to define whether you got a good signal. Approved. Signal to noise is even better. All right, let's try a little weaker station. Dan, let's see if we can hit you today. Propagation was pretty good. That's right. NR6V10.
Yep.
And I am 50 watts pointing almost north. Don't know. We'll see. No. Okay. No signal. Let's go in the other direction. I think it's 12. Well, I'm not finding a weak station.
How do you do to AJ7C?
I think I need just a little different. He's -10, right?
Well, yes. While he's doing that, the numbers there would help you in making changes on your signal link. The receiving station, in this case K6OLI-12, if your VU was very low, that would tell you that maybe you need to increase your transmit level on your signal link and see if that brings that signal up. Conversely, if your VU is low, you need to turn your receive level up in order to improve your signal. But remember, that is going to affect all the gateways. So if you're trying to tweak to a distant gateway, you may make your better gateway receive worse. So I tend to tune to the best gateway, and then the others kind of fall in line.
The inclination is to pour more power onto it. I mean, in our world of amateur radio, often with WinLink, with VARA especially, less is so much more. You will increase those signal to noise ratio numbers by turning the volume down on transmit sometimes.
Yeah, VARA particularly is very good in weak signal environments.
Right.
Yeah, that's the reason it was written. Hey, David, there was a question in the chat that somebody said when they try to launch VARA, they get a message saying that there's another version running or another copy running. Can you show the folks in WinLink how to point it to VARA so VARA launches via WinLink, and that'll help at least the newcomers let WinLink control it as opposed to trying to start out on their own, which is what often
stack that question up. Let me see if I can hit Kevin Sherwood.
Yep.
Yep, no dice. Okay. All right, and what were we showing?
The question is about somebody who has clicked on VARA and they open it up, but then it says they get an error message that says, hey, you already have a copy of this already running. And this may be coming from opening the link for VARA, or it may be coming from opening WinLink and opening a session, and it automatically opens. Can you talk about what that relationship is, how those work?
So we go to settings in an open session, yes?
Yes.
All right, so open a session, VARA, FM, WinLink, go to settings. Right here, automatically launch VARA, FM, TNC when session is open, and this is where you put it. I don't like to do that because I'm one of those people that will open up 3 of them at the same time. So I like to manually do it. And my guess is whoever has asked the question, you've opened it up by starting a session because you have this checked, automatically launch VARA when session is open. Uncheck that and you'll be okay. Or if you want to let the program do it, then check it, but don't open up VARA before.
And it will automatically close VARA when you close the session.
Right.
If you have that box checked.
And David, if you can go ahead and unshare your screen for a second.
Yep.
Go ahead and spotlight myself so that you guys can see my screen. I'll switch over to my PC behind me, and I've got my VARA FM set up. I've got a Kenwood D710G. I've got a 12 meter spider beam pole with a Slim Jim up there, and this is my connection. If I test the ping to W6RH, who is pretty much the only VARA station that I can reach from my location. So I'll go ahead and click on the ping. There he is. He is W6RH-10, and I'll do the test. And if the demo gods are with me, we'll see what a poor connection looks like. There we go. Signal ratio plus 1.4. It's red. However, I am able to reliably send VARA messages through this gateway. So it does work, but that's what that looks like. David, KK60A, is nestled down in Los Angeles. He has gateways kind of like all over him. I'm out in Ventura County. I'm a much more rural area. And so I'm not able to get that connection quite as well, but that's what that looks like in there. And it just highlights in red and says, hey, this is not a great connection for you.
So Chris, have you tried adjusting your settings to improve that?
I have, but you want to walk me through checking any of those? Let's see what we could do.
Well, looking at that, I would try increasing your transmit volume. Are you going through a signaling?
I am going through a signal link.
So if you close this and start with auto tune, that would be a good start.
Okay.
And then go ahead and hit the plug. And what auto tune does is you see sending, and there's 10 different options it sends, and actually it controls through VARA how much gain there is for what VARA can control. And it will come back and it'll tell you, it'll come back and tell you, hey, by the way, you need to, unfortunately, it's got control and focus. You've got to go back to that other. It'll actually come in and tell you, you need to increase the VU level in your recording device. And it actually even opens the window for you if it's still there, Chris.
I moved it. It looks like it did move it.
Yeah, it's right there behind. And it'll actually show you that, hey, it wants you to
go down here to my
go into your recording tab.
Yep, go to the recording tab because it shows you the tab. You're in the playback. No, sorry, you're recording. It's hard to see. Yep.
Right one.
And then go to Signal Link.
Yep.
And then go to levels.
Go to levels. Yep.
And in levels, it wants you to increase it. Okay, now you're already up as high as you can go. So you can't make the adjustment there.
Okay.
So close that and okay. Where are the dials on your Signal Link?
They're outside, but I can here. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can bring this up on screen. There we go. And let's see if I can bring those dials up so we can see them here. If magically this will work.
You're going to move the camera, aren't you?
I am. I'm going to move from my 7300 and come down here to my Signal Link right there. Right.
You're too good. Too good.
So if you had access to that, you'd want to dial up based on this. For the fact that you can't push up the recording, you'll want to dial up
my transmit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go.
Your transmit level.
I'll go out there, and then about how much should I bump it up? Do you think?
I don't know, two or three.
Yeah, if it's a 10, 12, or 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
Hang on 1 second. I'll talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Yep. Okay. Very good.
So
Chris has got to walk over to his Signal Link.
Yeah, this is one of the beauties of VARA, is that it really helps you to fine tune for the best possible connection.
Yeah. So it was at about 10. Looks like he's put it at 12, 1 o'clock.
We generally recommend you start with the transmit and receive at about 12 o'clock.
Yep.
And then go from there. But 12 o'clock should be good enough if you're close enough to a gateway to
so auto tune again, Chris. Nope, don't do that. Nope. Okay. Auto tune again. And go ahead and click the power button. And again, it's going to go through the 10 different levels that it can control just from the VARA software, trying to fine tune it. And you can see his Signal Link in the corner there, transmitting. And now it'll come back and it's going to say, it still wants you to go up a little bit more.
All right. So let me go.
But your signal to noise has improved quite a bit.
But it did make it better. So I would say if you're at noon now, go to like 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Okay. Go to the second white tab.
Coming up.
I guess it's probably more like 1:30.
Yeah, I mean the signal to noise improved incredibly there. It was in the red. Now it's plus 10. That's pretty good, and it should increase even more.
Yep.
With the next transmission.
And we should have. What we should have told you, Chris, is you probably need to match the RX at the same time, but we'll get there. Don't close it. Oh, you could close it. So go back to auto tune.
All right.
And then hit the button again. After you make the adjustments, you'll want to go through the cycle a couple times until it either tells you approved or you can't make any more changes.
So everyone, this is the way you fine tune. Well, look at that. It went from 10 to 15. Wow. So this is a really good example of how you fine tune your signal to get it to a gateway.
But it still wants you to dial it up some more.
Wants me to dial it up. So go up and what
I wouldn't even close this. I would just go dial it up and leave it there. And then you just come back and hit the plug again.
Oh, okay. Good idea. All right.
And I would say while you're there, bump up the RX too.
Okay.
To about an equal level. That's kind of what I try to do. The RX and the TX are about the same level.
Sounds good. All right, stand by.
And he may also, if he runs out of adjustment on the Signal Link, depending on his radio, he may have an adjustment in the radio that does the same thing.
Yeah. And there's one more jumper inside the Signal Link that'll boost the power as well that you can do.
Hey, Judy, I see your question. Hang around afterwards.
All right, let's see if this works.
Fingers crossed.
We're looking for that all too rare approved.
Or at least a better level.
Oh, huh.
All right.
Well,
so actually, so you're getting there, and you did as much as you can do there. Is your TX all the way up at the top?
No, I could go higher on TX.
Yeah. So that's what it's looking to do. Now, if I look at the VU meter is kind of pegged, which isn't always ideal.
So
we usually want it at about 3/4 up in that last green section.
all right, so I'll turn the RX down a little bit, and I'll turn the TX up a little bit more and see if that works. All right.
Yep.
All right, cool. Stand by. Let me go check that.
And this is kind of the process. You make a little adjustment, you try it, you make a little adjustment, you try it until you get it tuned in. And obviously you want to tune it in for your primary gateway or maybe the secondary gateway. And if you do the secondary gateway, you're going to overblow the primary a little bit, but you're going to have, a couple of options to work from.
Fortunately, most people don't have to leave the room to make the changes.
Yeah.
Chris is a little unique.
Chris, he's special.
I'm special. Let's see if we're getting there.
And Al N6 ALR says he's got to turn it down. I have the same problem with one of my radios as well, and that means either there's a couple ways you could turn it down. You could actually try backing the power of your radio down a little bit. Again, remember, sometimes less is more, especially with VARA. So you might try, if it's a mobile radio, going from 50 watts to 20 or whatever that mid-level power setting is.
Oh, let's try that. I just dropped it down. I was on high power.
So you could try it. Al in the chat said he was telling it to turn it down. You probably don't have this problem, but who knows?
Yeah, I found more times that turning the power down helped than turning the power up.
Well,
there you go.
Reasonable. I mean, better than -1.
Yep.
Awesome.
That's a workable.
Very good.
That's a workable setting.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you should easily be able to connect with him now. It's not ideal 100%. You don't have green or you don't have the mythical approved, but you would be able to, connect with him right now.
Oh, look at that. Look how that improved.
Yeah.
Whoa.
You guys are amazing walking people through that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it takes a little bit initially of tweaking, but of course, once you've set that, propagation may vary a little bit, but you should be in good shape. And with that, what you're seeing there, you could probably play with it and tweak it a little more. He's still not hearing you as well as could be with an 11.3. You really would want to get that up, but the fact that you're hearing him well indicates there's potential.
So Sharon asked a question about, do we start with the PC level or do we go to the signal link? And Chris, if you go back into your sound settings,
sure.
The recommendation there for both the playback and the recording levels for your signal link, the recommendation there is to start with start with those all maxed out. So there for the recording, and then if you go open the playback, and you find your signal link there, and there in the levels as well. Start those maxed out.
If you're seeing a percentage in that where you see 0.0 dB, if you're seeing a percentage there, I think you right click on it and it toggles.
Yeah, you can change it to the other. So start there at 100% of what you can do out of the PC, and then you can adjust up or down. If it keeps telling you to turn it down, and you've turned your signal link all the way down, then you can go back in here and go down to 75% or 50%. But most often what you're going to find is you can control much of that from the signal link itself. I more often see in troubleshooting with other folks that it wants more as opposed to wanting less.
Chris, shall we give everyone a taste of VARA HF?
think so. Let's while I'm here, would you like let's share you let's go back to you. Let me go ahead and share your screen. I will pin you up here.
There's a pretty quiet 20-meter display, and we are tuned, hopefully. And let's bring, here is Vara HF. Looks very much like Vara FN, but many of the functions are different. One function that we still have is the ability to check the channels as they're available. So this looks entirely different than FM, and it also gives you an estimate of your success given propagation at that very moment of connecting to a gateway elsewhere.
And you'll note it shows the distance and the bearing. So
Right.
if you have a beam antenna, that allows you to swing it for best propagation.
Right. So we're using 100 watts. This is an HF gateway near Seattle, which I had some success in connecting with earlier today. And let's hope the demo gods still like it. This is going to look and sound much different than what you heard before, so let's see if it works. There's the connection. Still trying to handshake.
You can see in the constellation screen with all the red dots there that it's pretty marginal signal. Those would be green if it was better.
Okay, I'm going to exit out of that. And let's see if we can start another one. And I'm going to pick a different gateway. So I'm looking, well, there are some 20-meter ones that are around. Well, let's try this one.
You'll notice in the Vara, the bottom of the Vara screen, it says connecting to, and then 9 of 10 and soon to be 10 of 10. The reason it does that is because HF gateways usually monitor multiple frequencies. And so when you first call, it may be listening on a different band. So it sends out multiple attempts to try to mesh up with the gateway's band rotation. Also, of course, it just keeps trying. He has his set for 10 tries. I set mine for 15 because I found in many cases I connect on the 12th, 13th, 14th try.
Hearing 348, that's about where I'm at. Let's try this one. We'll try one more.
I can demo also.
Let's see.
As you can see, with sending email via HF, one of the things that you really need to pay attention to is propagation, the location of where the station is. If you look in the screen that's, he's already got it off. In his channel select screen on the right-hand side, it'll show the bearing and distance to the gateway that he's trying to reach. And you want to make sure if you've got a directional antenna that you're pointed at that, and also that the type of antenna that you have is matched.
Chris, my friend, I'm going to send it back to you. Maybe you'll have better luck.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and send it back over to me. Unshare your screen. I will retain myself.
So there was a question in the chat about center frequency and dial frequency and how do those come in play. And so remember, we're not transmitting a narrow band. This is a wide, and maybe Chris, you can show that on your screen when you get to sending the message. You were covering a good bit of bandwidth. The thing that's important when you get to your channel selector is to understand either what to key in there or to let Vara enter it for you. So if you open up your session,
I'm going to actually, before I open up my Vara HF, a good practice, if you've got access to the internet, is to go ahead and open a Telnet session. And I'll just go ahead and do a quick run of that to make sure if there's any mail that's been queued up, especially with the class, we've been getting a lot of emails in. So,
yep. I did an exercise last Saturday, forgot to do that. There were 30 emails and, we didn't tie up that gateway that long at all.
It is always a good idea to be able to do that if you have access to the internet. So I'm going to go ahead and click on open session. I'll click the drop down here. I'm going to go over to Vara HF WinLink. Now I have mine set so that it automatically does not open Vara. So I've got my Vara session already open over here. You can see it's running in the other window, and you can see that this is connected to my ICOM 7300. Now I am not using a signal link in this situation with an ICOM 7300. If I go ahead and open up my settings here and I go to my radio setup, you can see that I've got it selected to my radio with the ICOM 7300. I have it set to USB digital. That will automatically switch my radio into the USB D or digital mode, which is going to help improve the communication. I've got the correct COM port set, the baud rate, and so forth. I can hit update, and that will make that connection. Now, I'll come up here to the channel select window, and I've got a whole bunch of red items.
Yikes.
Hang on, let me scroll up here to the top. There we go. So you can see that these right-hand columns, your path estimate and your path quality estimate, those are calculated based off of, what's it called? Voice of America.
Propagation
reports that are coming out of there. So it's using your grid square to know where you're at. It's telling you the frequency, so you know what band that you're trying to connect on, and it's telling you the call sign. It's also telling you the mode that they're operating on. the grid square where they're located, any hours of operation. So not all stations are available all of the time. It tells you what group that they're in, the distance in miles. So for instance, W6BI, that's Orv. He's 29 miles from me. I would not be able to reach him, I know, via line of sight because there's a mountain in the way. I would need to use NVIS to be able to reach that station. And I don't have that antenna up. I'm using a buddy hex right now. So I've got a hex beam. I've got long distance communication. I've got the bearing that I need to be able to set to, and then the path reliability. So just as before, you can come down here and you can select one that you think you may want to operate on. So like, let's say I wanted to try this station here. I can just double click on it and it'll set all of these settings here. And if you notice down in the bottom in my radio, it actually switched the bands for my radio. It set everything up. It jumped to that specific frequency. Now this is Orb. I know I can't reach him, but I'll come over here to favorites. One of the things that you can do is you can add a particular station to your favorites so that you can quickly get back to it. And I have several of those already set. The one that I'm going to connect to is this KD5REJ, and that's a station that's located in Texas. So I'll go ahead and click on that. This is on the 17 meter band, and I'll just go ahead and click start. It's a bearing of 106 degrees, and my hex beam is already pointed there. And let's see if this switches over and does this. You can see my radio down at the bottom is doing the transmit back and forth. One of the things that's really critical, you want to make sure that you're in the mode of your radios so that you can see all of your graphs and data. So what I primarily look for is the ALC graph, because that is one of the places where you'll oftentimes have the gain set from the computer will be too high or too low. And what you're looking for is you're looking for it to be within that that red bar about the first third. So
and you can do that in Vara like we showed you for the FM. You can do that in the Vara HF as well in the settings. It'll actually show you how to tune it,
yeah,
and check your ALC and the sound card setup.
That's over here in the settings sound card. So it's right there. So if I hit the tune, you can see where it's looking for. If I hit tune, you can see there's my ALC and it's jumping to right at the within the right range. But you can adjust this slider right here to adjust that level for what you're looking for. All right, so I did not get the station in Texas. I'm not pointed directly at this station, but let me try this station here. This is KD0SFY. This is a station I believe that's located in Colorado, and I'm having pretty good luck with them. So let me start that, and let's see if we get a connection to them as well.
One other gotcha with HF is that all of the bands, it's upper sideband. So those bands like 40 and 80 meters that normally are lower sideband for single sideband voice, you want to make sure you're on upper sideband. We're just not having any luck today.
We're just having a rough time with our HF propagation. I'm going to go one more time back down here to the 17 meter band, and we'll let that run off one more time. Usually when I'm sending my emails, I will via WinLink, I'm usually using HF. And when we practiced this earlier today, we got all of that. We are seeing channel busy notification there.
Are we late enough that
we might be
that 40 or 80 might work?
Yeah, I don't have a 40 or an 80 meter antenna up right now. I can do 6 through 20. So let's go ahead and take some other questions. Let me go ahead. Looks like we've got somebody else coming in. I'm going to go ahead and bring everybody back up on screen because we've definitely run a little bit over time. And I'm going to just repin everyone else up here. Getting spotlight. Oh, Dave doesn't have his camera on, so I can't spotlight him. Turn your camera on, Dave. There we go. And add the spotlight. All right, so we've got everybody back up here now. Let's go ahead and take a couple of questions, some more questions that folks may have coming in here. Sharon K7EO is asking, where is the VARA setup window? Trying to update the software, but can't find where. That's, I think, a couple of different questions there on that. So where is the VARA setup window? I can switch back over to mine. Inside of both VARA HF and VARA FM, if you go up to settings in the upper left, you have your VARA setup, and these look slightly different for VARA HF. The setup window looks like this. It's got your VARA license information, and then just a couple of little informations allow VARA to check for updates via the internet. So it should do some checks automatically when you launch it. If not, you can always go back to the website. Maybe one of the Davids can put a link to the VARA website in the chat for us. And you can always download a new fresh copy of it and update. There was a new update that just came out recently. I had to update both of my VARA FM and VARA HF. Earlier, we had a question that came in about VARA licensing also, because there's a question about how the licensing works and do you need to buy a license? And ultimately, VARA, you can use it at a slower speed. If you buy a license for it, and you can get to the license information by just going up to the help menu and going down to buy VARA license. It's as of right now, it's a lifetime license, covers your call sign with all of your different machines and all of the different modes of VARA. So one license covers you for all of those, and you don't have to upgrade that again. Anyone else want to add anything? I know KK60A, you deal with the licensing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this is a creation of just a wizard in southern Spain, Jose Alberto Nieto Ros. And the guy is just a wizard, and VARA has taken this community just by storm in recent years, and he is continually updating the program. In fact, some of us at Aries LAX have, I wouldn't exactly call it a direct pipeline, but we can get his ear on certain additions, and we have done that several times, and that's really gratifying to know that he will rewrite the program and pump out an update based on our recommendations. So it is well worth getting the license, the registration key from Jose.
And there's lots of things that constantly are shifting with VARA. For instance, there's a new keyboard to keyboard mode that's just recently been introduced, and it's using VARA to be able to do that. So it makes for a very fast communication.
Back to Sharon's question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I maybe I'm wrong, but I think she was asking where the files are stored. And if that's the question, the default is to store it right in your C drive. And there's two folders. There's a VARA FM folder and a VARA folder for HF. That's default. That doesn't necessarily mean that's where you installed them, but that's typically where they are, as you can see right there.
And
I'm not sure if that was the question.
Yeah, and we should say, if you don't know where the files are, do a little hunting and bring them into order, because you want to know where they are. And I just like that kind of order in the C drive, that Vara FM is kind of, all the files are going to be in that folder that says Vara FM.
And she's writing back that she was looking for the update button, and I don't believe there is an actual update button, is there?
No.
No, it's not. It does not auto update, but it will remind you if you have certain ones of the older versions. It will remind you an update is available.
Yeah,
but it won't auto update.
So it reaches out, and if you have version 4, but version 5 is out there, it'll say there's a new version of this. Feel free to download it.
Dave or Dan, both of you guys are running your own gateways, and can you talk a little bit about the version issues with Vara? I recall recently there was a big communication that went out to all of the different groups that, hey, Vara is updating to whatever version, and it's not going to work. Can you talk about that? One of you talk about that a little bit?
Generally, he tries to make it backwards compatible, but if he feels that the old technology really holds it back, he will let everybody know that there is a new version available and that it is not backward compatible. So we have to get the word out to our peers that are using it to let them know that on a given date, and we in LA, the last time that happened, we had a meeting, and all the gateway operators had a meeting, and we decided on a date and time that we were going to make the update. And it was a couple of weeks in the future, and we put out a marketing campaign to our peers out there, letting them know when that update and change was going to happen, and that old versions would not work and past that point.
Thanks, Dan. So we've got another note about the whole update thing. So if you can see my screen while I'm doing this, in Vara, if you go up to settings and you go to the Vara setup, there is a checkbox here that says allow Vara check for updates via internet. And it will check to see if there's an update, but it's not going to automatically update. You are going to have to go and download that installer again and run the installer to get it.
So having that check box checked, what it'll do is in the upper right hand grid, the green box that you can see behind that window, it'll come up and say, hey, there's an update available, and it'll be a link there that you can click to open a browser to go and download it in the latest version, but it won't automatically update for you.
And another advantage of allowing Vara to install where it wants to is that when you do updates, it will find the same folder and make your update, so you don't have to go out and find it.
And Don mentioned that he didn't see that screen on his Vara FM, which probably means you're using an older version. On the current version of Vara FM, it'll say allow Vara check for updates.
Right. And am I right? The current version is 4.1.4?
No, it's up to 4.1.8.
See, I need to update.
And there was a while where they weren't updating as much. So right there, you can see Chris is showing you allow Vara to check for updates, and that's checked. And it is checked by default on the newer versions. But I don't think that came out until 4.1.4 or 4.1.6. But the current version is 4.1.8, and that's a recent update.
On Jose's website, it might even be easier just to go there and see what the version is, and if it's higher than what you got down.
Yeah, well, if you have it checked, if you have it checked, it'll let you know in that green box that Chris is showing there. On the FM or the HF version, it'll pop up a little box saying, hey, there's a new version, and it'll give you a link, and you can click that. It'll open your browser and let you get there.
Yep.
Today, we're going to talk about various ways of creating custom paths within WinLink. Here's our normal diagram that we've been looking at all along, literally since week 1. This is week 4 of the class. We should all be pretty familiar with this basic setup. And today, what we're going to focus on is last week we showed how to actually send via RF. So we focused on that link between the blue link between WinLink, your computer, and your radio, and that first RMS gateway. But what happens if that first RMS gateway is inside of the disaster zone that happens and it is not connected to the internet? What you need to do in that case is you need to do something called digipeating. You need to tell WinLink how you want WinLink to route your traffic. You have that control with WinLink, and it's really, really pretty cool as to how this works. Essentially, that gateway that you were sending through previously, if it's still up, or some other user, some other WinLink user, you're going to work with them as if they are a regular station, and you're going to pass traffic through their computer, through their RF connection, and hop over to another RMS gateway. So what this looks like is you have the gateway that you're going to ultimately send your traffic from. That is going to be the first box that you'll fill out. We're going to go in and show this. And then there's this little thing that's going to say via and then station through. And you'll notice that there's a station designation down here. And I've got these little -10 and -4. Now, those are going to be populated at the end of the call sign because we're going to set up basically our own custom routing in order to do this digipeating thing. Now, what the heck am I talking about -10 and -4? Well, this really comes from the world of APRS. And at the end of a call sign in APRS, there are all of these -1, -2 station designations that you can indicate over APRS what kind of station you are, whether or not your general station is generally -0, and so usually the 0 gets clipped off. But then slots 1 through 4 are designated within APRS as generic additional stations. Number 5 is other networks, and so forth. There's a lot of different options here. But the two that we're usually most interested in is the station through, which is another generic station addition. And this is mostly by convention. So in your particular area, you may need to find out from the group that you're, the hams in your area, if they're following the same sequence. Gateways within APRS are generally tagged as -10 or -10 at the end. And so those are the two that we're generally going to use. That's what we use here in Southern California. We have a bunch of gateways in the Los Angeles area, and they've actually gone to having -10, -11, or -12. And we'll show you where those show up. But for the most part, all of your stations, at least the ones that we use here in Southern California, the station itself gets tagged as -4. So that information is what's getting populated here in the digipeating call sign information. So with that, let me switch back over to WinLink, and I want to show you what this looks like a little bit. So here we are back inside of my WinLink, and I'm going to go ahead and create, actually, let me check my mail because I'm pretty sure I just got a whole pile of these that maybe came in. Look at that, people checking in.
I had 27.
That's awesome. That is fantastic. We're going to do a demo with that information here in just a few minutes. Wow, look at it all go. Perfect. And wait, my disconnect and disconnect. Good. There we go. So inside of WinLink, when this works, by the way, for both Packet WinLink and for Vara FM. So I'm going to use Vara FM. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Oh, let me make a quick test message. I'm going to make a quick test message. I'm going to send it to KK6DA, and I'm going to say send pizza, send or pizza, and post that to the outbox. All right. So when I open the session up here, this is what we've been seeing already. So we've got our connections. It says direct, and I'm going through a gateway W6RH. If you recall, when we go into channel select, and we have all of the call signs, here's W6RH, and notice the -10 at the end. That's his gateway, and that's the designation. And remember that -10. Notice right below him, W6BI, that's Orv, who's also on the call with us. He's got a gateway here, and he's also a -10. It tells us our frequency, it tells us our channel width. Both of these are wide, the grid square that they're located, whether or not they're public or MCOM, distance away, and bearing. So that's the information if I was going to send this message direct through W6RH. I've got that selected, and oh, oops, I gotta double click it. There we go, double click, and it populates that information. So that's how we would directly send. But notice there's this little via, and it's all grayed out over here. But let's say W6RH is inside of the disaster zone. He doesn't have an internet connection. And I know that W0DHG, he's just down the hill. He's not too far. How do I know that? I know that because if I go back to winlink.org and I click on tools right here, you click on tools, what it does is it brings you up a map of the WinLink system. Now, I'm going to be sending via VARA FM, so I'm going to click VARA FM and just going to identify all of the gateways for you right here. Now, I can go ahead and dial in. I'm just going to zoom here into Southern California. And here's the map of Southern California, and this is only the VARA stations. Now, I'm located basically right here underneath of this 126 sign. I'm roughly about right there. And notice there is just dead zone right here. There's not a lot of VARA stations, but W6RH is right here. ORV is located, I think you're right here. Yeah, there's ORV right there. And W0DHG is here. And I believe this is NR6V. So we're scattered out. I drove right past here. It took me about an hour to get down this far. So it's a good 60 miles or so for me to get down there. So I'm going to send this message up here through W6RH, and I want to send it out of David W0DHG's gateway right there. So let me minimize this. And to do that, instead of having your connection say direct inside of the VARA FM, you click the drop down here and you change it to Digipeater. Now, remember in the slide, the first blank here, this is the destination gateway. This is where you want your message to go out of. And it's no longer going to go out of W6RH. I want it to go out of W0DHG. And I'm going to send it out of his gateway, which is -10. Now, because I'm sending this through W6RH and I'm going to send it through his station, I'm going to put his station's identification. So I'm going to do that as W6RH-4. So if the demo gods are with me, this message is going to go out of W0DHG, but it's going to go through, it's going to go via W6RH. So I'm going to first make sure my radio is on, and I'm going to listen for a second to make sure there's no traffic. We can see my VARA window over here, and there's no traffic going on right now. So I'm going to go ahead and send the message, and let's see what happens. So there we go. It's dropped me down to narrow. You can see some of the information down here at the bottom, which is really helpful. Here you can see at the bottom of my VARA window, W6RH is going through W6RH-4, going to W0DHG-10. And you can see my signal is pretty low. And that's because we've got kind of a weak signal between W6RH and W6DHG because there's the Santa Monica Mountains in between the two of them. They've got just enough of a path to be able to get that signal through. And there we go. It's going pretty slow, but it's working. It's getting the message through.
Still only almost 600 BPS.
There it is. It's sending. Oh, and there's more WinLink messages coming in. That's going to be fun. And what's also interesting is notice that I've got sound modem still running in the background. One of the nice things about using a signal link and using sound modem and using VARA FM is that the two do not conflict with each other. So you can see the traffic, you can see the waterfall through your sound modem, you can see what traffic is going through, and then you can also see the traffic going through the VARA, and you can see all of your settings that you've got going on in here. So that's pretty cool. Now we're checking a whole bunch of email coming through here all at one time. And so I'm just going to go ahead and let this complete here. Remember, one of the things that we talked about was the green line here inside of your WinLink session. So initially, when I was sending my message out, the green line was going from left to right. Now the green line, as I'm downloading messages, it's going from right to left. And that traffic is coming in right over there. There we are. Dave, how's your demo over there going with HF?
Talking to me, Chris?
Yeah.
I am ready to go. I had lost Zoom on my second computer, so if you want to transition into that, we can give it a shot.
Yeah, because this is clearly going to take a minute or two, and so rather than sitting and watching, going through a digital meeting, downloading all of these messages, that's a little fun. But you can see how that works. Actually, while we'll go ahead and let's do the HF demo real quick, and then we'll come back to some more digipeating information. So go ahead and share your screen whenever you're ready. And I will unpin myself when you do.
You should see my screen.
I do see your screen.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, I'm going to remove my spotlight. And we will spotlight.
And let's bring up WinLink.
David, your audio is very low.
We got to talk into the microphone, David.
Yeah. Okay. I'll move the mic over here. There
Perfect.
We go. All right. Just be a little patient. And there's VARA. Okay, we had pre-selected a gateway, an HF gateway in Washington State, I believe it is. And it was W7FLO. And let's give it a shot, see if it works. Well, oh, there we go. We're connected.
All right.
Hey, David, could you click on the VARA HF window to see the connection there? Perfect. And you can see on the bottom there connecting, and it goes through a number of different steps.
Yeah, I did earlier. I did as a backup to David. I set up mine and connected to the Las Vegas KO0000 gateway in Las Vegas, and it took 12 tries before he woke up and saw me. So sometimes it does take a lot of attempts before you connect.
Dan, if you're set up, you want to try that? You want to try the Las Vegas gateway?
Yeah. Let me.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing, and Dan, over to you. Just make sure you've downloaded these messages by Telnet.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, we forget that when we're doing these demos, there may be 40 messages or 50 or 60 coming through.
When we did the early demo, in the WinLink setup screen, you have the option to check that box to say,
Right.
show me the list of mail that's in the CMS, so that you can pick the ones you want to download. And it's a good reason to do that.
Lesson as to why I need to go back and do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead, Dan.
All right, are you seeing my WinLink HF screen?
Yep.
Yeah,
looks great.
good.
Okay, let's give her a try.
KO0000. Interesting call.
All right, looks like it is restarted.
Can you drag that little? Yeah, there you go.
Like I said, this morning earlier, it took 12 tries before he connected. Hopefully that's where we're headed this time.
Yeah, an hour ago we had really good propagation on 20 meters. It's a little less than that now.
We're just not having any good luck here.
Trying to do this on a live show is turning out to be tricky.
All right,
Yeah.
let's try one that has been a little more reliable for me. And because I have cat control with my Xiegu G90, all I have to do is change it. The channel selection automatically changes the radio. So let's try AJ7C, who is in Culver City. Not that far from me, but he's been pretty reliable. Really, folks, this does usually work.
Well, we'll have to
Yeah,
make a video and post it on WaveTalkers.
We will make a video and post it up there.
Yeah, it does work.
So it looks like, let me add the spot.
And we should say, in a recent exercise that we did in Southern California with Aries LAX, we had one station set up to send our traffic, our WinLink traffic, out of area. And in the course of a 6 to 7 hour exercise, he passed almost 100 messages, 98 messages out of area and then back. The reason we do this is because if we have, a catastrophic internet failure in Southern California, to send it to Las Vegas or San Francisco or Seattle would be our path to get that communication out.
And some gateways, the hybrid gateways, do that automatically.
Right.
If the internet's down, my gateway, if the internet is down, it stores the messages that come in and either holds them for somebody to log into my gateway and pick them up themselves, or it will hold them until the internet comes back, and then it will send them on to the message server. So even W6BI, which is normally pretty reliable to me, is not connecting. So,
all right. So
I'm afraid that's an abject failure, guys.
All right. Not a problem. So let's go back over to it. It's completed now. It looks like I've downloaded 41 messages. Great job on the check-ins, everyone. That's absolutely wonderful. And I want to talk just a little bit more about this digipeating stuff here. So let's say the disaster zone has been extended a little bit. Let's say the disaster zone now, W0DHG has lost his internet connection as well. But we know that NR6V, we know Dan still has a connection. So what we would do in that case, I would no longer digipeat directly to W0DHG. I'm going to copy this. I do Command Control C. I'm going to paste it over here. And I'm going to change him to 4 because we're going to go through his station, not through his gateway. And now I'm going to change the destination gateway here to NR6V. And now if I were to send this, it would go first to W6RH. It would then digipeat over to W0DHG, and then W0DHG station would pass that traffic on to NR6V. Now, knowing that we could end up with a whole bunch more check-in forms, I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to show it to you in a different way. And that is directly through the VARA FM interface itself. Now, when you go into VARA, you want to click here on settings. And to make sure that digipeating is set up correctly for VARA, what you're going to do is you're going to click on VARA setup. And we've seen this screen before. Here are your TCP/IP ports. These are the ones that need to match inside of your settings inside of WinLink. Here's your system for VARA FM. I'm going to have mine set to wide, and it'll automatically drop down to narrow if the narrow is all that works, but we're going to set this to wide. And then right here, this is what you want to do. You want to add in for digipeater, you want to add in your call sign -4 because that's your local station. So I've added W6AH-4. I've got my retries set to only 2 because I don't want to have to sit and tie up the frequency. And then I have my VARA call sign and my registered license. I believe in order to digipeat, you do have to have the license key in order to make this work. So we'll go ahead and hit close. Now to test the digipeating, we're going to come up here. I'm going to go to settings and go down to my sound card settings. And remember, this is where we were checking all of our tune settings here. So let's start off with just a simple ping. I'm going to hit ping. And I'm going to bring this over here to the side. And first, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ping W6RH-4 because I know he's there. And I'm going to go ahead and hit the ping connection. Now, if you watch my VU meter over here, you can see that it's roughly, its audio input is parked right around here. This is right around -13, -14. That's ideally where you want to be. Notice I've got a pretty good connection here to W6RH-4. Now,
hey, Chris, try me. W6BI-4.
Let me try you.
We haven't tried that yet, have we?
BI-4. I'll go ahead and do that. I'm pretty sure I don't have a path to you because we have a little thing called a mountain right in between.
Yeah, you'd have to go through Rob.
I'd have to go through Rob. So let's see if we can do that. So I'm still want to try and connect to W6BI, but let me go through W6RH-4 and let's see if now I can get a connection over to ORF. I'm going to hit that.
You need to change mine to -10.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Oh, look, there we go. So I can see your station, so I can now digipeat through you. But if I want to go to your gateway, you're right. I got to change you. So let's say I want to go to your gateway. I'm going to go to -10, and I will hit that. And let's see if we get a connection. And there we go. We've got a connection. Now let's go that long chain. Let's say W0DHG and WRH are both in the disaster zone. So I want to go to NR6V-10. I want to go to Dan's gateway. I'm going to go first to W6RH, and now I want to go to W0DHG-4. I'm going to go through his station, and let's see if we can get a connection all the way down into the San Fernando Valley. And there we go. It's not a great signal, but that message got through.
Sub in Dan's gateway at the end.
Sub in Dan's gateway?
Yeah, because
I don't think W6RH can get to Dan.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, he's too far. So I've got to go through you, or I can go through ORF.
No, through ORF. I'm sorry, through ORFs. Yeah.
N6B or M
W6
BI-4. And we'll get over that way. And look at that. You can see in VARA, you can see the signal going.
Oh, that's a good connection.
It's even better connection.
It's an even better connection. So what this really means is that in a disaster or during a drill, you have the ability to send traffic via all of these different ways. And this can be all coordinated on a voice frequency. For instance, let's say net control 2W0 DHG, do you have any traffic? You would say yes, and he would go ahead and send his traffic, and he could route all of that traffic however he needs to in order to get it to the various stations. So
really every client station should be set up to be a digipeater, because in a disaster, we're going to want to do that. Plus, you may want to consider building some digipeating stations that you can take and chain to a pole at a good location and create paths that may not exist otherwise. It's pretty simple to set one of these up.
So with that, we've shown that we can demonstrate of getting that traffic around, and we can give it all the way over to Orv. Let's switch gears now a little bit, and let's invite Orv up to screen. Orv, are you ready to do your demo?
Sure. I have the little presentation, or we can just do a demo.
No, do your presentation. So let me go ahead and turn your camera on. There you go. Let's make sure you're pinned to everyone, and go ahead and share your screen. So Orv Beach is Mr. Arden Mesh.
Oh, I don't know about that.
You must address him as Ambassador Beach.
Ambassador.
Oh, I'm right. That's right. I forgot Ambassador Beach.
Yeah. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Oh, good. Miracle of miracles. Anyway, I've been messing around with Mesh for half a decade now. So anyway, for those of you who aren't real familiar with mesh networking, it's an IP network over modified wireless radios with custom software. It's gotten quite popular, especially in the metro areas. There's some mapping software that's out there, and I thought I'd just throw a few quick maps at you so you let you know what's going on out there. This is Washington. They've only been up a few months. Oregon's coming along real nicely. If you're interested in the colors, orange is 5 gig. This is a memory test. Purple is 2 gig, blue is 3 gig, and the gray ones are no gig because there's a need for that too. Anyway, Yakima, Washington, he's doing a real good job. Hawaiian Islands, they come up about a year ago. All of those inter-island links are currently internet tunnels. They're working on getting them replaced with RF links. San Francisco Wireless Emergency Mesh, they're doing a great job of pushing it out. It kind of exploded in an unplanned manner, and now they're working at putting together a real backbone so they can move a lot of traffic. And here's kind of the big daddy on the West Coast. We have some ardent developers in Southern California, so we kind of got a head start. Last time I counted, there were about 425 stations on this map here. That's both ground stations and like backbone levels on hilltops or mountaintops. So anyway, there's 2 ways of moving WinLink traffic over the ham radio network. One of them is sending to a post office and on the mesh network, and another is point-to-point between 2 WinLink stations that are sitting on the mesh network. I don't have anything to demo or on my presentation about point-to-point, but it's in the document, and I think we're going to play around with it some. So anyway, things you need to get started. You already have a connection to the mesh network in your shack, and your WinLink computer has an IP address from the mesh network. There is a slight problem with that. The mesh network is hardwired to use the 10.0.0.0 network, can't be changed. And your home network is normally 192.168. something. So how do you fix that? You get a Microtip HAP AC Lite router. It's a little 5-port router. Here it is, costs, I don't know, 50 or 60 bucks. Loaded with the Arden software, this is what it'll do for you. In the center there, port 5 goes up to your outside RF node that's your link to the RF network. Also supplies PoE power up to the node, so you don't have any of those achy external PoE injectors. Down at the bottom, if you're wired to your home network, it goes out port 1, or you can use one of the 2 internal radios of the HAP AC Lite to be a wireless access client and connect wirelessly to your home network. And that way, anything on ports 2, 3, or 4 will get an IP address from the little HAP Arden router there, and will have connectivity not only to the RF network, but the home internet network. And this is what you need for your WinLink program to successfully work on the mesh network. If you're not familiar, here's some examples of guys' setups at their home stations. Dan has something like this. In fact, all the guys do. If you're an HOA network, this is your solution. Nobody will notice that satellite TV's not pointing at a synchronous satellite. We have a couple guys using these. That LDF5 at the feed point there, I think is 36 or 37 bucks. And you get the combination of the two, you get about 23 dBi gain. So what's up on the mountaintop you talk to? Here's a small site in North Orange County, 3 sector antennas. Here's a medium-sized site. This is on the border between LA and Ventura County. This is also a medium-sized site in spite of the size. The darn radio system has a site on Verdugo Peak, above Burbank, California. And 2 of those poles hold our networking stuff. The rest is all darn gear. And this is a large site. This is a commercial site in Orange County, California. One of the senior Arden developers lives very close by, and the site is ham friendly, so he's had time to develop this. So I took this graphic off of the WinLink site. It hasn't been upgraded in a while. WinMore has been deprecated on HF. RDOP is still there, but VARA is coming into favor, VARA HF. Just FYI, I saw a document where they did testing of the HF protocols through a like an ionosphere simulator. It simulated various noise levels, various levels of fading and such. And under a lot of the conditions, the VARA HF software modem did as well as or better than Pactor 4 even. So if you're on a budget and a Pactor box is out of your reach, VARA HF is a very cost-effective solution. And down at the local level, I put in VARA there along with Packet on VHF and UHF. And that's where the ham radio networking goes in at that level. You've seen this before. It's not a big deal. I won't dwell on it, but because mesh networking adds another route into the mix, it just adds a little bit to the complexity. So you've seen this. This is the kind of the process flow. You've seen this for Packet and HF and stuff like that. But I wanted to point out, I connected to this post office K6PVR-SVR. Total connect time was 10 seconds down here. Time to transfer a 22 kbyte message was 3 seconds. So you can see that it moves traffic like crazy. And by the way, I did some looking. That works out for this one particular message. And by the way, this post office on the mesh network is 3 hops away. 5 gig, wired link, and another 5 gig, I think. But the nice thing about mesh is you don't have to define the routing because it's an IP protocol with routing on top of it. Your station knows how to get to the other end. But I was noticing it took 3 seconds to move 22 kbytes. I worked that out, and that's around 220 kilobits per second. Whoa. That's good, but that's not anywhere near what the mesh network would carry. I've tested it out here, and it's, I don't know, between 5 and 7 megabits per second. So it looks like the bottleneck in throughput here is WinLink itself. Mine is on a slower computer. That might have something to do with it, but certainly not going to hold up your traffic passing. And that's the end of my demo. Let me close that. Guys, how visible is that? Let me make it a little
Yeah.
bigger.
Pretty good. It could be bigger,
Yeah, well,
There you go. That's better.
but we can see it.
Okay, it's in a VM, and this is a very busy computer.
Yeah.
That looks really good, Orv.
Okay, good. So how do we set up? Let me show you how you set up. Okay. When you, oh, let me close this here. So the session you want to open up when you have a want to send a mesh network, it's telnet to a post office. And you can see the one I currently have selected is AJ6GZ. He's in Redlands. It's 90 air miles southeast of here, and it's 120 network miles. And I have it set up to auto connect every half hour. You can see that. But if you don't know what's in your area, here's how you do it. That is to say, which post office is in your area. And by the way they advertise it is the service name they advertise can be either WinLink or post office, or in both. And WinLink was modified a while back to recognize those and automatically list them. So you go add server, and if you don't know what it is, and by the way, this isn't really important here, what it's called, you update your Arden mesh node list. And it will go to your local node, which presumably has a connection to the network, and it's going to look for these two strings out on the network. And it will list every one of them, every node it finds that is advertising this. So if you go and update mesh nodes, it says, I found 23 services advertised. Exit the screen, exit this one, and here are all the ones that are pulling down. And by the way, frequently you'll find mesh services that are advertised that are no longer out on the network. People don't do as good a job of maintaining them as they should. And it's not just WinLink post offices. It would be web servers, cameras, stuff like that. So if you find one that doesn't work, just pick another one, and try and pick the ones that are obviously close by to you. And if he happens not to have an internet connection, you know, move out to one a little farther. You'll notice there's some Hawaiian stations here. And I think I even saw, where did I see it? Well, anyway, oh yeah, here you go. IR2, Italian. So somehow he's sneaking through a internet link someplace. So what you do is you pull down the one you want, like I'm not even going to try that one. Like K1BLU, I'll save him. So now I have 3 of them on there. Well, 4 actually. Let's see if K1BLU is on the air, and you can just start and see if he connects. And see, he is not connecting. So he has turned off his WinLink server or something. So I'll just go back to my good old reliable and test Ian's. Let me stop that, start that. Oh, come on. There you go. Now we can try this one. Done. Oh, look, I have 2 more express check-ins. Grass Valley and Kema, Texas. So that's it in a nutshell. If you've satisfied the prerequisites and your WinLink computer is sitting on the mesh network, you can just configure it that way. And this procedure is outlined in the document I sent to Chris, so it should be available.
There we go. We're talking about APRS basics for MCOM getting started. Now, APRS stands for Automatic Packet Reporting System. It used to be called originally the Automatic Position Reporting System, but that got changed. And now it's this Automatic Packet Reporting System. So what the heck is that? Well, it's pretty much Twitter and text messaging for ham radio at a very rough kind of high level. That's kind of a general way to think about APRS. And what you're doing with APRS is you're sending traffic, little tiny messages, little short messages. Now, these short messages are text, and they're usually about 48 characters or less. And I say about because there are some variations in different variations that will support a little bit more, but keep your messages extremely short. Consider about 48 characters or less. Along with each of these little packets of data, there's also an icon that gets associated with the message. And the icons are defined within the message as a 2-character string. So in Los Angeles, for instance, we use the icons to help us identify hospital statuses. So if we have operators that are deployed out to the various different hospitals, and we make a call out to say, please send in your hospital status report, those operators can simply change the icon field for their reporting. So if they put a /5, that would indicate that their hospital is operating under normal operating conditions. If they add a /4, it would mean the situation is under control. A /3 would show up as orange and show modified services were available. /2 would indicate, hey, there's a lot of limited services. There's stuff going on right now. And a /0 would be black, no services, bad stuff is happening. Divert all incoming patients to other hospitals. So it's a way that you can very quickly and easily send a very quick status update that can convey a lot of information. And all of this can be mapped. So let's talk about a couple of the uses for APRS, not just what it is. Oh, one more thing before I go to that. The other key feature of APRS is that the sender gets to set the guidelines or the path for the distribution of the packet that you're sending. And think of this as a wrapper. We're going to come back to that in just a minute or so. But this is actually a really key thing because it allows you to set how broadly you want your message to be sent out. So a couple of the common uses for APRS. We just talked about the status reports, and that's really common, very easy to be able to do. And if you're receiving the APRS packets in a computer with a mapping program built in, which we're going to show you in a little while, then all of the hospital's location with the operators, with the status reports, all show up immediately on the screen. It's very easy to see directly on the map. Another use of APRS and MCOM is transmitting of location information. Now in Ventura County, we have the Ventura ACS and ARES, which is it's a combo group of our RACES and ARES teams. And when we support different events in the county, such as marathons. So this image was from the Mountains to Sea Marathon, which runs from Ojai, California down to the beach in Ventura, California. And the course runs down through this deep ravine. So at all of the aid stations, we had operators set up that had APRS stations running at them. And then we have a few operators that will go at they'll ride their bikes. They'll be bicycle mobile, and they'll usually have an HT. In this case, this operator was using a Kenwood D72, and that was connected to the antenna that he's got on his back. And he was sending out APRS packets. So with this, the race committee at both the start and at the end and all of the different aid stations can know exactly where the different points in the field of runners are located along the course. If all of your aid stations also have APRS running, then all your aid stations get mapped out points on them as well. So it's a really handy thing to be able to use. Again, in Los Angeles, we're using the location data to identify the locations of the different hospitals and the status, or if there's a big deployment where many operators are out, it would be very easy to identify where your operators, where all of your different resources are at based on the APRS signals that are out there. Another common thing is to transmit weather information, and weather information can be as simple as a weather station at your location, or perhaps the National Weather Service may put out APRS beacons, and other hams may put out APRS beacons that have weather information attached to them. And another use is typically messages, very simple messages. We like to use the send pizza message out as a requisition request, but this is that 48 characters of a message that you have. So think of a really, really short tweet. All right, so how does this work? So you have your status, and let's say you're driving along and you're monitoring the national APRS frequency here in the United States, and that is 144.390 megahertz. And we're going to talk about the use of the national frequency of this 144.390 megahertz, both as a general use, and then we'll transition to more localized use on individual simplex frequencies in a little while. But you're driving along, you've got your APRS beaconing out, and you're driving in a caravan. You happen to be driving with W0DHG. He's in his own vehicle driving along there, and you set your path, and this is part of the setup. We'll talk a little bit more in more detail about this, but you can set your path to say, hey, I only want W0DHG-4 to have to pay attention to my packets. So if you have your path set to this and he is within simplex range, his radio or his system would, if it picks up the packet, it will pay attention to it. It might throw up a notification on his radio. It may send him a notification in the software that he's using or so forth, but he would get the packet. Anyone else who's in simplex range of you would also hear the packet, but they wouldn't necessarily be paying attention to the packet. They may not get a notification that the packet came in. Their radio may simply just filter it out because the path was set to some very specific operator for it to be able to go to. Now, if you recall, when we were looking at sound modem, and we'll do this again in just a few minutes, but when you were looking at your sound modem waterfall, you can see all of the traffic that's going by. So you would be able to see that traffic, but you wouldn't necessarily get a notification if the path is set to this. So how would you do that? You could set your path to something called wide 1-0, and then any station who is running APRS on the same frequency, that 144.390, who heard that packet, it would send a notification to them through their radio or through whatever means they're running APRS with. And you can see that as this little tiny wrapper. It's a little hard to see, but it's wrapped in yellow. Now, if one of the stations happens to be a digipeater, and you change your path to be wide 1-1, then that digipeater will receive that message. It'll receive the message. It will then change the wrapper. It'll change the outside. It'll change the path that's on that from the 1-1 to be 1-0, and it'll send that packet out. That 1.0 will hit the end of the line. It'll hit any stations that receive it, and they will get the message to be able to see that traffic. Likewise, if you happen to send out with your path initially written as wide 1-1, comma, wide 2-1, and your packet is received by yet another digipeater. Here it's digipeater, the one is listed in blue. The blue digipeater, this second one, would once again change the packet. It would change the wrapper, not the message, but it would change the wrapper around it, and it would send that packet on. What do you think would happen if you changed it to 2-2? Well, if it was picked up by another digipeater, once again, that message would get forwarded essentially on to anyone who can hear it. Now, this is really critical because it allows you to control how broad of an area your packets are going out. So if you're just working within a small localized area, then you may want to keep your path set to one of these lower paths that's not going to send your packet out quite as far. Many people ask how many of these wides you can add. I believe the number is around 10, but I would have to go back and look that up to verify that that's how that worked. So if we go back and we look at the packet itself just a little bit, and why those blinked off, I'm not sure, but we'll figure that out in a little while. If we go back and we look at the packet, From the time you send the packet out of your station, it initially is the wide 1-1, comma, wide 2-2. When it gets to the next level out, that next digipeater has stripped off the wide 2-2 and it's replaced it with wide 2-1. It's decremented that packet path. Likewise, if it gets out to the next one, it's going to strip the wide 2-1 off and only send it as a wide 1-1. And then finally, it would strip the wide 1-1 off and it would go out as a wide 1-0. I know, super complicated, but it'll all make sense as we get into the demo here in just a second. All right, so what do you need to send APRS? Well, you need a radio. As kind of the very least, you need a radio and you need a TNC. Now that TNC may be built into your radio. It may be an external TNC, and it needs to support the AX.25 protocol. Now, if you think back to the WinLink class, suddenly you'll remember AX.25 protocol. That sounds familiar. That's what sound modem was doing for us. And yes, we're going to be revisiting the whole idea of sound modem here in just a few minutes. Now, not every radio has a built-in TNC. Some of the common ones are the mobile radios from Yaesu, some of the higher end ones. It's the FT4, what's the one, David?
FTM 400.
FTM 400, the Kenwood D710G. That's the radio that I use, have those built in. There are some HTs that have a built-in TNC, Kenwood D74, the newer Yaesu, the FTM 5M, I think it's called. I can't remember the name of that one off the top of my head. I don't have that one. Anyway, so you need the TNC, or you're going to have an external one. It's a good idea to have GPS. Now, some radios, again, have a GPS built in. They'll automatically send those signals out. However, not everyone does. So you may need an external GPS chip that can be done as a simple USB chip. But that's kind of the minimum to be able to send. That's if you're a normal ham just out there sending APRS packets. You can do all of this directly from your radio. However, with an MCOM setup, more than likely, you're going to be using a system very similar to what we just looked at for our WinLink setup. You've got your radio, you've got your signal link. It's connected to your computer via USB port. That signal's going in through your sound control panel. It's then connecting over to sound modem by UZ7HO, which is acting as your virtual TNC. And instead of connecting sound modem to WinLink, like we just did in the last class, what we're going to be doing is we're going to connect that to an application called Pinpoint APRS. I've also got drawn on here that GPS dongle, which can be a little USB dongle that you can plug in, and that would also send its position information into Pinpoint APRS. There are lots of other different applications that you're able to use. This is the one that we happen to use here in Los Angeles and that we're going to demo for the class. So this part should sound fairly familiar if you've just watched through the rest of the WinLink course that we just did. If not, go ahead and check that out. That's posted live up on WaveTalkers to go back into. So let's look at a demo of some of this. So let me change, minimize, bring back there, and we'll cut over to here. So Pinpoint APRS, you get that from pinpointaprs.com. It's a really original URL, but there you go, pinpointaprs.com. And you can just do a straight Google search for that, and it should show up for you. You can download the installer right from here. It installs like pretty much any other application on your PC. Pinpoint APRS is only available for Windows, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, there are other options that are available for other platforms, but this is the one that we're using here on Windows because it falls along with the same system that we've got. So after you get it installed, here's my WinLink message. I'll go ahead and minimize that, minimize WinLink out of the way. You'll want to get your sound modem up and running. And we covered all of the details as to how to configure sound modem. There's absolutely no changes that you need to make. So if you've already stepped through our last course and you configured sound modem to work with WinLink, you're all set with that. Your system is all ready to go. You would want to tune your radio to 144.390. And remember, we talked about using that frequency as a frequency to be able to check and make sure that your sound modem is working properly, because as you can see, there is traffic that is coming in on this frequency pretty much no matter where you're at. If you're you should have your antenna set up, so you should be able to pick up some kind of APRS data that should be floating around there. So pinpoint APRS, I'll go ahead and double click that. The icon looks like this little globe with a magnifying glass in it. Bring that open. And my version of pinpoint is current. That's great. A couple of windows open up here. Most notably, there is a map right here. And if it doesn't have your position already plugged in, if it doesn't have your GPS kind of seeing it ready to go, you can shift click on the shoot. What's the keyboard command? It's not right click.
Chris, yeah,
go ahead.
There you go. I was looking away. You're trying to do what?
What's the keyboard command for changing your location manually? Oh, I've got the GPS plugged in, so it should work anyway for mine.
Right.
Yeah. So what you do once you come in here, you're going to come up here to the tools menu, and you're going to come down to options. And there's a bunch of information here that we're going to need to configure. Now, initially, you'll want to enter in your call sign plus an SSID. I've got my call sign in here. You can use, I typically use /-4 for my, that's why the right click wasn't working. I had the wrong keyboard on. /4, which is the same as our regular station that we had set up for WinLink. Here's that APRS path thing. So right now, there's a couple of default options here. There's wide 1-1. And if we remember from the diagram, that's going to let anybody who hears your message to be able to display it. And if it hits a digipeater, it's going to go one more hop on there. Here's the wide 2-1, 1-1, and wide 2-2, wide 2-2, wide 1-1. If I wanted to put in David, W0DHG from that first example, if I wanted to put him in the path here, I would just simply delete what is there and add that in, W0DHG-4, because I know that's what his setup is using. So now if we're driving down the road, I'm not using this on my laptop, or it's being operated by someone else in the vehicle, then this traffic would basically be being focused just between the two of us. More than likely, though, for your normal station, you're going to be running in either 1-1, 2-1, or 1-1, 2-2, depending on what your needs are. I'm going to select the 2-2 just because I want to make sure that my packets can get far enough out. Position comment, you can add a small comment here. Oftentimes, in an MCOM setup, you would be putting in your tactical call sign here. So for instance, if I was operating out of the EOC, I would enter in EOC here in my position comment. If I was operating out of the one of the hospitals, or put the hospital name, what have you. So I'm actually going to change this to demo, so that my position comment goes out as demo. Here's your station icon. Now, station icons, you can either click through these one by one to choose one that you would like to use. And there's tons of these. You can do a quick Google search and find a listing of all the different APRS icons that are out there. Or you can come in here and you can simply type in. So /y gives you your little ham shack with an HF antenna on top. If you type in /5, and then you hit either the tab or you hit the enter key on your keyboard, it will change your icon automatically for you and show you the status icon of 5 right there. Likewise, we could change this to maybe a status of /4, hit the enter return key, and it changes that icon for me. So that is what you need to set up here in the top on the APRS tab. we'll skip the digipeater for right now. We'll come down here to the APRS position beacon settings. Now, if you are doing this in an MCOM situation where you're stationed at a hospital, you don't want to keep pushing traffic out over the network. So an easy way to deal with that is to simply set your beacon to beacon automatically every 555 minutes. More than likely, you're not going to be moving. My house doesn't move very often, so I don't need to beacon out on a very regular basis. We can tell APRS when we want to beacon. We'll show you that in just a second.
Unless there's an earthquake?
Unless there's an earthquake, you may need to, it may move at that point. Or let's say you're, where we showed the example of somebody riding along with a marathon,
Right.
that would be set, and these all can be set inside of your radios as well. That may be set to a faster beaconing mode. So maybe every 2 minutes or every 3 minutes, because you're riding along with the course and you want to make sure that that position beacon is updated automatically, so you don't have to think about it. So for normal MCOM use, though, probably 555. All of that is set in here. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And it doesn't look like really anything has changed. I'm not getting any data in here. And that's because you have to tell Pinpoint APRS to connect to your TNC. So we'll do that next. We'll come back up here to Tools, and I'm going to say Connect TNC. And if the demo gods are with us, within a short amount of time, we should start seeing, I'll just move this out of the way, we should start seeing some packets coming in down here. There's some data coming in. So we've got some people that are pushing some APRS packets in here. Move this down just a little bit more so we can kind of see that that's going on. And now I'll go ahead and just I'll zoom out a little bit and we'll see where we're getting. There's a couple of pins that are showing up here on the map. And it looks like NR6V/-4 has beaconed out with a status of 5. So we know he's in normal operation mode right now.
Chris, see if you see me. If you don't, I'll do a beacon and we can see how it appears on the map.
All right. I currently am not seeing you, so go ahead and send a beacon out.
I might be just a little, no, you would see me there. Okay, so let's do a beacon from KK60A. Sending a position beacon now.
And it may take a few seconds. I'm a little bit further away, so David is somewhere over in this area.
He just popped up on the right edge of your screen.
There he is, right here. So there's KK60A. Let me stretch this window out just a little bit more so we can see that beacon.
So everyone, if we were beaconing hospital status, these would be 2 hospitals that are 100% go in operation. If we wanted to change the color, let's say to red, that would give us an indication that something's wrong at the hospital just visually on the map. Don't even have to look anything else up.
So I'm way out here in Ventura County. And if you know anything about the area, these are the Santa Monica Mountains that are down here. And there's more mountains that are back over here. There's mountains down in here. So I have all kind of mountains and stuff in the way where I do not have a clean line of sight. But I can see Dan just changed his status to level 2. So he's got some things going on right now. We're able to see that information visually on the map. Now I am outside of RF range from these guys completely. However, if I come up here and I go to Tools and I go down here to Send Position Beacon, which is also F1, is a quick way to be able to send that. Let me check real quick. Let me just go back. I'm going to go to Options and verify my level is set to 4 right now. I'll say OK, and let's move this back up and zoom back out a little bit. Let's go out one more level. Go down to Tools, go to Send Position Beacon.
And there you are.
And there I am. So I've shown up on my map with my position beacon. David and Dan, are you able to see me?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. Loud and clear.
So what's happening here is my beacon is going out and it's being picked up by some station that is acting as a digipeater. And then they are repeating my signal out transferring it a little bit further down the line, and you're able to, it continues out until all these folks are able to see that. Now, if you guys want to play along at home, you can, of course, go ahead and open up your web browser, and you can go to aprs.fi. And if the demo gods are with me, well, look, it's zoomed right in on this is a live view right now. These are all the other APRS stations. You can see there's a lot of weather stations here. And if I zoom out on the map just a little bit, if you move down to the Los Angeles, California area, you can see I'm the yellow, number 4. That's right there. Looks like here's Dan, NR6V. Here's the red signal for him. And if we come a little bit further over, here's the red or the green one for David, KK60A. Now you can see there is a lot of other traffic that's going on here. And so in a regular emergency, you would not want to be using the national frequencies more than likely, because there's just going to be a ton of other traffic. There's going to be a ton of other information
Chris,
that's on this map.
Hold on my identifier. I just want to point something out that I have done. There is a place which is discretionary on the way you ID your station, KK6-4, and I believe it's just the position. And so I put in my what 3 words position.
Oh, yeah, right
Fact,
there.
bring birds. It's just another level of information that you can transmit with a very short packet transmission.
Very, very nice. So that's kind of a very high level of the way some of this works. Now, what else are we able to do with MCOM? And you can see, yeah, there's a lot of stations here in Southern California.
Weather stations.
There's a lot of weather stations, and there are some filtering things. You can filter some of that stuff out here in the aprs.fi webpage. But if you can see here, we do not have a huge number of stations that are showing up initially. Now, over time, there will be more and more stations that'll show up here. Let's look at a couple of the other windows that we have available with some of the other information that we have available to us here inside of Pinpoint APRS. Another one of the windows, if you go up to the view menu, is this last heard window. And what last heard is this window right here. And there's some additional information that shows up over here on the side. So there's radio reports, there's aprs.is. That means if your station is connected to the internet, you can click on tools and you can connect to aprs.is or -is. And then you'll get the same information inside of your Pinpoint APRS that we were just seeing inside of the aprs.fi website. So it becomes, if you've got access to the internet, this becomes a really handy way to be able to capture everything all in one screen. I don't want all of that information in for this demo, so I'm going to leave mine turned off for right now. But if we look here at the radio reports, if we click this open, you can see that position reports, there are 28 position reports that I've received. There's some miscellaneous reports and some weather reports. I'll go ahead and click this one open. And if I scroll down, we can see there's my W6AH, there's my report. And if I click the little plus on it, I've got my Latin lawn, my grid square. This is the data that was transmitted as part of my packet. You can see there's that text that I sent along with it, demo, the timestamp information. We'll come down a little bit further. Here's Dan, NR6V-4, all of his information. He's transmitting his altitude information, his lat and lawn, his grid square, and so forth. His text message, his station message says home QTH. Come down a little bit further. Here's David, KK6DA, and his message, and there's his status. So he set his what 3 words to : fact, bring birds. So that's how those work. Now let me come back up here and let's close the position reports out of the way. Let's say you wanted to see some weather reports. You can go ahead and click that open. These are the stations that I've picked up in the area with what their weather is. And if we click on those, you can see there's some basic weather information that's being transmitted via this APRS. It's all right here, ready to go for you. There's some miscellaneous reports. These are from a couple of different operators. We'll go ahead and click on some of those. We can see this is the Simi Valley Flyers. Close it back up. And if we had the APRS-IS open, we would see reports in here. Messages. Now I've got one message in my inbox right now. Oh, it looks like
that?
KK6DA has sent me a message via APRS. So if I click the little plus here, I get the information that's in the message. And it says, message, I really, really need pizza.
We're back to that, aren't we?
We're back to that. Apparently we can't get away from that. So let me send a message via APRS back to KK6DA. And remember, I'm way outside of radio range for him. So he's way down here in Los Angeles. He's still running a status of 5, which is good. So let me send him a pizza. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hover right on the map and move my mouse right over it, click on his icon on the map, and then just come down here to send message. It's going to bring open a little message window for me. It's going to automatically address that. It's going to be from my call sign to his call sign. It's going to tell me how many characters I have remaining in this message. Remember I said about 48? Well, this one says I can send 67. It's going to send this message via RF. I could also choose to send it via APRS-IS, and then it would go through my internet connection and do the hopping for that. But right now I've got an RF connection, so I'm going to send it through here. So I'm going to just send him a pizza.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll click send. I'm going to listen because I've got my radio on. I can hear I'm listening for a little bit of quiet, and I'll hit send.
That's you.
And now I should have here in my messages and my last heard, I've got sent items, and I can see here's the message that I just sent. I sent a pizza. And if I look up here in my inbox, I've got actual new messages coming in from KK6DA, and his station automatically acknowledged receipt of that message. Now we'll show you where to set up the automatic acknowledgement. There's also here, oh, he's also acknowledged it twice. Now that's a really interesting thing. He only acknowledged one time, but I got 2 acknowledgements from him. If you think back to that chart with all of the different digipeters and the different stages and how each one, when it gets to a new level, it will send that message out. Well, here in Los Angeles area, there are a lot of digipeters out there. So the chances are pretty good that his message, when he was sending it back to me, got picked up by a digipeater, sent back out, and one path was going forward. Let's look at this one here. The path is APIN 20. This is through AJ7C-12. It then went to K6ERN as a wide 2 message. This other confirmation came from N6LXX-10. It went wide 1 to Camarillo, which is the Camarillo digipeater here. That's the EOC in Camarillo, California. And that one was digipeated back up to me as well. So the message took multiple paths to get to me, and I was able to receive that message while it was here.
Chris, quick question.
Yeah.
In the first one, we all know AJ7C. He runs a huge hybrid gateway. Did he receive that packet first, and then it went to K6ERN?
I believe that's how that went.
Wow.
I could be wrong. Who is closer to you?
I'm AJ7C. I'm beaming straight north.
More than likely, I believe that's how that means, but perhaps one of you guys could look that up and verify.
Okay.
This is where I say we're not experts at this. We're users, and so we're kind of giving you the high level of as to how we all work with this. So there's that message. I see Dan also sent me a message. I'm click down here on Dan's message. Let's see what Dan sent.
Maybe he has pizza.
He's a situation critical pizza running low.
Oh, no.
Now I can see the message here. I can see it also over here. If I click on it. No, I do not see the message appear on the map. It only appears over here on the side. Now, on my on my Kenwood D710G. Right now, I have that connected through my Signal link connected into the computer. But if I had my Kenwood set up so that it was just in the APRS mode of the radio itself, then I would have gotten a pop-up on the radio with these messages that were coming in that were directed to me. And I can also access those messages. You may be wondering to yourself, how would you reply to said message on a radio? You would use the microphone and type on these little teeny tiny keypads or turn the little dial-y thing in order to get that to work. It's
That's
a little
so-
tricky to be able to do, but it is possible to be able to pull that off. So let me send a message back to Dan. I'll do that once again by coming over here to Dan's pin. I'll just go ahead and click on it and say, send message, and I will send Dan a pizza also. And we will come up here and hit send because all the information is correct. It's got the from, it's got the to, everything's ready to go. I'm going to listen for a little bit of quiet. There it is. And my message sent.
And I have
Dan,
it.
yeah, and you got it. Perfect.
So that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool how that works. Now, in a real MCOM situation, more than likely we would not be using the national APRS frequency because notice all of the other traffic that's going on here, and it could be a little cluttered to be able to find that. Now, one thing you could do is you could say, okay, we want everybody to check in with an update of their status. Stand by to send that status update. I'm going to go ahead and change my status. I'm going to go back up here to tools options. I'm going to change mine to a status level of 5 and hit enter return. So I'll change my 4 to a 5. I'll hit OK. So I'm ready to beacon. I'm going to zoom back out on the map. And we would put a call out for all operators to be able to get ready to send their updates. And I'm going to go ahead and just go to my map and I'm going to say, clear all stations. And that magically clears the map for me. And then we would call around and just say, okay, KK60A, please transmit your traffic.
Chris, I'm having just a little anomaly, the same one that I had yesterday. So
Okay.
I need
we
to restart.
will move on to the other operators. Dan and our 6V, go ahead and transmit your status. Boom, there he is. He just shows up right there. So that's how you would work through with a voice net. If you needed to still use the national frequency, you could go through, clear your map so that you only have the stations that you want to pay attention to. You could be able to find the information pretty quickly and narrow that down. If anyone else is here in the Los Angeles area and you have your APRS set up, you can go ahead and send a status report as well. For those, so let's see, what else should we talk about there, David?
Well, shall we talk about how we would use this without the internet? You started to do that in a closed network.
Closed. Yes, thank you.
I don't have Oliver's visual pulled up, and I don't know whether you have it in queue or not. DHG had it yesterday.
Oh, yeah, let me see if I can find that real quick.
All right, it would be on Groups.io.
Yeah, I'll find it.
So what we frequently do in Aries LAX in our exercises, just about virtually any exercise, we will use this type of pinpoint APRS to show our location and our status. Remember, our primary mission in Los Angeles County is to service hospitals, and we need to know their status continually because we're monitoring their status on behalf of the EMS agency in Los Angeles County. Each hospital, I'm sure this is true in your jurisdiction also, each hospital must continually report their status to the county. Obviously, you don't want to send an ambulance with someone desperately in need to a hospital that can't deal with them. So they're obligated to report several times a day their exact bed count. And that's what we're skilled in doing as backup. So we instantly mark in color our hospital status. And if everybody's green, everybody's good. If we're having an exercise and simulating an earthquake, somebody is 0, black. That means they are closed. Do not send an ambulance to that location. So those kinds of things work out really, really well. And Chris, if you have that graphic, we could.
And you can imagine what it would take to do. We serve Aries LAX serves 70 plus hospitals. You can imagine what it would take to get status updates by voice for 70 hospitals. You'd get no other traffic through. And if you wanted to do it on a continuous basis, it would just be constant. Whereas using this, boom.
Right, Dan, we've attempted that. As you know, we have a statewide emergency medical exercise each year. It was not held last year or this year. We hope it will be held in 2022 because all of our hospitals are not in an exercise. They're in the real thing, as we all know. But
it's been a year-long or 2-year-long exercise.
Yeah, and the last time we did it, it started, when did check-in start? 8 a.m. And, by 40 minutes in, you were backed up by 2 hours. And that's just impossible. Whereas doing it this way, you see hospital status on this map instantly. There's one green, there's one orange, there are 2 reds, and the EOC, where we're reporting, is down south, where you see W0DHG. That's the location where all of the hospital status goes to. We do this continually. And then we can send messages this way, although we generally go back to WinLink for other messages. But this kind of mapping is really, really significant and something that I think is quite revolutionary. Now, this map, by the way, everybody is off the grid. This is all entirely RF. So you do more or less have to be within somewhat simplex distance. Although in my case, you see my signal down there. Actually, it's KN6BKT. Oh, this is a few exercises ago. Yeah. I could bounce from that location to K6OLI and get to KM6TKJ. And that's the way it works. It would just bounce through until the message is delivered to the destination station.
And each of these stations can be digipeaters, so they can not only participate as the source of information, but they can assist in getting other hospital information where it needs to go.
Right. So, David, what frequency do you actually use for this? Do you use a simplex frequency, or do you use a repeater, or do you use the national frequency?
Yeah, we use a simplex frequency that we have agreed upon in Aries LAX. There are several districts, and ours is Aries LAX Northeast. So we have an agreed upon frequency that has a name, Aries 501. And we have an agreed upon digital frequency also, which we just nicknamed the Autobahn. Or we pick one that we all commonly know. So that's the way it's done. If you're plopped in a brand new location, you don't know the frequency, that may be a problem. There is no way to find out. Like in WinLink, you can find the closest gateway. Through APRS, it's a little bit different system. So you would have to know by convention, by habit, what that frequency is going to be in your area.
In general, the national frequency, and this is across the entire US, is 144.390. 144.390 is the national APRS frequency. So all that APRS.phi, that the different websites that you can go to, and when you're looking at all of these stations right now are all transmitting on that one frequency. If we were to switch over to a simplex frequency, David and Dan, do you guys want to go over to the Autobahn?
Sure, we
Change
can
your
we can
radios over
try
to
that. We did, I would say, had pretty good propagation this morning for Dan's network.
Okay.
And Dan, we may be able to try that. Give me just a
So
minute.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to reset my map again. I'm going to go up to map and just clear all the stations off. I'll wait for them to get on. Now, more than likely, we on my screen will not see anything new come up at all because I'm just too far out of the area, and we don't have anybody acting as digipeters in the string on this other agreed upon frequency. So what we'll do is we'll share either David or Dan's screen here in just a minute once they get up and running, and hopefully things will show us working. So are you guys on the Autobahn now?
I am
145.030. This,
Okay.
by the way, for the rest of you, is an agreed upon frequency for several gateways in the area. We're going to use it to demonstrate digipeating also, which we can do. Should I, Chris, should I take my APRS map off the internet?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to disconnect APRSIS.
That's what he's doing, is that right there. And then if you can go up to your map and just go clear station so that you should have a clear map.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and beacon. More than likely, you guys are not going to hear me, but we'll send it anyway. Send position beacon.
Okay.
And I am, of course, listening in my headset to my radio. I'm not hearing anything, but let me go ahead and send that position beacon one more time.
Yeah, I've tried twice and I'm not finding anything
Okay.
to
So
digipede for me.
you can see here in my sound modem that my beacons went out, W6AH-4, and I'm sending that beacon out here as a wide 1-1, wide 2-2 beacon. And are either of you guys hearing me at all?
No.
Okay, I did not expect so. So let's go ahead and David, go ahead and share your screen so we can all see what your map looks like.
And here's the share.
Perfect.
You're seeing that okay?
I am seeing that okay.
Okay, very good. Just for the rest of you, here's where I am. Dan is over at this location, and Chris is in this location. I generally have pretty good communication to Dan, so let's see if I can get a beacon to Dan. Here we go. Stand by, please. That's good. That's good. That's not good. Now it should work.
Okay.
Okay. What happened there is that my position beacon was heard by another station. One of them was not Dan's. It was a station I know not too far away, and it beaconed back my position so I could see my position. Let's change.
Dan, are you able to see his beacon?
No.
Okay.
Oh, you did not see it.
And I am not, when I beacon, no one's hearing me.
Okay, give it another try now that he's finally fully set up on there.
Here we go with another beacon. Sound that you heard was the station which is further to the east, resending my beacon. So I'm just not getting west. And Dan, you've tried and you hear nothing?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to do this just to show what happens. We're going to reconnect the internet to this map. And there's a weather station nearby, which pops up. You guys want to do that too, and we'll try to get you back on the map that way.
Yeah, I just changed mine over. So let me go ahead and send a position beacon.
Okay.
I didn't copy. What are we doing?
turn your APRS map back on, and we're going to beacon to put you back on the map and Chris back on the map.
Yeah, so if you go back up to tools and connect your aprs.is, that should start bringing them back up.
Chris, you want to give it a shot?
I will give it a try. I can't imagine anybody's, you're still going to hear me, but let's find out. Send beacon. Yeah, mine's not going to, I would have to go over to the national Let me go to back to the APRS frequency.
Interestingly, I see a station NO1H in La Cañada showed up on APRS. Now I see KK68.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, you did just see it.
Yep.
Well, that was from K6OLI. So that's good.
And there you go. I can see you now as well, because I have mine set so that mine is connected to aprs.is, and I'm on the national frequency. I'm on 144.390.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to get my packet out and onto the internet. And because you're connected over to the internet and somebody else is transmitting that over, I see them as well. And there we go. We can see Dan coming in now.
Oh,
also.
Michael is playing along.
Oh, Michael is playing along.
KC6MEH, Michael.
Excellent.
Hey, Michael, how are you?
So that's kind of a quick rundown of APRS and how we're using it both in Los Angeles and in Ventura counties. It looks like David's sending a pizza message. Can you send pizza, please? Do we have does anybody here inside of the Zoom have any questions they would like to ask or like us to address? Anything else that we've missed, by the way, guys?
Were you going to show setting the Digipeater settings?
Oh yeah, I guess I could show that too.
Okay, let me
stop sharing.
It's interesting. I still am not seeing you, Chris, but I see many others.
I sent one ping. I'll send another one. Send position beacon.
Thank you, Michael,
Maybe
for
sees that.
Giving us your status 5.
So let me unpin David so it makes my screen a little bit larger again. Spotlight from him. So in order to turn your own system into a Digipeater, you come up here to the tools and you come back here to options. This middle section here on the APRS tab, it's pretty straightforward. Initially, my Digipeater alias, this is that same wide 1-1 or wide 1-1, 2-1. So if I set it to 1-1, that I would Digipeat any signals coming in that were just a 1-1 designation. So if we're in a local area and we need to just get that signal out a little bit further, we don't need to go too far. I could go ahead and set mine as a Digipeater and leave it set to wide 1-1. Or if I come down here, if I want to get that signal out a little bit further, maybe we've got a disaster in the area and we've got a couple of hops we need to make a link to, we can plug that in. That will expand that range out. You can also change this. You can just type in here. So let's say I wanted to become a 2-2. I would just have to make sure I've got the right keyboard selected and I can change that. Now my station would respond as a 2-2 to push that signal out. So I'm going to go ahead and leave mine set to a 2-1 and we'll say okay. Now my station, as it hears packets, should go ahead and start implementing that as need be. But while it's doing that, let's come back up here to tools. I'm going to come back down here to options. And we'll look at a couple of the other options that are in here in APRS in Pinpoint. So TNC settings, by the way, if you go to, I should have said this earlier, if you go to WaveTalkers and you go back to where we're gonna add a whole resources page for just APRS. If you just go to the main page, you go to the resources tab, Right now, I've got the WinLink link. I'm going to add one for APRS so that you'll be able to see all of just the APRS data in here, but the document is also listed in the WinLink page. So if you go to the WinLink page, there is, scroll down, there's an APRS button down here at the bottom. You can spring that open. And here is a quick setup guide for APRS by K6OLI. There's also links to Pinpoint APRS, the quick setup guide for sound modem. If you do not already have your sound modem set up, that's here. And then here's a link to the UZ7HO sound modem download. Now, if you click this PDF, what it's going to do is it's going to open up this quick guide that was put together by K6OLI. He's the emergency coordinator for LAX Northeast District. And it's a really good guide. It kind of walks you through everything you need to do to get your station set up. So you download the APRS, download Pinpoint, download sound modem, where you need to install those. Here's all of the how you set up all of the settings on the APRS tab. Come down a little bit further. There's all of the settings you need to set up for your TNC. For the most part, you're going to set up your TNC if you're using the setup that we're showing with the sound modem, sound modem, and with I don't know why I always forget the name of the thing.
VARA?
Signal link. No, the signal link. So you set your TNC type to be network KISS mode. You would come down here. You don't need to worry about the COM port because it's going out over USB. You set your data bits, stop bits. Many of these settings are all as they are in the defaults, but here they are replicated for you. You make sure that your network KISS TNC settings, make sure that the TCP IP port is set to 127.0.0.1. That is the IP address of your own computer. That means just loop back to myself. Then double check the port number, because this is one of the places I think that got me initially. The port needs to be set to 8100 or 8100. And if we go over to sound modem, let me just bring up sound modem real quick. And we go up here to settings and we go to our, I think it's under devices. Yeah, it's under devices. The KISS server port, notice, is set to 8100, and that is enabled. This is the link that you're making right here. You're making this link between sound modem listening for the KISS server port on 8100, and you're setting your Pinpoint APRS to talk and exchange data on port 8100. So those two have to match there. And the same thing is what's happening in WinLink. The server ports have to match to make all that. Setting the position on your screen. If you don't have a GPS plugged in, it is hold the shift key down and then left click in order to add your pin, and that'll add your GPS coordinates for you if you need to. Then there's another section in here for connecting TNC to beacon your position. It just walks through what we were just showing you here in the document. There's also a little short note about sending messages via APRS in here as well. So very helpful little guide. And if you scroll down a little bit further, here's the UZ7HO sound modem. So everything is all kind of wrapped into one guide for you. You can go ahead and access that right on WaveTalkers.com to be able to get that information. Let's come in here and look at a couple of these other tabs real quick while we're here. GPS. Use the GPS coming in from the TNC as a pass-through. If you have an external GPS plugged in, I don't have mine currently plugged in, that's where you would set up those settings in here. Process all GPS as NMEA sentences. That's going to be there. Let's come over here to the map. Inside of the map, a couple of things to note down here in the map provider. You can click this little map provider here, and you can select which map you want to use. I think this defaults to a Bing map, perhaps, but you can choose any of the other maps. I have mine set to the Google map, but you can choose any of those that you would like to use. And you can set some of the parameters for how you would like to set up tracks or display various different bits of information. APRS-IS. This is why you weren't hearing mine, because I did not have my enable RF to IS gate when it's connected to the APRS-IS. So if you have this gate set up, your system is working as a gateway then, where it's bridging what it's hearing from the RF side and is bridging that out to the internet side as well. And so there's some other setting information there. And then over here under miscellaneous, this top section here, this is how David was able to automatically respond back to me and let me know that he had received the packets from me. What you want to do is you want to tick the box here for auto answer APR message. Initially, it's set for when driving. So if you're driving along, it's tracking how fast it's going to beacon based on the speed that you're traveling. That is set over here in the APRS tab. We'll go back here to the APRS tab real quick. You can see that this is beacon my course and speed. And you can see right here, it's set to if I'm driving 65 miles an hour, or if I'm up to 65 miles an hour, it will go ahead and beacon that speed out. Or you can also have it beacon automatically if your direction changes, and you can set this. So if you're hiking along or driving along, you make a turn, it'll send out a new beacon. Pretty helpful stuff. But you can set this to auto answer. I've changed mine to auto always, and then I've put a little ACK dash or day W6AH. That way, if I receive in a packet, especially if I'm working on the national frequency or working in an MCOM where we don't really know if the data is going back and forth, I'll go ahead and set that as an acknowledgement, send that data back out. And that's some of the other information that's in here. So I'll say, okay, back up, zoom out a little bit on the map, and we can see it. Cool. What else do we miss?
I think that's an excellent beginning overview of APRS, and it shows you some of the tactical functions that you can use with exercises in the field. Not everybody's going to have this much APRS traffic in their area. It is highly used in Los Angeles. What we're not seeing are all of the ships in Long Beach that use APRS. If you let it populate during the day, Chris, as you know, you just see dozens. And many of them have been stuck there for some time. Hopefully they're unloading their goods now, it's freeing up a little bit.
So today, what we're going to be talking about are MCOM deployment kits, WinLink deployment kits. We've been spending all this time learning how to use WinLink to send and receive emails via Telnet, through the internet, via RF, through VHF, UHF, VARA, all these different things that we've been working on. So let's say you need to go out in the field to be able to do this. You need to go out and be deployed for some kind of an incident. Well, what are the things that you're going to need to have with you in your deployment kit? Well, the first and the most obvious one is obviously your radio, whatever radio that you need for sending and receiving all of your WinLink traffic. Along with your radio, you need a way to power that radio and keep it on the air. That's more than likely going to be battery. You're going to need an antenna to clearly transmit your signals, and this is pretty common. This can be done at any level of radio. You certainly could start off with an HT with a little handy talkie, and you could get the job done with that. It has all of those components all together ready to go. However, as we've talked at length over the past several episodes, we really encourage you to look for VHF, UHF in a mobile type of rig, having a little more power to really make sure you're able to get your communications through when you need to. So let's talk about other things you're going to need. You're going to need a computer that is capable of running all of the software that you need. This is your WinLink software, your virtual TNC, your sound modem. Everything is already configured. A couple of things about your deployment laptop. Make sure you turn Windows automatic updates off. One of the worst things that could happen is you deploy out to the field, Windows has done an update in the background, and it's forcing you to restart and wait for Windows to go ahead and finish updating before you're able to start sending and receiving traffic. So make sure that you have your software all up to date already, and then turn off those automatic updates, but have everything ready to go. You're going to need cables to connect your radio to your computer, cabling to connect your radio to your antennas and so forth, whatever that cabling happens to be. You may likely also need your, in the case that we've been showing most of the way through this course, a signal link, or perhaps an external TNC, whatever you need to connect your radio to your computer. You're going to need to make sure that you have all of those components. The next key component in your deployment kit is going to be your personal safety equipment. This is going to include things like your N95 mask. Most EOCs, hospitals now absolutely require folks to have a mask on when they come into their location. Make sure you have your safety glasses or sunglasses if you're deploying out in the field. Hard hat, a safety vest that people are able to see you. The headphones represent two things here. One, they represent hearing protection, but also a lot of times when you're deployed in an emergency situation, you need to hear the traffic a little bit better. So having a good set of headphones that you can plug into your radio so that all of the traffic goes here inside of your headphones is a really good idea. You may want to have speakers to be able to make that louder for a smaller area. But a lot of times if you're deployed, say, inside of an EOC, they're not going to want all of that extra radio traffic going on. So have that in a way that you're able to contain that. The next thing would be an actual hard document, set of documents, so that you can have all of your notes on. One of the things that I use, put this up here. A lot of us use these like little portable offices. It's got inside all of the pens and papers, copies of the forms that you may need, copies of your comm plan, extra paper to be able to write on. All of those things are really good things to be able to have with you. Another thing that you may want to consider, and this is one that I carry with me all the time, and it's just a small little notebook. These are really good. You can just stick them in your pocket. Make sure you've got a pen or a pencil attached to it, because when you're at a briefing, you may be meeting with somebody, that ability to instantly take out a notepad and take some notes on whatever it is that you need to have is really a critical step for you in your deployment. So make sure you've got some kind of notepad and paper there. Your cell phone. So cell phones, we're talking about amateur radio now. However, your cell phone is a physical computing device. It's got cameras to be able to take pictures if you need to. Most of them have a GPS built into them. There's Wi-Fi that you can use to be able to connect if there's Wi-Fi available. Many of us as first responders are on FirstNet, which means that we're able to get access to a cell tower even when many of the main cell towers are down. So as we talked about in the very first episode of this, being able to send your WinLink traffic via the most efficient method possible, that may be Telnet, is really key. And so you can use your cell phone to be able to, while there's still service, be able to move that traffic a lot more efficiently for there. So just a couple of things there for that. Now that you've got your station on the air, now you're going to start thinking about how are you going to keep your station on the air. Power is one of the biggest concerns that many of us have with our stations, making sure we can keep them on the air. So maybe you want to have solar panels to be able to deploy. Well, if you're going to deploy solar panels, then you need to have a solar charge controller to manage that power coming in from the panels and charging your battery. Deploying, you may also switch over to using a fossil fuel generator, in which case make sure that you've got fuel available that you're able to refill and keep that generator running. If you're running a generator or there's commercial power available, perhaps you need power cords or extension cords, things to be able to split that power out, a power strip, so that all of your gear can be powered. Now, if you're deploying out into the field, so many of us support, say, the Baker to Vegas race, where we're out mobile, moving around, having a GPS dongle or some other type of GPS. These come in a variety of different formats, from a little small USB chip that you can plug in and get all of that GPS data goodness directly into your laptop. There's also wireless options. Here's one that's it's by Garmin. It uses Bluetooth directly over to your laptop. Any of those types of GPS devices, make sure that it's already set up and configured in your laptop so you're able to take advantage of it. I see David KK68 is showing a picture of one of his right now. Let me bring you up on screen there. Let me add you up into the spotlight. What is that one, David?
You know, this one is, I can't even see the name of it, but it's a U-Blox, that's UBLOX device. And you can find these by the dozens on Amazon.com. This is sitting on top of a hard drive, which is by my window right in front of me. And I am amazed. The thing will pick up 16 GPS satellites in an instant. It's very effective. It's got a little magnet on the bottom of it. So if you want to take it mobile, stick it on the top of your car, you can do that.
Excellent. Thank you. See what else is in the list of things that you may want to consider for this particular deployment that you're going on. A place to set up and operate. Yeah, we can oftentimes set up just sitting on the grass, finding a rock, a picnic table or whatnot. But if you're going to set up and operate for an extended period of time, having a place to be able to do that. Now, if you're deploying inside of an EOC, perhaps into a hospital, you may not need a table and chair to be able to set up. You may not need some type of shelter, say a pop-up shelter that can keep you, excuse me, and all of your gear dry and safe and in a comfortable way to operate. But if you deploy, say, outside of a hospital, you deploy to an aid station, you're supporting a race, having these types of niceties really help you to be able to operate for an extended period of time. Not all emergencies happen during the day, so you may want to consider what is your lighting situation for how you're going to be able to see. I know some folks I've seen deploy, you also want to consider with the lighting, perhaps you want to light your go box as well so that you're able to better see the equipment that's there. Take into account how your eyes see and perceive light. I lived on a sailboat for a long time, and at nighttime, when you're nighttime sailing, you want to make sure that you're not using any other type of color of light aside from red lights. Red lights do not change your night vision at all, so you're able to still see. So if you've got a lighting set up on your go box or on any of your equipment, consider using red lighting to be able to not interfere with your night vision. Having things like small flashlights are also really helpful for that. Basic toolkits. Let me see, I've got one around here somewhere. I'm a real fan of. Actually, that's not going to work at all. Hang on, let me switch and put this up here because that's a green bag and that doesn't work at all. So I'm a real fan of making a lot of these little small kits in these small bags so that you can have everything that you need organized inside of them. You can see what they have in them. A lot of them I'll put a little label on here. You'll see that in some of the ones that I show in just a little while. But grab the common tools that you're most likely going to need for your deployment. Any medication or personal medication devices that you may need. Personally, I have asthma, so I have a portable nebulizer that stays inside of my Go kit at all times. All of those types of things, you really want to make sure that you are able to take care of yourself. Along those same lines, You want to make sure that you've got food, water, that you can keep yourself going for whatever amount of time that you think you're going to be deployed for. Oftentimes, additional supplies may show up, but it can take quite a while for that to happen. So making sure you have those basics of yourself covered. Of course, like change of clothes, personal items, whatever those happen to be, to make sure you're comfortable for the location where you're going to be operating. So that brings up the question, how are you going to move all this stuff? Are you going to be in a disaster zone where you're likely to have to hike in? So the selection of the gear that you choose is going to vary depending on how you're planning on deploying and what the situation is when you get there. You may need to have either a hand truck, a cart. Just pack a small amount in your backpack that you're able to carry with you. These are just a few items to begin considering as you start putting together your overall deployment kits that you may have. Now, throughout the rest of this time, we're going to focus on the main section right in the middle there, the radio portion of this. Next week, we'll look at a few of how you would set up and deploy all of these things. The last option I've got on here is simply just a question mark. Like, what else are you going to need in order to operate your station, in order to support the mission, whatever it happens to be for what your group is deploying with? So when I start thinking about WinLink MCOM deployment kits, for me, it really comes down to three areas: planning, organization, and practice. You really want to plan out, think through, what is all of the equipment that my station needs in order to be able to get on the air and stay on the air. Make sure all of that equipment is gathered together. It's organized so that you can quickly grab just the components that you need and get your station on the air. We did a deployment exercise a couple of months ago. I showed up to the exercise and was told, okay, you've got 10 minutes to make an NVIS 80-meter connection, sideband check-in to San Diego, a station about 300 miles away from us at the time. So you've got to have your equipment really kind of tested, practiced, and you know exactly where it is. I like to think about breaking the equipment down into three major chunks to think about: the equipment or the kits that you need to get your station on the air, crew kit or crew gear that you may have for the rest of your team that maybe you're responsible for bringing, or that you're bringing to help set up a larger deployment for folks that you're going to be working with, and then all of your personal gear, your personal kits. Once you get these three big chunks and you start thinking about them, then you can break them down into smaller and smaller kits to break these individual kits down. Now, these are just some examples of what you may want to think about as far as your overall kits that you have. I'll just go ahead and leave that up for just a second. And let's now start diving into looking at some various Go kits. So this is my VHF UHF MCOM Go box. I'm going to bring it up here on screen so you can see what the current iteration of this looks like. My approach is a little bit different from that of some of my colleagues. So for instance, with mine, I take a very modular approach. This is just a regular about $12 plastic ammo box I picked up online and drilled out the top of it to add some different components in here. So I've got connections for USB, I've got 12-volt socket connection and some power pole connections. I really suggest you power pole absolutely all of your gear. Anytime I'm deploying, I'll oftentimes have an entire kit with me of all types of power pole adapters so that I'm able to quickly plug in to whatever box that I happen to be using, and all of my gear can interoperate. I've got connections on here for the antenna. These are network jacks you can see on here. These actually connect into the radio that's inside, and a headphone jack. I've got two little switches that I've wired up here. This switch right here, when that's turned on, that one will operate the radio and turn the radio on. This switch here will turn the power on to all of these power outlets at this point. You'll notice also on the outside of the box, I am a huge fan of Velcro or the hook and loop. So inside of my truck, I have one of the Lido mounting systems. So I've got like Lido plates in here that I've just put Velcro on. Lots of my gear, I've put Velcro strips on. I've got one on the outside of the box here. So I know I always have the Lido plate. If I want to mount the head unit deployed in my vehicle, I can just take this, mount it into the Lido plate that's in the truck, and then the head unit for the radio also has Velcro attached to it, and I can just attach that directly onto the Lido plate, and I can deploy in the vehicle. If I'm just operating from the box itself, I can just leave the head unit mounted to the outside. I also have some additional Velcro out here on the outside of it so that I can tack like my mic or whatever other equipment that I might have out to the outside. It makes it really convenient for having a way to do some temporary mounting and have a lot of flexibility in what you're doing. We look at the inside of the box. I have everything I need in order to be able to operate my station. The wiring is not the neatest in the world. I've used hot glue to be able to cover over the various different components, but everything is fairly neatly organized in here. I run a 30 amp hour Bio-Enno battery inside of the box, so I'm completely self-contained in being able to operate, and I do use both of the connections. One of the connections from the battery connects over to the radio side. The other connection is connecting to all of the power sides over here. And I am able to charge from the outside because I have that second charger there. I can just plug my charging circuit directly into the power pole here on the top and to be able to charge the battery as I need to. I've got the head, the body to the radio is inside of here. Inside, I also have a portable antenna. So I've got the oops. So all of the mice here and change all my setup here for myself.
You're still good.
Good. So this is an N9 TAX Slim Jim antenna. It rolls up nice and small, and it allows me to plug into the outside. Now, I did get this with the BNC connection because I use BNC connections on all of my HTs. So if I'm just doing an HT deployment, or if I need to go inside of a location, I can just still grab the same antenna and deploy it and just keep a variety of different adapters to the outside for that. So that rolls up nice and small. And these are cheap. These are $29, or you can pick one up, or you can get the components and make one yourself. The plans are all online. You can find those pretty much everywhere. I also have the mic inside. I'll plug that in just a second. And what else is in here? I've got the cable to be able to connect the head unit to the outside. I'll connect that in just a second. I also have my signal link in here and the cables ready to go. I'm a huge fan of these little Velcro ties also. It keeps your cables nice and neat. Underside of the signal link, I also have the tool to be able to get inside, and inside are extra jumpers and the instructions and so forth, all ready to go in case I need to do some modifications here in the field. Let's see, other things inside of the box. I also keep a set of earbuds. On the outside over here, I've got a headphone jack, so I can just plug my headphones in and I'm ready to go, ready to operate. And what else is in here? Oh, GPS dongle for being able to do that. So let me go ahead and just set this up real quick. I'll just close the box up. Take my Velcro tie here, I'll plug in the head unit. Plug it in the right direction. There we go. Plug in the microphone. Flip the switch. And I would plug an antenna in, but otherwise, there I am. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to set up and operate once I plug my antenna in, and I'm all set, ready to operate at that point. And notice once I've got that turned on, if I flip the switch, it just turns the radio off at that point. So that's my VHF UHF Go box. It's very modular. I've spent a lot of time changing and updating what's inside of the box to be able to have a setup that works for me in how I'm operating. And we're going to go through the kits that that my colleagues have as well. So let's have a look while I'm here. The next kit that I've got, this is my HF kit that I'll oftentimes take with me, and it's just a backpack because I can take this, I can throw it on my back, and I can hike into a location. I also have a small Pelican that has all of the antennas. But let's have a look at what's inside of here. On the outside, got access to my masks and a small first aid kit. So that is able to be easily accessible anytime I need it. Jump on the inside. Oh, this is a Think Tank photo bag. It's the Streetwalker model. I like it because I already had one, so I didn't have to buy anything extra. And I've just repurposed it for a radio communication bag. So when I bring this guy open, first thing you'll notice at the top, I've got my Power Film solar. This is a 60-watt solar panel. The entire thing is, I've got all of the extra cabling inside of here, and it's adapted to power poles, so it can fully power the rig that I use. So I've got my solar panels ready to go, super light, really easy to be able to deploy anywhere and have ongoing power. Along with the solar charge controller, I've got the Power Mini Plus. So this is my solar charge controller. Plug the battery in here, solar panels, power distribution. It can track all of the power usage that's going on. These things are absolutely amazing. They're RF quiet, and you can run your rig directly off of them. These are fantastic. If I'm running HF, it's always good to have an antenna analyzer in the kit with you so that you can always make sure that you're ready to go. And on my antenna analyzer, I have all of the adapters to go from end connectors, a coupler, a VHF connector, and a BNC connector. So I have all the connectors that I would need to adapt to any type of situation that I may need. And initially they're on the rig expert, but I can then switch them over to the radio if I need to. For radio, I've got the ICOM 7300, which allows me to quickly deploy and operate on any of the HF bands that I need to. It's also nice because I don't need the signal link in order to do WinLink with this kit. I simply use a USB cable, and I keep up here in the lid. I just grab a USB cable, plug it into the back of the radio, plug that into my laptop, and I'm good to go. Speaking of laptop, the Streetwalker bag has a slot for the laptop, so I can keep a laptop. Normally, I would have my PC laptop in here, but that is connected to my main system at this point. I've got another 30 amp hour Bioenno battery. I've got the tuner that's in here, a set of headphones. I can't tell you how important a set of headphones really is when you're setting up and operating. Some extra line in case I need to pull an antenna up into another location. And then all the different cabling that I would need to set up and operate. The mic, a little bit of coax, power cables, everything's been adapted for power poles at this point. So with one small kit, the other thing that I've got in here is a small logbook and pen so that I've got all of the materials ready to go at that point. So that is my approach. Oh, let me show you the antennas real quick and how I would deploy those. So this is easy because it can go directly on my back while I'm in transit. I have a fairly small Pelican. This has wheels on it. I don't necessarily bring this all the time, but I wanted to show you the layout that I use for organizing of other equipment, and that is to use a lot of these small bags. So for instance, here's a small bag. Everything is labeled. So this is a small section of coax. that I've got kind of ready to go. This is it's a Chameleon F-Loop 3.0. It's all of the cabling and components for that. And the matching unit is down here inside. Another little bit of the coax that goes with that. I've got a Buddy Pole Buddy Stick Pro. So this allows me to operate from 6 to 40 meters in a vertical configuration if I need to do some Skywave work. Very easy to set up, fully self-contained inside of here. I've got a low band coil if I need to get to 40 and 80 meters. That's set up in here. And then some other Chameleon antennas. I've got the LEFS. This is the, that'll give me 6 to 40. And notice I keep a note on each of these that says what the antenna is and what are the components, and everything that I need for that kit is all inside. Here's a tactical delta loop, the TDL. This one's for NVIS, 6 to 80. All the components are in there. I also keep guying kits for the mask that I may have that are in here and ready to go. So that's just a very easy, this way I can grab this, and if I need to, I can put the HF rig on my back, grab this and pull it along on the wheels. It's pretty indestructible, and I'm able to transfer that if I need to, man portable style. All right, that's my kind of quick run through of approaches of equipment. Let's see what my colleagues are using. Let me go ahead and bring myself back up to here, switch back over to there. And who would like to go next?
Looks like David stepped away. I'm ready to go if you're ready to go.
Let me replace the spotlight and take it away.
Okay, super. I'm going to share a screen here. Let me know when you see everything. That did not work. Oh, that worked. First, I'd like to call out that we've had an awesome number of check-ins from all across our great nation here. I'm up to 19. I don't know how many you have, Chris, going. And let me start my presentation. Can you see everything?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Fantastic. Slideshow. I'm going to play from the start. Hopefully it comes up on this screen. Ta-da! Nope, it didn't. Of course not.
Hit the X key and it can swap it.
Yeah, I'm just going to go to the other screen. All right. How about now?
Yes, look at that. Good job.
Okay, super. I'm not going to quite go in the depth this week, but maybe next week I will. But I did put together a little presentation about what I figured out about deployment kits over my time as an Aries EC and ADEC. And it's really, my focus is really mission specific. It's important to understand and know where you're going, what's the need, how much space or not, how long you might need to be there or not, and other things around that. So I just put together a couple slides to show you what I'm doing from a WinLink Go kit or deployment kit perspective. So here's one I'll share with you. And this really came from real world experience as we go through our yearly statewide hospital drills. I'm assigned to a hospital in the local area here, actually a couple different ones. And I've often found myself stuck in the EOC at the table. And at that point, I don't really have a lot of space. I can't bring a huge Go box in. I can't bring batteries. I can't put up a huge antenna. But I can bring my little FT90. I have this little case here. I'm going to stop the share for a second. Hopefully I'll be able to recover that quickly. I have this little box. This weighs about 2.5 pounds. Easily fits in a backpack. And in there, as you can see, I have a radio, Yaesu FT90. Got a signal link in there. The N9 tax antenna that Chris showed you earlier. Everything fits in there. The only thing I need to carry along is a laptop, and I'm using this Panasonic Toughbook right now, and a battery. In my backpack, I have wall chargers for both the battery and the Toughbook, and I can be in that EOC working at the table as long as I have access to an outside wall or a window where I can plug my antenna in, and I can send and receive WinLink messages as needed. And this has been very handy. It's small, it's compact. I also carry the microphone for the radio, so if I need to break down my my WinLink station so that I can talk, in addition to the handheld that I carry along with me, I can do that as well. The next thing I'll show you is this is a little bit of a larger Go box. Again, this is for longer field deployment. Obviously, I'm not lugging this into the EOC. Nobody wants to see this there. It's going to get in the way. I don't want to, take up too much space. But if I'm going to be deployed for a long amount of time at one of our hospitals or one of our other locations, I'll bring this along. Yaesu FT897. There's also a TYT 9800 in there. So not only can I run WinLink, but I can listen to a couple other frequencies at the same time, run a net, or do other activities. Set this up, and again, power and antenna for this particular setup just kind of depends on location and how long I'm going to be there. If I'm able to pull up in my truck, then I can bring a lot more battery and a lot more antenna. If it's somewhere I have to carry this, the box isn't that heavy. I can carry it a pretty good distance. I might bring a portable setup and go a little bit of a shorter distance. And the last one I'm going to show you is it's WinLink Mobile. And it's something for you to think about and consider. It was something that didn't occur to me immediately, which is, a lot of us have WinLink capable radios in our vehicles already, ready to go. And, this is my daily driver. And I use this for lots of different events as well as taking my kids to school and going to work. We drive this out to Baker to Vegas. We use this for AC 100. And my truck, I've got a couple of different radios. I got the FT8900, and there's a FTM 100. And the cool thing about that 8900 is not only is it a quad band, dual send, dual receive, I can actually send WinLink traffic on one side on 2 meters and talk on a 70 centimeter repeater simultaneously. Now, obviously, I'm not going to put the laptop up there on the dashboard while I'm driving. I'm going to be parked, but I can give this laptop to my co-pilot and let them send traffic if we need to be mobile, or when we get to a parked location, I can really easily, quickly throw this up, plug the laptop in, turn it on, have the dashboard going while I'm setting up another deployment, like you saw before, a deployment like this that might be there for a longer amount of time, and still be able to send and receive traffic if there's critical information that needs to get through at the time. And that's it for my stuff. Next week, we'll show you a little bit more about my field location that will go along with my truck and how we deploy some of the bigger equipment, including antennas, power, and so on and so forth. So I'll throw it back to you, Chris,
Excellent.
unless there's questions.
David, KK6DA, would you like to show your...
Absolutely.
There we go. Go ahead. You're on.
Everybody, welcome to my office, which is also my shack. And can you see it okay?
Yes, we can. It looks good.
Okay, excellent. Very good. I'm going to pull out my trusty Steadicam, which is a cheap camera on a tripod. So you can see it's not so steady at all. Next time, Chris, we'll have to get a big crew. So there are 3 portable systems on this desk and in my office. There are 3 half racks, and there are a few radios in there. Each of them have their own function. This is what I'm doing Zoom on, which is a MacBook Pro external monitor. This is a little piece of heaven that is called the IC705. Am I showing that? I'm not. The IC705 and the Microsoft Surface Go 2. We'll show that in a second. And I can actually take this little Yaesu out with its companion signal link in a baggie if I need to. So those are a couple of systems. Let me show you one of the primary systems. It is larger. It's the FT, forgive the unsteady cam. Here's the FT991. That's in a rack mounted shelf. And when I want to pull it out, it's quickly 4 screws to pull it out, and it goes into one of those boxes I keep under the shelf. And we're on the way. There's also an FTM 400. There's the signal link for it. And we're also ready for mesh with the HAP device. And that is quite a setup in the field. I've never used mesh with it in the field, but we're going to be experimenting with that in Aries LAX this year, I'm sure. So these are 2 larger systems, and I like them both. I use them every day, and my primary WinLink computer is my MacBook Pro. So this has been on a few deployments. And one of the first things that I discovered about using the MacBook Pro with parallels in the field is that it's a power hog. I'm a Mac guy. I obviously have some Windows computers here. You can't avoid that. But the MacBook Pro is just, and this is not quite the current generation, but it's close. It idles at 4 amps. And when it's doing some computing work, like sending something for WinLink, it may bump up to more than 6 amps. At, Chris, you know, at about 17 volts, I think. It's not 13, it's a little better than that. So it's a lot of power. It's a beautiful screen. You can see it, for the most part, in full sunlight. So in one of our deployments, this was maybe a 4 to 5 hour deployment in Los Angeles. I set this system, the FTM 400 and the MacBook Pro, some other devices, an antenna, a Diamond X50, pretty standard setup there, and found a very high point in a park in central Los Angeles. It was a great perch, about 800 feet up off the highway. I gave the MacBook Pro its own 35 amp hour gel battery. And I was shocked when I got home. This was a deployment that started at about 8 in the morning, maybe a little before. It ended at around noon. When I brought the battery home to top it off, this device had used 65% of that 35 amp hour battery. And what was my solution? Well, I bought a 100 amp hour battery, which I still had. And I said, Fooey, you know, this thing weighs 63 pounds. I can't do that kind of deployment. Well, I gave it a lot of thought, and I'm going to conclude, at least for myself, that this device is just too power consumptive in the field. It's fabulous in the shack. It's one of the most creative devices I've ever seen, the MacBook Pro. You know, I've used one for years and years and years and years and years. But as an emergency communication field device, I think we sort of hit all the buttons for saying it uses too much power. So what's the solution? Well, this little device is the Microsoft Surface Go 2. And let's see if my camera will focus in on it. There we go. You can see all of the programs that we would normally use. It's got WinLink up on it. This thing uses a fraction of an amp to do the same thing that this device does, idling at 4 amps. If you put a little bioenno battery on it, I'm talking like a 12 amp hour battery, this would probably run for 3 or 4 days. It really is an amazing device. What's even more amazing is to pair it with the ICOM 705. This is the newest ICOM. You've probably read about it. I am so impressed. It really reminds me more of my iPhone than an amateur radio. It's a Wi-Fi hotspot. It's Bluetooth. It's a touch screen. It has all kinds of bells and whistles that make it really modern, beautiful display, excellent audio. Certainly does digital as well as sideband, as well as HF, as well as voice, I should say. And of course, it's an HF radio and a VHF and a UHF radio, 10 watts. So this has been out on 2 of our Aries LAX activity days or exercises. It's going to go out on another one if we can be together outside, and that's a question in Southern California right now, hopefully at the end of the month, and certainly by the time we get into Baker to Vegas. So this system, and by the way, the IC 705 is being powered by this battery. That's a competitor to Bioenno, but I have a Bioenno battery that does the same thing. And I would just highly, highly recommend it. Here's another reason it becomes so attractive. It fits entirely in this backpack. And in fact, here's the HF antenna tuner for use HF. So this, the battery, antennas in here. Chris likes all kinds of bags. I do too. And what do I have in this one? 2 N9 ATX roll-ups, and I think there's an Ed Fong in there too. There are a couple of Chameleon strategic tactical antenna systems in the other bags. And speaking of bags, let me grab this one. I want to recommend one that our friend Oliver has discovered. That holds cables. It's a round bag. I really like it. There's the name, if you can see it. I'll put it in the chat if you're interested. But I got a couple of these to carry coax and other things too. So there are some examples of alternatives to a traditional system. And I just really like the lighter, more nimble system that the IC705 and the Surface Go 2 provides. If you want to see more of it in action, many of you know Julian, OH8STN. I'll put that in the chat also, Oscar Hotel 8, Sierra Tango November. He does fabulous YouTube videos showing the usability and the portability and the very effective use of this combination. He says they were actually, it feels like they were made for each other. Chris, back to you.
David, before we go back to me, we did have a few questions that came in. Lloyd, KO4L, wanted to know the rack-mounted units. Do you take the rack plate and place that in a Pelican case?
I'm hoping we can demo that next week, David. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we could. This is the work of a company called Novixcom in Torrance. And yes and no. It's not a Pelican case, but it looks like a Pelican case. So the whole rack just comes out and it goes in the Pelican case. And then off we go. However, I will say, even though that is an amazing setup by itself, it's very portable, and that's great. It's rugged, it's strong. These two devices do the same thing in a much smaller form that I can carry on my back in one pack. Here's the pack right here. So I don't know. I'm becoming an advocate more of smaller, nimble, and these devices do the work that you want them to do.
David, one of the things that I've got here, real quick, I can just share, because you brought up your 705. Let me bring this down, and then we'll switch over to Dan here. This is my 705 kit. Again, I reuse a lot of bags. So this is a little photo bag that I've got, and I can pop the lid open real quick. There's all my cable kit for everything that I need to operate the 705. I can open it up a little bit further. The 705 ready to go inside. Battery is always charged up in there. I do have the tuner in case I need to be able to deploy that and use it, and then have a small little logbook and pen. So I've become a huge fan of the 705 for a lot of things, because it covers all the bands. It's really nice. The biggest challenge that I have with it is that the same question that we have about using HTs, and that is just enough power. If you plug in an external battery, you get 10 watts. And so if you're in a regional kind of setup, that 5 to 10 watts may be sufficient for you. If you need to go up in power, then you need to consider having either an amplifier or something like that. I know one of the biggest challenges that we have, certainly in LA and in Southern California, is a lot of RF noise. That's just because the area is so RF noisy. So that extra little power can definitely help. But yeah, you can pack a 705 down into an extremely small package and do a enormous amount of work.
Chris, I will say with 10 watts, I have worked from a park near Pasadena, Vara HF into San Francisco, into Oregon, and into Las Vegas, and down to Tijuana with 10 watts.
Oh, it's absolutely. I mostly operate QRP. So I mostly operate QRP, low power modes. When you're in an MCOM situation, if things are really going on, we haven't even had a chance to really fully test that. What does that power actually, does the extra power make a difference? Let's go over to Dan, and because Dan, you have some different approaches that you've taken as well.
I do. So I've got a couple of different kits I'm going to show, and some thinking that changed along the way. The first one you see here, let me get a little closer. This is the first kit that I built. Not the first I finished, but the first I started. And it's in a Harbor Freight toolbox camera case. What I like about this is that I keep it in my truck and it's ready to go. It has a, I think it's an 8 amp hour BioNO battery in it. Holds a charge for a long time that I do have to periodically pull it out and recharge it. This happens to have a FT8800 Yaesu, so VHF, UHF. It has a Kenwood commercial UHF radio that I use for GMRS. And it has a Kenwood commercial 800 radio for the fire department that we serve. Has better speakers, and it folds up and is very easy to deploy. The big negative on this is I cut a faceplate to fit the radios, which was no small task with the tools I have, but I'm locked into pretty much what I have. So it's not very flexible. So the reason this didn't get finished was I decided to do a radio that was in a gator box. And this is a rack mount using a rack mount shelf. And I just mounted the radios to it. In this particular one, I have a couple of them built on gator boxes. This one has, again, an FT8800 for VHF, UHF. I have a separate UHF radio for GMRS. I have a 220 radio. Those are both TYTs. And again, I have an 800 radio for the fire department. The speakers are on it's hard to tell. The speakers are on a sheet of plywood and it Velcros to the top of the box. When I close the box up, I flip that over and those speakers hang down in front of the box, which makes it really easy to transport. The mic holders you can see extend out right and left. Those are in wing nuts. I can flip them over to get them out of the way. So a pretty flexible way to build a kit that is still very portable, but you can change it as you need to serve your new needs. Another thing that's really good, simple, is to use a ammo can. This one here is just an ammo can. It has a speaker. It has, again, in this case, an 800 radio. And I've got a cigarette lighter connector in there, fuses. I've got a voltage meter and a switch for the fan to cool it down. Very simple, but really easy to carry. I have a couple of these. I have another one that has a TYT 9800, which is the Chinese knockoff of the Yaesu 8900 quad band radio. Works great. It's really easy to do. My biggest recommendation for Go Kits, though, is just to build something. There's the saying that good is the enemy of or perfect is the enemy of good. And I know so many people, myself included, have waited to do things because they wanted it to be just perfect. And my recommendation is build something, get it ready to go so that when the stuff hits the fan, you're ready and not stuck with a drawing that isn't going to do you any good. Even it's as simple. A lot of the people in my groups use just like a cutting board with a radio screwed to the cutting board and a speaker mounted to the cutting board, and it works. It's portable. They can stick it on the seat of their car and it's now a mobile radio. They can put it on the table at a deployment and it's now their Go box. So whatever it is, build something, have it ready to go, and then tweak and make it better along the way. And that's my 2 cents.
Hey, Dan, there's a question. The rack mount box, how many U is that? Is it a 3U or 4U?
This is a I think this is a 4U. I also have a 6U that I have my HF stuff in. The Gator boxes, that's the brand name. There's some very good knockoffs of that now that are made out of a slightly less durable plastic, but still plenty durable, that are maybe half the price. So very easy to work with. Like I say, you buy a ventilated shelf for the 19-inch rack, get them on Amazon, and you can, even zip tie the radios. You don't even have to screw them down, just zip tie them to the ventilated shelf, and you're ready to go. And one shelf can serve 4 radios because you can do 2 above and 2 below. So that's my 2 cents.
Dan, you had mentioned earlier, and I might have missed it. I know you said you had really designed out specific cutouts for your radios. Is that still the direction that you're using?
Not really, because again, that limits you. If you want to make a radio change, you are pretty limited in what you can do. That's why I like the Gator box type rack mounts, because it's very easy to change it out. This first box that I built, I'll go back to that one. This one here is great for, the idea for me is it's in my truck. If we get deployed, I can show up. It has a built-in battery. I even have a telescopic antenna I can connect up. I can get on the air in 5 minutes. And then while I'm on the air, then I can work at establishing maybe a more effective antenna. I have a Harbor Freight flagpole that mounts to, I have a front hitch on my truck, and I build a bracket so I can mount the 30 or 20-foot flagpole to the front of my truck. I can work on deploying that stuff, but I can be on the air and serving within 5 or 10 minutes. So that's the idea of this box. Sorry if I drifted off. So each box has a purpose. And again, we talked a lot, I think, about modular, and I really like the idea of modular. You have the stuff on the shelf, you grab what you need and go.
For today's episode of WaveTalkers Live, we're back on the topic of WinLink. And today we're going to be focusing on data mapping, all kinds of things that you can do with the data that's coming in via WinLink and map it in a variety of different ways. So I'm going to hand this over to KK6DA to introduce our speaker here today that we've got.
Thank you, Chris. It gives us great pleasure to introduce Oliver Dooley, the District Emergency Coordinator for Aries LAX Northeast. He is a friend to so many of us here in Los Angeles and just an ideal mentor. I remember several years ago attending another meeting, and Oliver gave his presentation on WinLink. I knew what it was. I didn't know how it worked. And I left, my head was just, oh my gosh, there is so much to learn. And I think every time we have an Aries LAX meeting, there is always something new to learn about WinLink as it applies to emergency communications. And that's where we're at in Los Angeles. The bells and whistles become second nature, and we talk about how this can be applied in genuine emergency communications. Our primary mission in Los Angeles is to provide backup emergency communications to hospitals. So how can all of these tools in WinLink help us do that better? All of our discussions, led by Oliver, lead us to new conclusions, new discoveries, and new challenges. We find those challenges all the time. So Oliver, thank you for joining us. I know you have the ear of the WinLink development team, and I see that some of them are here, so you're going to be on your best behavior, I know. Over to you.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you so much to the WaveTalkers for having me. One thing you will notice, I say us and we a lot, because you have to understand very often I'm just the face of an army of people who are working to make things happen. On the Aries LAX side, all our wonderful operators who are contributing, all our friends up and down the West Coast who are testing and so on. And of course, the wonderful WinLink development team who's working really hard to make WinLink the phenomenal, dare I say, product that it is. It's a tool for anybody in emergency communications. You will find, like we have found in Aries LAX, there's an incredibly powerful and useful tool. Let me share some of the overview and features of the new mapping. It'll just be 5 slides because I think the value of the WaveTalker sessions is actually in doing. So just a quick overview over what we're doing here with WinLink mapping. The goal of the mapping in WinLink is to leverage situational awareness through WinLink. One of the cool features about WinLink is that you can get a lot of data going back and forth in the absence of the internet, or as Dr. David Walt from the United States Geological Survey calls it, if you're in the donut hole where you don't have commercial options, communications options. So the latest addition to that has been mapping available in WinLink. Now, why, where, and how? Let's talk about this real quick. The why primarily for Aries LAX is always the operator safety. Any radio operator who is in a disaster area, either as a responder from the outside or living there, will at first have to be concerned with their own safety. And building a network of people who can check in on each other, that's really, really valuable. Understand that's true for first responders. It's true for anybody really living in an area. If you don't require help, then you're already on your way to recovery. And that's really great. And that's where the WinLink mapping feature can help, kind of establishing that situational awareness. Who needs help? Who's okay for now? So think about it that way. So number 1 is always safety. Number 2 is leveraging that situational awareness and creating a common operating picture. Now, what's the difference between those two? Situational awareness is your view of the situation. So you may have 2 different operators looking at the same, from the same angle or different angles. They will have slightly different situational awareness. You will have people with different experiences, and they write up their report. And if you gather reports from many of these operators or many of these situational awarenesses, you can combine them usually in a central place, like an EOC or net control or anything like that. In LA, it's called the Medical Alert Center for the EMS agency. They collect all that information and they create a common operating picture. So everybody can work towards these common goals to get through the disaster effectively and efficiently. And that's really, really important. So I'm a big fan of gathering information, quality information, putting it into an operating picture and start planning, how are we going to respond? You also want to be able to triage. Where do we need to send people first? Which areas can wait for a little bit? All of that can now be done in, let's say, a bridging mode within WinLink. And that's really where amateur radio shines, in my humble opinion. That time between the event and when the cavalry comes in, for us to hold down the fort in our local areas, where it's really easy to find, because one of the cool features that Phil has added is this globe here, and you can click on that, and that will bring up your form options and mapping options, and we'll walk you through some of the options in a moment here. But it's built into WinLink Express, and how the form data is added automatically upon receipt in your inbox. So you don't have to do anything to add it. If you get a WinLink check-in, if you get a spot rep, that information is added to the appropriate heading in your database, and then it becomes a selectable feature. If you haven't received a specific form, it won't be selectable for obvious reasons, right? But you don't actually have to click on anything to make that happen. It's automatic from the get-go. You can clear forms, and we'll show you the buttons to do that. And then the question is, well, I cleared a form I wanted to keep in the database. What happened? You can actually go back to your inbox and click on it. Understand that this only works from the inbox. It will not work from any of the other folders. So at this point, just if you have, like many of us do, we create separate folders for events. If you have something in there that you want to visualize again, either you export, import it, and I'll show you how that is done, or you just move it from that personal folder to the inbox back and click on it, and you can actually put it right back into your map. And then the other important thing to remember is there's a text file added to make these forms mappable. And we'll show you what that looks like in a moment, and we'll show you what kind of data is being transmitted there. But that was a really genius cooperation between Phil and Greg to actually come up with that solution, because it's really, really flexible. You can get any type of information into the system that way and make it mappable. If you really wanted to, you could write these files manually. I just demonstrated that to European group on Friday, which was a lot of fun. All right, we refer to the forms that can be mapped as GIS, Geographic Information Systems Enabled Forms, because that's what you can do. You can actually plot them on a map. There is a shortcut folder that Mike came up with as, I think, an ingenious idea. And these here, if you look on top, there's the GIS, the mapping form folder, and you can just go down, and those are the ones that are enabled right now. You can click on those, it will bring it up. You don't have to search which ones have it, which ones don't. These are just shortcuts. The form's actually physical location is in the proper folder in your WinLink, right? So just keep that in mind. And you can see there are quite a number of options here. We've got hospital bed reports. That makes it really easy to check which hospital has how many beds. And for those of you who may notice or not have noticed, we are in a pandemic. Hospital bed shortages have been with us for the last 2 years. So just understand, this isn't some way out there unrealistic scenario. This is something we're actually living with right now. Hurricane reports, all the weather reports make a lot of sense, as well as the local weather report, the severe weather report. The LAX bed availability report will pretty much only apply to us in LA County, but same principle as a hospital bed report. There's the shares spot rep too. Technically, that's a SITREP type document. Understand it describes infrastructure, and you will be sending one of those in a little bit. And then, of course, the WinLink check-in and check-out. Those are great forms for a couple of reasons. One of them, it gives you an overview over where your resources are located at the beginning of a net, how that changes over time as more of those resources come online. You can use the comments form, the comments part, to send an initial CAN report, right? Conditions, actions, needs, and you can say, hey, listen, these are the conditions at my location. These actions I have taken, these actions I have planned, or our group has planned, and here are the needs we have for the next operational period, or in this operational period. So a lot of information can be conveyed very quickly, very effectively, right from the get-go and the outset. Those are things you want to train, but we highly recommend it. And of course, when do we, for those of you who've taken the FEMA IS courses, when do we start planning for demobilization? At the beginning of the event, right now, exactly. So having an idea which of your assets are released, which ones you don't have available anymore is really, really valuable. I also wanted to show you here the attachments, and we'll show that to you live here. The RMS Express Form Willing Check-in Viewer, that's the file that creates the viewer that you can click on, and that brings up the nice HTML form with all the lines. Understand that that's not really critical for operations. It makes it look really pretty. A lot of agencies love it. But if you had to keep your messages small, that's probably something I would consider deleting if you really, really pressed for circuit capacity. But the form data.txt underneath is where all the mappable information is. It's a very small file. We highly recommend that you keep it in there because that makes it mappable. Here's a big one. I just want you to take this in really, really, and just really internalize it. Forms must contain latitude and longitude to be mapped. There are different ways of doing that, and I don't know if you have time, maybe later on we can address how to bring latitude and longitude into your forms in different ways, but they must be in there. If you send a Winlink check-in without latitude and longitude, it won't be mapped. It's that simple. That's true for all the forms. So you can send the forms, if you deleted the latitude, longitude, it won't be mapped, right? So that actually happened when we did an exercise on Saturday. Somebody deleted the latitude, longitude, and was the only form that wasn't mapped on the system. And then we did the whole thing again, and then it was there. Just really, really internalize that. Quick overview of the map display. There are a couple of balloons. They have different meanings. There's an additional balloon now that I can probably show you later live. Green, that's your location. That's where you're located right now. That's where your GPS says you're located, or where you manually entered the data and said you're located. Blue is the report location. Somebody sends you a report, it's been mapped, and blue tells you that's where the location is. If it's red, there are filter options. Then that means the filter criteria have been met. Usually it's blue, you add a filter to that. Red, you can actually mouse over that, click on it, and then actually get the information on what precisely the information is they were sending. The other thing I wanted to point out, because it's genius, is you have that save as JPEG option. And we strongly encourage you to use that often and give it a timestamp every time you save it. In fast-moving nets like Aries LAX nets, our information changes pretty much every half hour. So we do save that map information every half hour. It's really, really valuable because you can see the progression of an event during the over time, right? Options menu, form selection, we'll go into that much more detail when you're doing that in practice. Up here, you can select a form, and anything that you will have received will show up in there. For those of you who may see Express Check-in, that is an old name of the form. Please encourage the people who sent you that form to update to the latest template pack. That would make life a lot easier for everybody involved. The number of stored reports for that particular form. So in this case, we have 24 Winlink check-ins that we can look at. The map provider, there are quite a few map providers. We'll show you what those are. Just know you can choose whichever you want. Bing is the default. ArcGIS is very popular with search agencies. So if that's one of the things you want to try out early on, please do so. I tend to use Google Terrain because I like to have the overview over my topography because that's very RF relevant. I also want to point out that the map you choose here propagates to the map display on your HF overview. So your VARA HF, your Pactor, your RDOC maps, they will all come from there. So if you change it to Bing, it'll be Bing on the HF side. If you change it to Google Terrain, it'll be Google Terrain on that side. Management, this gives you an option to delete old reports from the form and delete all reports from the form. Here's a little tip, pro tip. always, always, always export your data, your form data, before you hit any of these buttons. You don't want to lose anything, because the nice thing is if you lose something, you can always go back and import the form data. These files are text files, just so you know, they're TXT files, right? And we may want to consider, that's something we can discuss at some point, actually giving that a data, a timestamp as well that you can choose, like you can do in the CSV. All right, export import, we just covered that. The CSV is wonderful. Generate a CSV file with all the information for, let's say, WinLink check-ins. You can download that CSV file and then move it to other GIS software. That could be Google Earth. That could be Google Maps. That could be QGIS. All of that is available, and you can actually use it. ArcGIS, for those of you doing this professionally. If you're working with a GIS specialist at your agency and you hand them a CSV file, they always know what to do with that. And because all the information is there, they can integrate that into their own system. So very powerful stuff. And then, of course, display map, that displays the map. And that was the introduction all over. Let me show you real quick the overview live, if that's okay. And let me see, I need to move the video here. Aha. And yeah, let's go over. Sorry. This. All righty. So again, what we just talked about. In this case, I want to show you real quick the position report. If you have a GPS connected and you want to enable it, this is how you do it. In this case, I have it on COM16, and you can see my GPS is drawing information. I'm using a virtual GPS because in my location right now, my GPS doesn't have line of sight of any satellites. So this is virtual data, but it works really well. You click that. If you do not have a GPS, your option is none. You can see all the GPS information here disappears. You can manually enter latitude and longitude. If you want to say, this is my location, where do you get that from? You can get it from your cell phone. Every cell phone can give you that today. Every modern cell phone can give you that today. And you can add it in all these different formats. And if you want to use it for forms, just click that button and say, if no GPS position, use the information you entered here for all the forms. You can always overwrite any of these form any of the inform information by entering it manually in the form. Don't have to click anything, just enable your GPS. We'll do that as an example here. Click close. Here are your options. In this case, we got a Did You Feel It map with 36 reports. Google Terrain, here are the different mapping options we talked about. So you got the open mapping system here. You've got a very simple map for no internet. Understand that this is very, very overview. There's not a high granularity. The other thing I want to point out, because it comes up a lot, is people say, well, you need the internet to get these maps, correct? And that's absolutely true. But as you play with this and you have the internet available, the mapping tiles are saved on your computer in a cache, meaning if you have a big earthquake or a fire and your internet disappears for a day, a week, a month, those map tiles that you have looked at previously will be in your cache on your computer. You won't have to worry. And that's why we highly recommend you have to use it for exercises in your operational area beforehand, and really, really try that out. Because those mapping tiles, the maps will be on your computer when you need them the most. You can see I've received quite a number of different forms here. We've got the export form data, and maybe if we have time later, we can look at the generate CSV file, but let's just map this display so I can show you what it looks like. So these were the reports we had for the Did You Feel It map. We click Set Filters, and we have a whole host of options here where we can choose different filters. Let's say this was an earthquake. I want to see everything that had an intensity greater than 4, and I want it marked in red. Click on Save. And here are all the different reports that have it in 4. Don't worry too much about this being off screen right now. I can make this larger, but that's going away. You can mouse over it, but in the next edition, people will get just the call sign, and then you can do this. You can click on it. That brings up all the information, and you can see all the information by that person, sender N4XRO. you can see, okay, estimated numeric intensity was 8. So you know this was really an intense earthquake at that location. And again, the best part of this is it'll work without the internet. So it's an incredibly brilliant tool that was brought to you by Phil and Greg and Mike of the WinLink development team, and they've done an incredible job to make this work. And I highly, highly recommend that you try it in person and for your exercises on a regular basis, because remember, you want these maps in your system on that worst day, as one of my instructors used to say, right? So with that, I'll bring it back to David, KK68, and if we have any questions, I'm happy to entertain those, or we can keep on going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Oliver. That is an awesome walkthrough of all of that information. And so what we would like to do now, I'm going to pull Oliver off screen so you can see my screen. We would like to do a live group exercise with everyone watching who is already checked in via WinLink. So we want you to be able to do all of this mapping that you just saw Oliver do. So in order to do that, the best way to get the entire list is to simply go to wavetalkers.com. Now, if you're watching this on a recording, then you're not going to get all of the emails that are just going to be sent around. So this is just people who have already checked in, so we have you on the list. So, but you can go to WaveTalkers. You can come down just below the live. There I am in the past. Hi, past Chris. Scroll down just a little bit, and there's a link here for data mapping exercise. Go ahead and click on that. If the demo gods are with us, it should open up in a new browser tab for you. If you just scroll down just a little bit, I've captured everybody's, at least I've tried to capture everybody's call sign who has checked in already. So what we're going to do is just come in here and you can just select all of these call signs, copy them to your clipboard. You can just right click and do copy or Control C in order to copy that list. Then go ahead and minimize this window out of the way. If you don't see that list, by the way, refresh your browser. If you're on that page, just refresh the browser and you should see that big long list. Now what we're going to do is we're going to send everybody on this list a spot rep report, and we're going to divide the country up by the Mississippi River. So what we're going to do is you're going to come into WinLink. You're making sure you're in version 1.6.00. Let's create a new message. And then you just want to select template. You're going to come over here to the standard templates. We'll click the little plus there. And there are a bunch of different ways to be able to get into all of these. We're going to come down here to the shares forms listing. So go ahead and click on the little plus next to shares forms. And the one that you want is this shares spot rep 2.txt. So inside of your templates, go into the standard templates, go down to shares and grab the shares spot rep -2 .txt file. So go ahead and just double click that. And it should look something like this. So we're just going to come up here and we're going to fill this out. We're going to say it's routine traffic. Click the little date and time here, and that should automatically set it for the current date and time for you. You can go ahead and hit OK. From, this is going to be your call sign. To, this is where you're just going to paste in that whole list. So just Control V, if that works on my keyboard. Oh, you know what would work better if I had the right keyboard selected. Paste, Control V. You should get this listing of all of those call signs. For folks that are in the Zoom, I also put it inside of the chat, so you can get that. Just grab the last one. So we're going to come down a little bit further inside of the city, state, and territory. Go ahead and fill that out. I'm going to fill mine out as Ventura, California. Next is your latitude and longitude. Now, if you already have your GPS and you were able to get your GPS information already populated in here, that's great. If you need to get your GPS coordinates, Oliver, did you walk through, and I'm sorry I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to that. Did you show them the Google Maps trick?
Not yet. So
okay, well, let's just do that really quickly. So if you don't have your GPS coordinates, I'm going to go and let me make sure I've got the right mouse selected. if you go back to that WaveTalkers page in your browser, there's under resources, there's a link to Google Maps. You can click on that and it'll open Google Maps in another tab. Now, this is kind of cool because you can use this to navigate around and figure out where you're located. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here. I'm located somewhere off the 126 here. And let's say I'm here in Juana Maria Park. I'm just going to click to drop a pin at the place where you're located. This is just another way to get to your GPS coordinates. And you should get this little pop-up down at the bottom that should say your coordinates. You can click on those. It zooms in tighter and it brings them up. And the one that you want is the decimal one right here. You can just select that. You can copy it with Control-C on your keyboard. That'll copy that those GPS coordinates. And we can come back over to our spot rep. And if you paste that into the lat field, both of them, and hit the tab key, it'll automatically parse that whole GPS location, and it'll fill it right there into your latitude and longitude for you. It's kind of cool how that works. So it just you can just paste that in. So let me go back to that real quick in case somebody missed that. Here's on the map. I just dropped a pin and clicked on the little pop-up for it. And it opened up this window for me. And this is the GPS coordinates that you want to copy. Just select that. Go back to your shares report, paste it into the lat field, hit the tab key, and it'll autocomplete. Okay, so as you go through this, go ahead and fill out whatever you want for the yes, you do, no, you don't, for all of these, except for commercial power. Now, if you live east of the Mississippi River, please say that, yes, you have power. If you live west of the Mississippi River, anywhere around the world, then say, no, you don't have power. The rest of them, choose whatever you want. Yes or no, doesn't really matter. That will give us some data to be able to play with, but we're going to start with the commercial power as a way to filter so you can see some mapping of this information live. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll leave all mine set to no, except for, let's see, I'm west of the Mississippi. So what did I say? No power? No power west of the Mississippi. There we go. And you can put in some additional information here. For your point of contact, go ahead and put your name and your call sign in there. So I've got my name and call sign already selected. Just pop that in there. You get everything filled out on here, and you just hit the submit button. If the demo gods are with us, you'll get this little pop-up here. This page says it's going to do this, so we'll say okay. Great. I'm going to minimize the browser. And our WinLink message now has all this information filled out in here for us. All the data, it's readable even if you don't have the form. And this is where we cross our fingers and we hope all this works. I'm going to post this to the outbox. Go ahead and post yours to the outbox. And then I'm going to send it via Telnet and let the craziness start and begin. So I'm going to send this off.
Don't break the system.
We might crash the system. I don't know if WinLink moved, I'm sure it has, but we're going to move a bunch of traffic. You probably are going to need to come in here and let it download all of the messages. And then as soon as it disconnects, go ahead and hit start again and poll again, and more will start coming in. You should get a whole bunch of spot rep reports. It looks like people are getting this, so that's great. I'm going to download all of these.
Chris, we should probably say while we're doing this downloading that, there's so many ways that we can come up with longitude and latitude, but clearly in my humble opinion, the best way is to have a GPS dongle. Then you don't have to, then you're not reliant on the internet. And there are many dongles out there. They're cheap. I know Phil has one that he recommends. He's put that in the chat. I have a different one, but I'm just amazed. It's sitting inside of my desk right here, and there's a big window right there, and it sees 6 or 8 GPS satellites pretty instantly.
So this is super fun to watch all of the messages just downloading. This is why you definitely want to do this on Telnet for today, moving this much traffic. Just because it is going to to take a few minutes of constantly just checking, making sure you've got all of the forms downloaded. I know Oliver did mention about the GPS. It's a really good point, David. And pretty much every cell phone on the market these days has a GPS chip inside of it. So you do not need the internet in order to get your GPS coordinates on either an Android or an iPhone. You can use an app that will display that information. A nice app that I like on the iPhone is one called Ham Square. And you just open up Ham Square. It's a free app, and it figures out your GPS coordinates, and it goes ahead and it tells you what your GPS coordinates are as well as your grid square. So it's really helpful, especially if you're doing like portable operations. That app's called Ham Square. And if you know of one, the standard Apple Compass also does it on iPhones. Yeah, thanks, Phil. What about on Android? Anybody know what's one of the common apps on an Android that'll give you that information? You want to put in the chat inside of the Zoom. I'm not an Android user, but
well, Chris, if I may just interject here, here's another thing that we use a lot in exercises. Apple Maps and Google Maps both give you the option to just drop, as you showed earlier on the browser, to drop a pin. And so you don't have to report it for exercises your actual location. It could be a park or a landmark nearby, and we definitely encourage people to learn how to do that. And that also works without the internet available. So it's a lot of fun. So as you said, practice that with manual entry, automatic entry, and so on, and you'll have a great time.
All right, and with that, I'm going to put a stop to my constant download. So I think I've got enough reports to be able to play with. You're welcome to keep downloading if you need to be able to do that. So let me close my Telnet session. And as we saw Oliver do when he walked through this, if you just come up here in the top of your WinLink bar, you can either click the little globe icon in order to get to this feature, or you can click on message, and there's a generate maps and CSV files form. Both of those items will do exactly the same thing. Since I'm on this menu item, I'll just go ahead and select there. Now, when this comes up, in your select from, you click the little drop down right here, and it will give you a listing of all of the forms that have mapping data that you have received data from already. So you should see the spot rep-2 report in this list if you were playing along. So you're going to want to go ahead and select that. KK60A, if you can remind me in a little while to walk through that really sneaky trick to be able to add your own listing into here. We'll cover that later on, but if you can remind me to do that. So it'll tell you how many that you have stored in your WinLink already that you've gotten in. Mine's saying 72. That may be some from today. It may have some earlier in the database. As Oliver showed, you can select your map provider. I'm just using the basic Google map, but you can choose any of these other maps. And yes, those map tiles are being cached inside of your system. So you can go back and use those, but I'm going to use the Google map because it's nice and easy to get to. And then you just come down here in the bottom, just go to here to display map. We'll go ahead and click on that. Whoa. And instantaneously, you have data appearing in here. Now, mine showed up because with some pins red and some pins not. And the reason that it did that is because I had some filters already applied to my map. So if you come, I'm going to put this in full screen mode to make it a little bit easier to see. I'm going to right click and drag just to see if we've gotten any pins from anywhere else in the world. Nothing else has come in. So everybody's here in the US, and look at this. We've got our folks from Hawaii. Hello, all of our folks out there in Hawaii. Thank you
Aloha.
for being on with us. Aloha. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so we get a nice map that's easy for everybody to be able to see here. Then you're going to come up here to the top to your set filters. Now, this is one of the first key things is make sure you set your display reports no more than however many hours old. If you want to see all of your reports, you just put a 0 into this field. And so if this is your first time getting them, that's fine to have that in there. I think by default, this is set to like 999 or something like that. I generally, if I'm doing an exercise, I'll generally set this to say maybe 2 hours. So I'm just getting the most recent data that's in here. It's going to automatically filter that for me. You can check the little box to enable filtering. And then as you come down here, there's the check boxes for red. Right now I've got everything was set to on. So I'm going to turn internet functioning to ignore. I should have pre-baked all of this stuff. There we go. Okay, so it's just commercial power functioning. I'm going to leave that set to no, and I'm check the red option. So when we do this, we should see that split along the country for everybody who selected this. So we'll go ahead and click the save button. And there we go. We can see pretty much the Mississippi River, and those who are west of the Mississippi do not have power. Those who are east of the Mississippi River do have power. Let's map a couple of these others to see what else we get, to see what people filled out, because I have no idea what you guys just filled out. So I'm going to go back to set filters. I'm going to change the commercial power to ignore. If I can click on the right thing. Yes, ignore.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Siri always Siri. By the way, if you have an Apple Watch and Siri kind of jumps in, if you don't know this, you can just smack the top of your Apple Watch and it'll shut her up. It's really cool. All right, so let's come up here. Let's see cell phones functioning, and we will say no cell phones functioning. Let's see if folks played along and said no cell phones functioning. Several people, top of Florida, Georgia. There's some issues going on here with some cell coverage that's happening. I see if you click on any of these pins, it'll bring up the detailed information for that particular operator. So KE0RKM has no cell phones functioning right now. And if we look also, let me close that one. Let's come out here to Hawaii. We can see that KH6UU also no cell phones working out there on that island. But on the big island, it looks like cell phones are working just fine. Very quickly, you can get an enormous amount of information through this method of doing this. So let's do one more trial of this. You now have all of this data. You can go in and you can sort. You can find, you can add multiple bits of data here. So maybe you also want to know about the internet functioning. We'll say no internet functioning as well. We'll check that box to say show red. So now it's going to combine both of those fields. We'll say save. And look at that. There's lots of people where the internet is down. Cell phones are still working, so we're still getting some data through. Now, if you're in an emergency and the cell towers, you're having issues with those, know that while a voice call may not go through, oftentimes a text message will get through. It's a smaller bit of data, and a lot of cell services will actually push a text message through. It may take a few times when a voice call won't go through. So this is pretty cool that this stuff.
Chris, very impressive. The display gods were perfect for you. And we did sort of tax the system. The messages slowed just a bit, but they're all there.
So that's kind of fun. Let's do this now. We're gonna really test the system. So we're in the middle of an exercise. We know that initial situation report that's come out for everyone. I'm going to go ahead and close this window. One of the things to keep in mind when you're using this mapping feature is actually, let me bring that back up here. I'm going to bring the map back up, and I'm going to say display map again. Is if you have the map displayed and you come over here and you try and do some things inside a WinLink, like say, hey, I want to open a session, I want to check for more messages. Doesn't work. So in order to make it work, if you find out like, hey, why can't I do anything? It's more than likely you've got to close the map, and you also have to click the close button here, because with that window's open, notice I still can't do anything. Now here is what gets me all the time. I do this constantly. I minimize the window, and then I can't figure out why I can't check my WinLink messages. It drives me crazy. Like, what's going on here? The trick is you just come down to your taskbar, you find your WinLink messages, and when you hover over that, you get the little pop-up and you say, oh, look, there's that maps and CSV. click on that, it brings it back up forward, close it, and you can check your WinLink messages again. So with that, what I would like to do is I want everybody to update their data. I want you to send a second form, and I want you to go back up here, click on new message. We're going to select the template. We're going to go into it a different way. Oliver, did you show them the new map organization tab here?
I did as a slide, but not within the template manager. So
okay, so inside of your template manager, you click on standard templates, and a lot of people keep asking, like, which forms support mapping? Which forms support mapping? Well, if you come down here, the amazing developers at WinLink created a new category here called Mapping GIS Forms. You go ahead and click that, and it pops right down. And then these are all of the forms that currently are supporting these features. So we're going to come in here. We're going to do another one of the shares spot rep too. So we'll just go ahead and double click that. Fill this out just as before. I'm going to come back over to my WaveTalkers page and go back to my data exercise information. I'm going to grab all of this and I'm going to copy it. I did get a note coming in the chat that Doug, Whiskey 4 Delta Bravo Lima would like to play along. So you can go ahead and add their call sign. So I'm going to select those. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to come back over to my share spot rep. I'm going to paste all this into the to field, and I'm going to add just manually semicolon space Whiskey 4 Delta Bravo Lima. And let's see, another one coming in now, of course, November 6,
Alpha Lima Romeo.
Romeo. And please add
K6COB.
K6COB. Okay. K semicolon space K6COB. Kilo 6 Charlie Oscar Bravo. There we go. All right, so we've got everybody in there. This time we're going to come down and choose something different in your little list of folks, and we'll use the same commercial power function. And this time, nobody has commercial power. Just nobody across the whole world. Power's down everywhere. So we'll say that, but go ahead and change what some of the other ones. Use something different than you did before. Add some additional comments. I see a note: Kilo Delta 6 Papa Yankee Delta. Let me come up and add them. Isn't this fun? We can just call that out. Kilo Delta 6 Papa Yankee Delta, and one more just came in. Add Whiskey 1 Kilo Uniform. Whiskey 1 Kilo, is it? Oh, no. Whiskey 1 Juliet Kilo Uniform. Whiskey Juliet Kilo Uniform. Sorry, Zoom and my eyes are just not so good today. So we'll come down here. Nobody's got power. Make sure you add your point of contact in here. It should be before, and go ahead and submit that. Oh, you got to fill in your city, state, territory. Got to make sure you got to fill everything in and submit, and go ahead and say yes. And I'm going to minimize, and I'm going to send this form, select post to outbox, and send it. Actually, I'm going to change my screen off real quick, and I'm going to turn off that feature of hiding all of my having to check each time and agree. So let me just turn that off real quick. Display list of pending downloads, update. That should help mine go a little bit quicker. Come back to here, and let's go back over to there. There we are. Now when I check my session, let's see if the demo gods are with us, and hopefully we don't break the WinLink system. And here they come again.
Yeah. Live on WaveTalkers.
Live on WaveTalkers. We're pushing some spot rep reports here.
No, it seems to be working quite smoothly.
It really does. It's really impressive to see how well this goes.
So we have 72 participants on the Zoom and certainly that many on the streaming services watching and participating. So it's a lot.
It's a lot. So Oliver, what should happen with these now that we've got all of these updated reports?
Well, if they're sent from the same location, what happens is that on the pin, you will only see the latest report from that location. And that makes a whole lot of sense if you have an evolving situation. However, all the previous reports are still in the database. So when you export them to CSV or export them to a text file, they're still all there. So you can take that information and you can continue to work with it within your EOC. I think the real power that you're demonstrating here is that everybody who's just put everybody else's call sign on there gets the same common operating picture without us having to centrally work on it and then push it out. That is really, really powerful.
Yeah.
I just had that conversation with USGS about that because they said, well, where's your central server? I said, for this, we don't need a central server. That's the beauty of it. And this is something we can do from hour one after the event up until the cavalry rolls in with all the big, the big commercial data centers and so on. So that's, I think, really, really powerful because it empowers the radio operators to provide this kind of situational awareness and form common operating pictures for the agencies, for their neighborhoods, whatever the case may be. Back to you.
All right. So with that, I'll stop downloading mine at this point so we can go ahead and look at this and see what the update looks like. So I'm going to close mine. And this time I'm just going to click on the little globe icon. So you just get back to it the same way as before. Spot reps, now I've got 123 and just hit the display map. And there they are. They're all in there. At this point, and you can see some of them clearly didn't do the full update, but let's go ahead and check the filters. Let me hit the full screen here, set the filters. We'll check for, that's because I've got the wrong filters on. All right, let me uncheck those. I'm going to set these to ignore. So I'm going to say cell phones, ignore. And let's check for commercial power. Let's see how the country is doing. And see no commercial power. Show me those in red. And survey says, yeah, pretty much there's no commercial power in most places. For those of you who are still seeing your dot as blue, either you didn't set that right, or more than likely, I just haven't downloaded your new updated form, but it just changed all of those out. Now, what are a couple of ways? Let's look at a couple of ways that these data could be used. Let's say if you're in an EOC and you need to maybe display this information. And of course, you can zoom into the area that your operational area. Right now, our operational area happens to be the entirety of North America and our wonderful friends out in Hawaii. So let's look at a couple of ways that you could use this information. How could you share this with others? Certainly, if you're there in the EOC, especially knowing that you can't do anything with WinLink while you have this map up. So the first and the easiest way is to just make sure that your map is set the way that you want it. Use the zoom in and zoom out. I'm going to zoom out and see if we have any other pins that have come in from anywhere else in the world. Nothing else has come in. So I'm going to zoom in again. I'm just going to get my map set up. If you hold down the right mouse button and click and drag, you can drag your map around until you get everything right inside of your window that you want. And then just come up here and do save as JPEG. There you go. I'm going to give this file a name. You can browse and put it where you want. I'm going to give this the terribly helpful name of WaveTalkers WinLink Check-in 8. Browse and find where you want it. It's going to go to my desktop. I'll hit save. I'm going to come up here. Let me just close this map. And I'm going to close this window as well so I don't forget it. And there's my map. I could then, sneaker net this over. Or I could copy it to a a USB drive or something and take it to someone else in the EOC if we needed to. Maybe I've got a dual monitor set up. We could open this image up, just simply double click it and move that over to another monitor. So maybe you've got a static display set up in your EOC and you want to have situational awareness as to where things are. A lot of EOCs are going to have a operator there who's very familiar with using some type of GIS system or pulling in data from other different locations. And I think Oliver mentioned this earlier. If you come up to the globe icon, you click on the little globe and you select the report that you want to use. I'm going to do the spot rep report. And then you come down here. We've been clicking on the display map, but if you click on this one that says generate CSV, you go ahead and click on that. You can set the parameters for how you want your CSV with all of this data. So I'm going to select comma delimited. You would set the format here. I have mine set for today between 458 and 1858. So it gives me the range of what I'm going to be checking here. You give it a name of where you want that data to go. I'm going to save mine to my desktop. It's going to be called spotrepstest.csv. And I'm going to hit generate CSV file. And if you noticed, a little CSV file just appeared right there. I'm going to say OK. And I'm just going to exit out. And I'm going to close this. And it's this file right here. Now, this is a CSV file. So depending on what applications you have on your system, I've got Excel on mine. So I'm just going to double click that. And if the demo gods are with me, here is all of that data that just came in from all of you all over the country, all in a spreadsheet. Now, this file could then be handed off to the appropriate folks there at the EOC, and they have all of that data that they can combine with data from other sources that they can use in other ways. By the way, that list of all of those call signs, I used this exact process in order to capture all those call signs. I just came in and used it right here. I just selected the call sign, copied it, pasted it into a text file, did a little text manipulation on it in order to replace the line returns with semicolons and pasted it onto the web page. So that's how we got all of those call signs up there in the web page. It was from using the tools inside of WinLink to be able to do that.
And it might be helpful, Chris, to give this file a unique name, like maybe date and time. So if you have to adjust this again in 2 hours or 6 hours, you can distinguish the two.
Absolutely. So for your homework, there's always homework here. What we would like everyone to do is over the coming week, go ahead and create new messages. I'll update the website so that it's got everybody's call sign. Go ahead and open up a new message, select template, come in here to your standard templates, use the mapping GIS, and fill out these other forms and send them to each other so everybody gets a lot of data that you can play with within your own group. If perhaps you're one of the emergency coordinators, you're in one of the ARES teams somewhere, this will give you a variety of data to be able to demonstrate out to your fellow operators. You can also send them back here to episode 8 of WaveTalkers Live. They can see how all of this stuff is done. But go ahead and fill those other ones out, send them to each other, or you can send them to a smaller group. If you would like to have your call sign taken off of the list to get that, just send me a note and we'll pull it off of the web page for that if you don't want to have like a gajillion emails coming in.
So here's a chat question. You answered this a moment ago, but let's answer it again. Since there were 2 position reports, does the map as you bring it up only show the most recent report per position and location?
Yes. That's
the answer is yes, but
the latest report for that location.
Right. But the data, however, still exists for both of those reports, and you can extract that data in a CSV file.
Absolutely. And Chris, if you want to, after you close this for bonus, we could show people how to import the CSV into Google My Maps. just to
Oh,
show
that's a
that the
great.
data-
Yeah. Do you have your CSV there?
Actually, we'll use yours because your
Oh,
screen's already up.
you can guide me through the process. Perfect.
Absolutely, and just to show that it can be done relatively quickly, just with the data that everybody generated. So if you bring up a browser and go to google.com/mymaps after you're done with that.
And I just downloaded a couple of more while we were chatting about that. So my spot rep data is out of date. Let me update that. New data just came in. Let's just update that. So we're mapping the latest data. That's super easy to do. You just click the little the globe icon here, generate CSV. All of our parameters are still the same. If you need to, you can adjust it. The name is still the same. So I'm going to generate that CSV file. Boom, and it just updated it. So this CSV now has the latest data. It's got those extra couple of people who just sent their forms in. So, all right, so now where am I going? I'm going to minimize WinLink here. I'm going to go back to my browser.
Yep.
And where would you like me to go?
Google.com/mymaps, all one word.
It would be dangerous if I could type. I would be dangerous if I could type.
And then
Google.com/mymaps. And okay, so I've got some maps. I want to create a new map probably, right?
That's absolutely right.
All right, so I'm going to create a new map.
And then don't do anything else yet. Look at the import.
Look at the import.
See how it says untitled there? Click on that. I think you'll really love that. And now drag and drop your CSV right in there.
What? Is it really that easy? I'm going to minimize this out of the way. I've got my spot reps test. If I drag it right into here.
Man, I'm glad you're recording this.
And now you've got the latitude, longitude. You already checked that. Click on continue and be amazed.
Whoa.
It just figured that out for me. I didn't have to do anything else.
That's correct.
And then I click continue.
And here's the fun part. Now you can say, do I want it from, or if you have an agency, name or hospital name, you can select that. But I would say from is a good idea.
Okay.
So you see the call signs.
Oh, okay. So we'll see the call signs. All right, great. So I'll select from.
Yeah.
And then we're going to click finish probably, right?
Yeah.
Anything else? Do I have to select any of the other data that I want imported, or just going to pull all of it?
Hit finish and find out.
Hit finish. Goodness gracious. It's loading.
Bam.
I'm going to maximize this. Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
That's kind of crazy. Okay.
And here, click on any one of them.
So I'm going to click here in Colorado.
Bam. All the information in there.
Whoa.
It's all there. So let's say we're in an area that actually has internet. So what you're telling me is that I could come in here and I could say share this map, and I will say this is the WaveTalkers exercise. WaveTalkers exercise. And I could give it a description. The cool pizza map.
Yeah, cool spot rep map.
All right, spot rep map. All right, so we'll say that. We'll say okay. And I've got a link here. So if I just copy that link, let others see the names and photos on this. All right.
You want to check anyone
with this link. Oh, yeah. Anyone with this link could be able to do that. So I'm going to say, okay, let me copy that. And I'm going to close. And all right, I will magically in the background, just give me a second. Let me move some data from one thing to another. And I will post this link up on that WaveTalkers exercise page so everyone can see my map. It'll just take me a second because I don't have Zoom on this machine that I'm doing this on. So while I'm doing that, hey, we're at kind of the top of the hour. We've got like 4 other things to do, of course, because this is so much fun.
Maybe we should save something for next time too.
We might need to save something for next time.
The 309 certainly can be put off.
I think that actually I was thinking the 309 while I'm moving this over, because it would be nice for all of these people to know how they can use WinLink to generate a log of all of this traffic that just passed, seeing as how everybody just has this pile of traffic. So
yeah, good idea.
So Dan, if you could, why don't while I'm pre-baking this again, let me pin you back up here. And I'm going to pull my spotlight off. And if you can walk everyone through generating a 309. You're muted. You're muted still.
How did that happen?
I don't know, magic.
Okay, so are you seeing my WinLink screen? Or do I
Yeah, you got to share the screen.
No, it's just you, Dan.
Well, we definitely don't want to see that. No.
All right, that's the Zoom window with everybody.
Yeah, it's not what I clicked on, but we'll try it again. Let's see here.
By the way, while you're doing that, Al has asked a question. Are there any pro tips for dealing with so many messages all at the same time? And the answer is yes, it is a preference. And we'll show you that preference before we're done for the afternoon. It's very helpful when you're dealing with a lot of messages like we just had.
Okay, so
All
you're
right,
seeing
Dan,
my WinLink screen now?
Yes,
sir.
you look good.
Miracle of miracles. Okay, so the ICS 309 is kind of an odd form because it really isn't an ICS form, but it's very useful, and particularly in the amateur community, because, you know, we probably all heard the saying that if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. So part of the documentation that you may want is a list of all the messages that have been handled by a particular station. That can be very tedious to keep track of, but WinLink makes it really easy. If you go into the message screen and you go down to generate ICS 309 communication log, you click on that, it brings up a screen here and you can choose which message mailboxes it wants to look at for messages. You can set your date range. You can decide whether to combine recipients or just do a separate entry for each recipient. We're going to do them all together. And these are some other things you can fill in depending on your needs. But miracle of miracles, all you do is click generate ICS 309 PDF and it will save it. In my case, it's saved it to my desktop. And we'll go to my desktop and here's the form. And bingo, there is our communication log showing each message that has been sent or, thank you, Windows, has been sent or received by my station. Bingo, very easy.
Pretty cool.
Yeah,
that is awesome. Thank you.
Very simple, and just one of the many ways that you can use this data to document what you've done.
Very cool. So while you were doing that in the background, if you have the WaveTalkers exercise page up, and you can again get this right from the WaveTalkers site, I'm just going to refresh the page. And if the demo gods are with me, just underneath of all the call signs, I've not had a chance to add the other call signs in, by the way. I'll have to do that after the fact. I'm not that fast. Shared map, if you click on that, you should all be able to find the map that I just made in Google. So if there's internet available, say in your EOC, you're working an out of area experience, you're trying to communicate this information, there you go. So you should be able to access that that map now from that link, and you should all have your own map as well. So
Mike in the chat had pointed out that you can also save the 309 in a CSV format, and that might be useful if you were going to combine, say, multiple operators' messages into one report. You could export both as CSVs and then just merge the two together. So thank you for pointing that out.
Today, we're going to be talking about how you as a ham radio operator adds value to MCOM deployment networks. Recently, I took some of my radio equipment up into the mountains above Los Angeles to do a little HF operating. I had set up my equipment near a small rest area and was having a great time making a few contacts. Now, for me, this was a purely intrinsic experience. It was a lot of fun. I was just out doing a little operating. Now, as is often the case, when you set up your radio gear in a public place, invariably, people will wander by and ask questions about what you're doing. And let's face it, as hams, we like to talk. Now, over the course of the afternoon, a few families stopped by to chat for a little bit. They would listen to the voices coming through the radio. They would ask questions. As a ham radio operator, I appeared to add some value to their experience of that day by simply engaging with them for a few minutes. But this was clearly something that was of relatively low value, if you want to think of it that way. Interesting and engaging, but that's about all it was. Then a motorcyclist stopped by to chat for a few minutes, and after the normal exchanges, he asked if I could use my radio equipment to get a message to his wife. He explained that he'd been out riding all day, well out of cell phone range, and he was long overdue for when he said he would be back home, and he didn't want her to worry. So as a ham, my value to this individual had absolutely nothing to do with all of this fancy equipment that I had set up, or that cool DX station that I was able to work thousands of miles away. My value to this individual was in my connection to a network of other hams who thus had connections to other communications networks. And that suddenly became something of high value to that particular individual. So for all of this fancy equipment that I had, I reached over and grabbed my HT. I listened for just a few minutes on one of the repeater systems that I had programmed in, and I reached out to my network of other hams. Within seconds, another ham placed a phone call for the motorist, called back and let us know that the message had been successfully delivered. Pretty simple. It's the kind of stuff that we as hams do as a free service to our community all the time. As a ham, the value that you add, your net worth in an emergency situation, is often closely related to your ability to create, connect to, and participate in a communications network. In other words, to solve communications problems for others by simply passing traffic. Now, to connect your served agency, that family at the shelter, the lone motorcyclist that's out of cell phone range, whomever, to the people that they need to contact. That ability to act as a node on a communications network can quickly become invaluable to those individuals that you're connecting. And with this in mind, we're going to walk through a few deployment scenarios today and explore how framing your thinking as a ham in terms of deployment networks can help you accomplish your mission as a ham radio operator participating in an emergency communications experience. Now, we're going to start with an EOC. We'll have a look at a hospital deployment, a fire station, a hilltop relay station, and then we'll wrap up with an out-of-area relay station. KK6DA, if you could start us off. Now, let's say you're being deployed as a ham to an EOC during a major event, such as, I don't know, maybe a big earthquake. Would you take a few minutes and talk about who you're likely connecting? What kinds of tasks is your role likely to include? What types of traffic may you need to pass? And what are your likely operating conditions? Perhaps, how could you add value in your role as a ham radio operator?
This is an important concept, Chris, in the state of California. I didn't know this until recently, but every government entity in the state of California, that is counties, cities, hospitals also, and tribal systems, they all must have an EOC. They must have an emergency operations center to meet state requirements. That's not true in all states, but it is in California. So it is really important, if you're connected to one of those EOCs, let's say it's the city of Los Angeles, let's say it's Los Angeles County, Both of those entities have their separate EOCs. They talk with each other. It is important for you to know, most of all, the currency and the language that they are all speaking in this EOC. And until you know that, until you know what your place is in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be a little bit difficult. So a lot of people spend a lot of time trying to understand the ICS structure of EOCs in the United States and in your municipality. In California, we have a very dominant organization called Cal OES, the Office of Emergency Services. This is an organizational chart of the Cal OES structure. This isn't exactly an EOC, but it could be. All of these positions could be in the EOC. Where do you think a radio operator fits in this structure? It's right over here. It's one seat. It's not toward the top. It's actually toward the bottom. Now, that doesn't diminish the importance of that position, but you need to know who you're reporting to. You would report to logistics in the system. That's true of an ICS structure also. But what kinds of things would you be asked to report? Well, obviously, amateur radio, emergency communications provides eyes-on situational awareness in the field. So if your incident is a fire, it would be valuable for your EOC to know how that fire is being experienced. If it's an earthquake, the same thing. Did you feel it? How bad is bad? How big is big? The more information you can provide to help answer those questions, the more valuable you will be. So to use important WinLink tools like the Spot Rep report is just essential in understanding how you would relate to an EOC. And I want to share with you something that the WinLink development team shared with the rest of us this last week. This just blows my mind. And everybody involved in WinLink should pat themselves on the back for this kind of thing. This was an Oregon Emergency Management Agency exercise last Wednesday using the WinLink Spot Rep report. And someone developed a system which could display the results of that in the field on this display board, on this dashboard. And look at the information that is visually available from all of these points. It just blows my mind. Spot Rep report asks if you have cell service. Are commercial radio stations up? Landline, TV, commercial TV? Do you have internet? Your AC power and public water. And then down here, you can parse it even further. You can say, we just want to know about cellular phones. And look at this. Because this data is being gathered in WinLink on the Spot Rep report, you can color code what's operational, green, what's not operational, red. This is just an amazing development, and I hand it to everyone with the WinLink development team. We know this is just beginning in the emergency, in the EOC type world, but look at this wonderful example. In the city of Los Angeles, the organization of record that would be at EOC is LAFD ACS, the auxiliary. Dan Tomlinson is going to speak to that a little more in just a moment. There is an amateur radio station just off of the city of LA EOC. There is also another leg of that radio station right at the LAFD dispatch desk. So it's an important function. And these people would be asking us, no doubt, what our situational awareness is so that they can develop a common operating picture. And, you know, there's always such a good example. If you have a fire across the street and you have a police officer and a firefighter looking at the same fire, will they give you an identical report? Well, the answer is obviously not. So if both of them report up their chain of command, then someone in their control center, let's say it's the EOC, would come up with a common operating picture. And that's where amateur radio becomes really valuable. It's good for you to know the language of the EOC. The ICS system comes with about 20 forms, if not more. You need to know what an ICS 213 is used for. You need to know why you need to keep an ICS 214, because when FEMA comes calling, you have to have some way in your EOC to prove that you had troops in the field, troops working. That's what 214 is for. One of the best things you can do, and this is recommended by many organizations, ARES among them, is to pick up as many of these courses as you can. This is IS 200, there's IS 100, IS 700, IS 800. I have just completed IS 300 and 400, and I'm really into it now. Understand the planning P, understands how logistics relates to planning and operations and finance and administration. These are all concepts that if you're going to be in an EOC, you're going to want to know. Now let's switch for just a second, Chris, to hospitals.
Yes, please.
As part of my ARES duty, I service 3 hospitals, 3 of the largest hospitals: Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, Kaiser Permanente Los Angeles Medical Center, and Hollywood Presbyterian. They are all located about a mile from where I'm sitting. And in a major emergency, this is probably where I'm going to be. Each of those hospitals has an EOC. It's organized a little bit differently than a municipal EOC or a county EOC, but the concept is still the same. Thereafter, reporting information as well as gathering information. One's role in a hospital is a little less important about providing information from the outside than it is providing the status of the hospital to the, in our case, the County of Los Angeles Emergency Medical Services Office, EMS, which is part of public health. The MAC, Medical Alert Center, is the traffic cop for ambulance traffic among the more than 70 hospitals in Los Angeles County. So you don't want to send an ambulance, code 3, to a hospital that cannot accept patients. We have learned this in the last 2 years with COVID. There have been times in LA County where more than 90% of the ambulances did not have a hospital to go to if it was a COVID patient. That's happily, luckily, not the case now. But even in the Omicron surge over the last month, thankfully it is going down in LA County now, but even in the Omicron surge of the last month in LA County, there have been times when even major hospitals would do like 4 hours, don't deliver any patient to us. That's called diversion. They would let the MAC know, the MAC would let LAFD know, or any other ambulance transport service. So by law, each hospital is required to keep its status current with the MAC. They do that through an electronic system, which sometimes is up and sometimes is down. And we're there in the event it's down to report the specific hospital status. So in my case, if I'm there watching the EOC, I have eyes on the incident commander, and I have eyes on the big board in that room that says, we have at Children's 20 beds for patients. We can take only 2 more people in the emergency department, and on down a list of available beds in that hospital. Now, there's another, and being visible to them, I think, is important. You don't want to be invisible. You don't want to get in their way. You are not making decisions, but you do want them to know that you are there with a contact outside of the hospital. That's an important thing for their well-being that they want to know. Now, I found another really useful quality in dealing with hospitals, the three hospitals that I deal with, is simply to let them know that you do have capability beyond reporting their hospital status. And we have talked many, many times in organizational meetings between these three hospitals about how they can best use us. And I do know that the Security and Emergency Management Director at Kaiser Permanente Los Angeles Medical Center realizes that we can do some things quickly that he can't. And he gave us a good example following last year's COVID outbreak. He said, if I need a small generator for a tent outside delivering ambulance traffic, I know that I could probably turn to my amateur radio friends and they would find a way to make that happen faster than any way I can do that. And that's a really interesting concept. We sort of become MacGyvers to them, people that can cut through the bureaucracy, because as volunteers in an organization like Aries, we can dip into their bureaucracy, but we don't have to. And that's an important function. Could you, for instance, pick up the phone if you have cellular service and call some municipal agency? Let's say it's the FBI. Let's say it's public transit. Well, yes, you can. Can you help deliver a message appropriately? Yes, you can. And those are things that in the discussion about how they can use you, that you want to point out. You're not just there to do specifically one task, but you might be able to complete several tasks for them. So that's, Chris, my basic overview of what you sort of need to understand when you step into an EOC environment, whether it's a municipal EOC or a hospital. You need to know their language. You need to know how they operate. You need to know their strengths and their weaknesses. And you need to assist them however you can to communicate what they need communicated. And to do that, you need to be familiar with their operations, which is why we do exercises regularly. COVID has slowed us down in our hospital exercises, but one really interesting exercise we did, and this was our last major one, which was, well, I'm losing track of time, 2019, was an earthquake. But our exercise began 3 days after the earthquake occurred. This was an exercise between these three hospitals. And in the event of a major earthquake like that, they would certainly have their own EOCs, but they would combine their emergency departments into a single function. These hospitals are located within a block of each other. And they would have a community triage, a community outdoor emergency department in which people would report to first. That's where ambulances would take them, or walk-ups would go there, and they would be dispatched from that point. That was a really interesting thing to see. It was smack dab in Sunset and Vine in Los Feliz. They didn't stall traffic for this Saturday morning exercise, but that's where it would be. It would be smack in the middle of the street. So to be able to see how that would operate really was a valuable exercise. And we learned a lot. Chris was net control for that. He was thrown into that at the last minute because our net control operator came up with laryngitis that morning, and he did a fabulous job. Let me give you just one little story about how these things tend to help everyone learn. Our function was to find an emergency department at one of these three hospitals for a faux patient. And this is a big exercise. They have a couple of hundred kids, adults too, made up with moulage. It's a Hollywood thing. So, you know, one guy had a piece of rebar coming out of his shoulder or something like that. It really gets quite realistic. So our job was to find based on the situation of the individual, let's say 28-year-old male, broken arm, which hospital could take him? Or 7-year-old female, burned feet, which hospital should take him? Probably Children's. So our job was to poll those emergency departments where we had amateur radio operators. Those operators were interfacing directly with the emergency department head, and then we would send people along the way. Well, the hospitals did something that I'm sure they will never do again. Each of these faux patients had essentially toe tags. They were around their neck, but they were labels showing their condition that somebody had made. And unfortunately, they did not have a system other than to remove that tag and hand it to the amateur radio operator to have him dispatch that person. Now, nothing can go wrong in a situation like that because, well, I'm joking, it does. Because the tag could go to somebody else instead of the original patient. So they learned a lot by doing that, and that was a worthwhile exercise. Chris, I'll send it back to you. I babbled on long enough, but I think the bottom line is you need to know the language of the hospital and the EOC.
Thank you very much, David. Very helpful. With that, let's go over to Dan, NR6V. Dan, same kind of scenario. You've just been deployed to your local fire department. Can you talk about what your role may be in that situation? And
Sure. Let me share here. Hold on. There we go. Can you see my PowerPoint?
yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Okay. So one of the groups I volunteer for is the Los Angeles City Auxiliary Communications Service. We have sort of a complicated structure because we are part of the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, but we're run by the City Emergency Management Department. But because they're not a command and control type organization, they gave us to the fire department to actually manage. So we have sort of several masters. And let me talk a little bit about fire department organization so you understand where we're coming from. The department is made up of 4 bureaus. Each of them is capable of operating as a separate fire department, but under normal times they operate combined under the control of the city. There are 14 battalions within those bureaus, and each of those has a battalion chief who runs the show. Within that, there are 106 fire stations. So it's a pretty big and complicated system in which we operate. This is a map of the city as broken down into the different bureaus. You can see South Bureau, Central Bureau, West Bureau, and the Valley Bureau. You can see Valley Bureau, which is where I live, is really as large as all the other bureaus combined. So when we deploy, what are our goals? Our primary or first objective is to provide situational awareness to the city's EOC, Emergency Operations Center, and the fire department's Department Operations Center. And one of the reasons why this is expected of us is we have about 100 members and we're scattered throughout the city. So very quickly, we can provide a bird's eye view of what's going on out there following an incident. That's really our primary goal. And by the way, we serve all the departments of the city. Just because we're managed by the fire department doesn't mean that we can't be called upon to serve others. We've had quite a bit of interest in the last year or two from LAPD and are starting to get credentialed with LAPD.
Next thing is we would be expected to provide 911 call information out to isolated parts of the city. We use a form. This is actually the old form, and I'm sorry, you probably can't see it very well, but the details aren't really important for the purpose of this. But this is called the F27A, and this is the old form they used before computer-aided dispatch. And we resurrected that form, and we're working on getting a WinLink version of it done. We actually made the form up quite a few years ago to use in NBeams with FLDigi. And so it should be pretty easy for us to convert this form over for use on WinLink. But the idea being that if part of the city, and the most likely to have that happen is the Valley Bureau, if they get isolated by phone or radio, we have the ability through facilities, which I'll show you here in a minute, we have the ability to take that information from the Fire Department Operations Center and over ham radio, get that out to our Valley Bureau, and from there we can distribute it to the battalion chiefs, who are going to be the ones that actually decide how to deploy their limited resources. This is a picture, an image of the city, not very great image, hard to get one of LA City because it's so broad. I've cut the whole harbor area off here because it just doesn't fit into the format of a screen. But you can see there's a mountain range here that separates the San Fernando Valley, which is about 3 million people, from downtown LA, where the Emergency Operations Center, Fire Department Dispatch, and the Fire Department's Operations Center is. So we have made a particular effort in the Valley to beef up our facilities in order to make non-repeater messaging happen. And we'll get to that in a minute. The last thing is supporting the Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT. Now, we've sort of trained ourselves out of this job. We've done a huge amount of training with CERT members and got many of them licensed with ham radio. We've trained others on how to use FRS and GMRS radios, which is their primary way of communicating. Although in the last year, they've also incorporated Zello to a great extent. Of course, that relies on internet, so that may or may not be there in a disaster. So we're doing less and less with the CERT teams because we have made the effort to train them. We really know that with 100 members, we aren't going to be able to provide all these services in a disaster. So we've tried to make the CERT people sort of self-sufficient so we can concentrate on situational awareness and providing that 911 backup. This last thing is kind of interesting, and that I came upon this a couple of years ago listening on one of the scanner apps to a disaster out of state. And what really impressed me was how organized they were in taking care of the families of their first responders. What they've realized is that firemen, police officers are going to be distracted if they don't know that their families are being taken care of. So this agency had in their planning a strategy for finding out the status of their first responders' families. And I'd like everybody here to think about that. And if you have any ideas how ham radio operators could incorporate that into their bag of tricks, it'd be very interesting to me, because I think that's a big concern. We all heard the stories of Katrina, where people were abandoning their jobs because their families were in danger. And that's understandable, but it's also something that's got to be controlled. Otherwise, there's just going to be a lack of people. So let me know if you've got ideas about that, or if your served agencies are actually doing that, I'd be very interested to know how ham radio could be applied to that. Okay, let's talk about our facilities a little bit. David talked about the Emergency Operations Center. This is in downtown LA, and it sort of looks like you would expect a movie EOC to look. It's a huge room. I think there are 96 seats in the room. It's got a huge screen area, which is currently being remodeled and updated. But in that main room, basically where this picture was taken, is the amateur radio room. And you can see a picture here of ACS members in action in the amateur radio room. We have 3 operating positions, really room for a 4th, which probably we will put to use doing WinLink and other digital modes. In that facility, we have capability of 2 meters, 70 centimeter, 1.2 gig HF. We can do FLDigi, WinLink, and most importantly, we can communicate with almost all of the city of Los Angeles by simplex without the use of our repeaters. We do have 2 repeaters, but we're really not planning on them being available in the event of a disaster. Next is the Department Operations Center and Metro Fire Dispatch. Metro Fire dispatches for the entire city, and they're located in the same building as the EOC. And unfortunately, I don't have pictures of that, but in that dispatch center, we have ACS, that is, has 2 pods on the Metro dispatch floor. We're actually right next to the floor captain in the Metro dispatch floor. So we can communicate with them verbally and take advantage of all the information they have. And you can see we have 2 meters, 70 centimeters, 1.2 gigahertz HF, FLDigi, WinLink. We have 800 megahertz fire department radios. And again, we can communicate by simplex with almost all of the cities. There are some canyons and areas that we can't communicate with, but those are a relatively small portion of the city. Next is North Valley Station. We are very privileged to have use of a surplus fire station in Sun Valley in the north part of the San Fernando Valley. The gotcha on that is we have to maintain it. So we have replaced the roof on this. We have done a significant amount of drywall repair. We had, unfortunately, a burglary a couple years ago. They stole all our radios, so we had to scrounge replacement radios and build a hardened way of protecting those radios from other burglaries. And again, the same basic communications that we have in our other facilities. We do have a tower at that location, so we have very good comms. And again, we can communicate by simplex directly to the Emergency Operations Center. Despite those mountains, we have sort of a line of sight through the Coanga Pass, and we can get right to the downtown LA area for the EOC and the DOC. And then finally, we have Fire Station 88. This is a very large facility in the south part of the valley. This is where a lot of the fire department training goes on. They have a very large back lot with an old Metrolink train car and a lot of concrete things for training. And we have this old semi-trailer that we have control of there. And this is one of 3 operating positions or 3 pods that we have in that trailer. And again, same kind of communications there. And again, from that location, we can do simplex 2 meters, 70 centimeters, 1.2 gig. We can do simplex, and I think 220 to the locations where we have 220 radios. So pretty cool capabilities there. And that's sort of the end of my thing. I'll close with this. You know, the biggest problem that I see with all volunteer groups that I've been with is getting the full-time people to recognize you. and they have their own list of things they need to do and responsibility. And even if you're on their list of responsibilities, you're way down the list. So my advice would be to figure out what areas you really can serve them and show them that you can do that. And when we've done that, we have found that they're very interested, surprised what we can do, and very interested. So I recommend that you ingrain yourself in those organizations by showing them what you can do, because it may be with the fire department, we're probably 7th or 8th on their list of backup things, but all those backup things in front of us are fairly perilous in the event of a big disaster like an earthquake. So with that, I'll send you back to Chris.
Thank you very much, Dan. The next thing that we want to talk about is if you are deployed out to a location. Let me change over the pin here. And there we go, replace spotlight. Let's say you're deployed. Thus far, David and Dan have talked about being deployed essentially inside of the disaster zone, working with the shared agencies, working with different groups. Now let's switch gears a little bit and bring Dave W0DHG in, and let's talk about how you may be able to help as a ham radio operator use a deployment network to get traffic outside of the area as say maybe a hilltop relay station.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So a lot of the mission, again, in Southern California, I work primarily with ARES, but do work with some other groups as well. In the ARES mission, as Dan showed on the map a little bit earlier, Southern California and Los Angeles is a really large area, and mostly our area of responsibility is the San Fernando Valley. But the Medical Alert Center, which is what controls all of the traffic, mostly ambulance traffic in and out of hospitals, they're in the city, and they're quite far away, and out of simplex communication for sure, we can reach them on a repeater, but in the event of a big disaster, earthquake, we may or may not have access to those. So one of the things that I've done with some of our drill deployments is I get sent to a hilltop location, and there's a number of locations near me that you can see all of the San Fernando Valley and much of the city of Los Angeles on both sides. And the role up there is to play relay station, and there's a number of different ways to do it. You saw a couple weeks ago my field station set up, my mobile truck rig, and in there I would start with a deployment of crossband repeat. With one of the radios I have, if we really need to have folks in the city talking to folks in the valley, I can just set a radio and let it go, keep an eye on it, make sure it's doing what it needs to do, and give folks the ability to talk over and back and forth. And I have multiple radios in my car or my truck for the purpose of being able to provide that as a service. There's another radio in there that all I need to do is plug in and power up my laptop, flip the signal link on, and I can either use that as a client station or turn on the gateway software and allow that laptop to act as a local gateway to either capture traffic or allow it to pass through as like a digipeater. There's other equipment that we'll deploy up there as well. HF radios, again, pull out of the back of my truck some of the go boxes and put up 20, 40, 80 meters equipment that's all there ready to go. Put up antennas, so if we needed to move traffic or information out of the local areas, request a bigger footprint, it gets us up high enough to be able to see and move that traffic along. And there are a lot of considerations about deploying that way. I am not in an EOC that has power and bathroom facilities and the catering service that will come along with that. I've got to know when I go out there. I bring a tent, I bring a sleeping bag, I bring dry food that doesn't need refrigeration that will last me for a couple days if needed. And some of that equipment I can set up and leave there for a short amount of time. Some of the locations we have are somewhat secure. But otherwise, the plan would be to go up there and, keep an eye on things and move whatever traffic we have, pull out the big batteries as I leave, the solar panels, if need be, bring a generator along, and there's gas for that as well. So there are a lot of things that you need to think about up there in the field. And we've even played around with, how long could that be, and how long would I might need to be there. I've got WinLink working from a gateway perspective on an HT, and I can power that off a 20 amp hour battery for a really long amount of time. And some of these 12 volt puck type PCs that don't need a monitor and don't need to be looked at all the time, just set it and forget it. So we go with lots of different options to bear. So depending on how long we're going to be and what kind of resources we have, a lot of power for a short amount of time, or stretch it out with lower power to be able to extend the stay and the support and services that we're going to provide.
Thank you, David. That's super helpful. Sorry. So let me talk a little bit about what my role oftentimes is when I'm operating with the LA team, for instance. So if I change over to this map that's over here, you can see I'm out here in Ventura County. I am well outside of the area. The place that Dan was referring to, the San Fernando Valley, is way down over here. Notice there's all of these mountains in between us, and the MAC, the area where the medical dispatch is way down here somewhere in LA. So the location, that hilltop location that David was just describing, is somewhere over in this area. He's got a pretty good view that allows him to bridge the areas between, say, the San Fernando Valley and LA City down in this area. But the other thing that it does is it actually connects me out here in Ventura County via Simplex directly to him. So in many types of situations, I'm likely completely outside of the disaster zone, hopefully. And if I am, then I'm able to act as an additional support to whatever else is going on down in the valley. A lot of times I more than likely am going to have internet. I have backup power here at my house. I've got my HF rig with a hex beam antenna, so I can operate on a variety of different bands. I have a variety of other antennas that I'm able to deploy very quickly. And so I'm capable of operating WinLink. I can act as a relay station of information that I can reach outside of the disaster zone, not competing with the bands and any communications that are going on inside of that disaster zone, to a way to bridge that network out, expand it out to another area, either relaying information out to other stations. I know, let's say my internet is down and they're trying to pass traffic to get out of area traffic out. I know I would be able to relay information from the valley through a Hilltop repeater site out into, say, Ventura County. And then I could use different HF bands, different frequencies than what the main incident was going on. And I could connect to other stations that are further abroad outside of the zone to be able to add that level of communication that was there. So it really depends on where you're at, what the situation is, and what resources that you have available to you in order to start thinking about how you may be of help in a particular emergency. And that is, for the most part, responding to the needs of those who are in charge of the emergency, who are running the show. We're just in a mode of being able to pass that traffic however it needs to be. That traffic may be listening to listening to scanners, listening to weather reports, and being able to feed that information back into the system. It might be, sending NTS traffic out to deliver it, whatever it happens to be. But you start to think about, as we've rolled through these different scenarios, you can see that they're all essentially networks within themselves. And then as hams, we can oftentimes interconnect some of those networks, be able to lend our own expertise, our own knowledge of how to communicate to aid where it's necessary. So that's the kind of a quick run through of the components that we had laid out for today. And with that, let me go ahead and bring everyone back up on the screen. If we have some folks with some questions, go ahead and enter those down in the chat. And I'm going to bring up each of my colleagues here to.
Yes, while you're doing that, I think it's an important understanding that we're not just in this emergency communication world to be ham radio operators. We are bridges of communication. And amateur radio is a major part of that. That's what we know. But what if Dan and I are put in an ACS situation where a fire department captain needs help and he hands us an 800 megahertz LAFD radio? What should our responsibility be? Well, we should know how to operate the radio because if they ask for help, we have to be able to help them, which is why I mentioned one of these hospitals that I serve, Kaiser. They basically look at us as individuals who can cut through the bureaucracy. If it takes 30 steps for him to get a simple little Honda generator, but we know the Honda generator dealership down the street and we can call them, hey, can you bring one to Kaiser because they need one for a tent? They say yes, and it's there in 20 minutes. Well, that's added value also.
Absolutely.
And Steve made a great point in the chat that, the COML might have other duties for us. It is not all about radios. And we've seen that before in exercises and events as well, helping folks set up, a mobile surgical room was an activity that we got that they pulled their disaster recovery hospital equipment out in the parking lot. And the folks that used to put it all together in the past were long gone, and everybody kind of stood around looking at these bags of equipment, not exactly knowing what to do. And, one of the things about hams we are technically savvy at many a thing, and it didn't take us long after, we introduced ourselves as someone that could help with whatever it is. We had that thing blown up and ready to go in no time. So
we're often with ACS, we're often called upon during brush fires to go to the fire stations because there's no firefighters there. And we provide security for the stations. But what we found in the recent years is somebody needs to manage donations because all of the residents are they feel terrible because they can't do anything to help. And so they show up with cases of water and things like that, and they just pile up. So we find ourselves not being asked to, but just because it needed to be done, we manage those donations. And on the Woolsey fire, it took us 3 days working with CERT to move all the stuff that was donated away from the fire stations that didn't have room to store it to places where the city could store it. I think we're still working on water from that.
Didn't somebody donate 500 hams and they brought it to a fire station? I remember that.
I hadn't heard of that.
Like 2018, it was a great deal of food. One, there's nobody at the fire station because they're all fighting the fire. Two, it needs to be refrigerated. So what do you do with that? And then that brings us back to the ICS structure. This is a new and essential quality of the finance and administration section in the ICS structure. And for cities trying to manage this, you've got to have some method to deal with that quick generosity, which is not just money, it's things.
And you don't want to discourage them from doing
No,
it, but
no.
it actually becomes a problem. And fortunately, volunteers have been able to manage that. Another thing we do is fire patrol. They'll put us in if they have any spare fire vehicles, and say, go and patrol this area and let us know if there's anything going on. And of course, that's an area where we may use our ham radio to do that.
Chris, I was going to make one other point. All of this does not mean we get in the middle of decision makers. We're not decision makers in our roles. We're support people for the decision makers ultimately at our best. I do recall a hospital exercise, I think it was in 2017, in which we had a really inexperienced incident commander for one of those major hospitals. All the doctors in this exercise had reported. Everybody was on station. It was an earthquake. There was no damage to the facility. Everyone, as I said, had reported. There was food, there was water, there was telephone service, there was cell service. This incident commander could not say it was status green. She was just too frightened to do that. Now, what's your inclination, having seen a few of these exercises, is, well, it's green status. Probably you should step back from that. Let them learn what they need to learn, even though you may know in that situation from seeing previous exercises that that would be a condition green. And she eventually did come through and report condition green. Chris.
David, a good question came in the chat a little while ago. Jason asked, with the layers of management on that ICS chart that you showed, what does the data show as to how efficient it is during a real emergency? You just went through a whole pile of this training. Is that form, is that tree, is that implemented every single time with all the different layers?
If your organization or served agency is following the FEMA ICS structure, the answer is yes, in one form or another. But this is a scalable model. It can get even bigger than what you saw. It can get, bigger than that, or it can get much smaller than that. The ICS structure is really unique in that regard. But in a major incident in which all of these seats in the EOC that Dan showed you, in a major emergency, if they're all activated, which I believe, Dan, am I right, is that called a level 3 activation? Or is it level 1? Anyway, it's the biggest activation in which they call in everybody. Yes, it is very valuable. But what's the first thing? And this is important for emergency communicators to understand. What's the first thing they're trying to ascertain? How big is big? How bad is bad? What's the situation? What do we have in our hands? And they spend minutes, hours sometimes going through that process, which leads eventually on the planning P. Look up Google FEMA planning P, and you'll see that process. It comes up then with an incident action plan, which hopefully begins to mitigate the situation. And it could be any type of an emergency. If it's an earthquake, obviously damage. Where's the damage the worst? Then do we have food? Do we have water? Do we have cell service? All of those questions have to be answered. And it is a process that does become very efficient. In the beginning, it doesn't look very efficient. I mean, if you're the incident commander and you've got 20 people in the field, and Dan, you're representing fire, and David, you're representing law, and Chris, you're representing the city of, you're all going to have priorities all at the same time. Mm-hmm. But to put that in some orderly fashion is the most efficient way to deal with it.
Mike in the chat just made a note, having been on major incidents all over California, some 5 branch events. Trust me, ICS works. It expands and collapses as needed. That's true. It grows and shrinks as the conditions change and as they're warranted.